Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ni ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
and there it is. Hold on. I'm hearing two sounds, so let me mute one. So there it is. So there it is. So there it is. A sequence of music just to introduce the session. Good day to you, dear friends. Good to have you here again. Another day, another dollar, another day, another session. So another day, another session. So we proceed just as where we left off earlier on. So the usual protocol, you know the routine already. As you're logging in, please click on the like button. Please do that just as a matter of routine, so that anytime I look at the likes button, is somewhat encouraging. So encourage with the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, then please do that as well. So like and subscribe. So do those two things. And then if you feel inclined, if you feel inclined towards joining us on the screens, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your open invitation. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then it brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. So that's how it works. And nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's quite a simple process. So if you feel sufficiently emboldened, then click on that. And the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, of course, that is ever present. So that is discretionary, of course, only if you feel like. So if you feel inclined towards buying your host cups of coffee, click on that link that says buy your host cups of coffee, go there and go wild. So another blockbuster session lined up, of course, is always a blockbuster session. So the blockbuster session starts with this. Tinubu has what it takes to govern Nigeria effectively. So this is Buhari making this headline. So now this goes to that space because a lot of people still agitating against the mandate that has been won, that has been fought and won and given. So I'm not quite sure what is going on, but it confuses the space somewhat. So Buhari comes to reassure that nothing changes. The sequence follows through. A winner has emerged, a certificate of returns given to him, and of course, the process of transition already in full swing. Tinubu has what it takes to govern Nigeria effectively. This is Malam Buhari now telling you that as far as this electoral cycle is concerned, it is fait accompli. Fait accompli. The fate has been decided. Fait accompli from the Aboki from the north. Fait accompli from the Aboki from the north. Ortom begs for forgiveness, withdraws case from tribunal. So this is Governor Samuel Ortom. The reasons why he's begging for forgiveness, we'll have to find out together, because to all intents and purposes, he has the upper hand in this particular political cycle. They've referred him to the disciplinary committee, but the person referring him to the disciplinary committee has now been sacked. So he now has the upper hand. So why is he now apologizing there? We have to find out together. Ortom begs for forgiveness, withdraws case from tribunal. So quite what is in play there, we find out together. So we find that out together only to come to this as well. Afenifere fumes, speaks on Yoruba political rascals by Iwuanyanwu'S. So that comment by I was going to call him an elder statesman, but there is nothing elderly or statesmanly about that comment calling the Yorubas rascals. So it looks as though that space has now been seized on by the Yoruba space, and they want to make of it just as much force as they can. So we'll examine then what the Yorubas are saying in response to hold on. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I've just seen a headline that I want to bring you as well. So let me just pull that up and then I'll park it there. So there's that. All right. So yes, of course, the tribal war being initiated by the Ohaneze Elders Forum via Iwuanyanwu'S. So that gauntlet's been picked up. Afenifere film speaks on Yoruba political rascal comments by Iwuanyanwu'S. So there is that. So now this was the headline that I saw, and I just picked up just to bring to your attention. Your envoy is ignorant and a priceless fool. Recall him from Nigeria before he makes any more embarrassing blunders. Fani-Kayode to the UK. So a lot of you will recall, of course, that there is a list being compiled, which is a no-flight list, which is a ban list by the UK, people that are advocating electoral violence and agitating the electoral space in Nigeria. It's been speculated that the UK are compiling a ban list of all of these names. And prominent amongst the people are being rumored to be on that list, Fani-Kayode. Even the article space has been pushing for Fani-Kayode to go on that list. Fani-Kayode, of course, only knows one way to come out fighting. Your envoy is ignorant and a priceless fool. Recall him from Nigeria before he makes any more embarrassing blunders. The erstwhile white powder sniffing former aviation minister. So that's a mouthful. The erstwhile former white powder sniffing. You know, he used to have a drug habit. This bug-eyed fool. Look at the person calling some popular fool. But now we land there. If this is quite predictable, there was all the anticipation that we would land here, and very quickly we have landed here. Oftentimes I have said that one of the biggest beneficiaries of this electoral cycle that has gone the way it has gone is going to be Simon Ekpa. His fortune are going to explode off the back of this election that's just gone. And from the 29th of May, Simon Ekpa, he can get the telephone number for Boeing and order his private jet because his fortunes will just explode. The disgruntled, disenfranchised, the Uchenas and the Amakas, very quickly, they are signing up and paying him monthly subscription fees. So that place, if you start to look at his traffic, in fact, I'll go and check his traffic to see how this election is impacting on it. I'll do a trajectory of his traffic. I can tell you that this guy's traffic has gone up 10, if not 100-fold. And by the time the matters of this election settle and Tinubu takes his position as the president of Nigeria, this guy will become, if not a billionaire, his fortunes will be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Simon Ekpa orders sit at home. So that's not surprising because he's always ordering sit at homes, but in Lagos. So he's now stretching his reach. Now we're back to that space again, Lagos no man's land. So Simon Ekpa orders sit at home in Lagos. I wonder what demography that of order is. I wonder if the Yoruba people can also hide under that and take a day off work. So human interest stories that we're introducing now, because that seems to chime with some people. Your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother, woman tells married women. So now that's quite a statement. So we would look to tackle this to see what people are making of it. So I will be guided in what I think by what people say about this, because it's quite a tricky one. It's not one that I've ever given any thought to. Your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother, woman tells other women. So I'm not sure there's much more to add to that. I think that is the sum total of what our space has to offer, but quite a statement, and what a statement. So what are your thoughts on that? So as ever, a rich blend of everything, When is it never not a rich blend of everything? So a rich blend of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, the invitation to correct that, please do, because we only really push these things because it helps with the traffic. It helps us to become more visible. So whether you agree, disagree, whatever it is that your sentiments are, by clicking on the like button, then you have more people coming to either take your line of thought or conflict against it. So it enriches the space the more traffic we get. So that's why we are always pushing for this like and the subscription. It's free of charge, so I'm not quite sure why you guys are always reticent to do it. So click on like and subscribe, that long-winded essay. If you want to come join me on the screen, as I said, the hyperlink still visible in the comment section says StreamYard. Click on that, brings you into a studio space, etc., etc. And the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. We're not pushing this heavily, of course, because this is asking you to part with money. So at your discretion, do that. Do that if you're only feeling sufficiently boxed up, as we used to say back in the day, to do that. So do that. So all of those, let's take a micro musical intermission. And by the way, there's still room left on the studio. So if you want to come and join, now is the time to come in. Not later when the place is full. And I'm seeing messages, people want to come in, and the thing starts to bounce you back. So don't wait till the thing bounces you back. Come in now if you intend to come and share thoughts. So you can come in, and then we go through it, and whenever we get to you, we get to you. Especially if you're a new voice, we're always inviting new voices. And all of our canvassing for female voices, it seems to be generating, they say if you ask for long enough, you get it. We've been canvassing for female voices. Now we have quite a nice little collection of female voices, but more of that, and especially that it's you, Amina. I know you are listening to me from Borno or whatever dusty northern state you're from. So Amina or Aisha too, or whichever one, we want to hear your voice as well, because you're an important component in this conversation. I'm talking about our sisters from the north. So come join us. So all of that. So let me take a micro musical intermission, and then when we get back, we'll delve straight into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites. Egbe elemu, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wela ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So before we get into the readings of it all, let me play you a couple of clips. They are light-hearted clips. It made me laugh, and I thought to come and share it with you to see if it makes you laugh. So these made me laugh. So let me play you two funny little clips before we get into the seriousness of the politics. Watch this. This is a laugh galore. You will roll on the floor.
I'm an atheist.
Atheist. Don't atheist. Are you still a Muslim?
I'm not of the above. I'm an atheist.
Which one is the atheist?
Okay, Google and if you know.
Are you?
So you don't know atheist?
Are you coming?
You don't know atheist?
Are you calling me? Are you talking on my page?
I'm telling you, if you don't know it, Google it. Google is your best friend. You don't know atheist.
Is this how you talk to someone?
Why you?
I'm nothing. Is that how you talk to
Why
someone?
you?
Did
I'm
I
giving
say
you the correct
okay?
thing.
Are you
If you don't
okay? Man, did I ask you to come this platform?
If you don't know the meaning, you Google it. That's what I'm telling you.
Man,
Google is your
if you
best
have
friend.
manners, man, if you have manners, you will not insult my personality that way.
I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you. I'm trying to explain to you. I'm not insulting you.
Man, there is a way.
Insulting you.
There is a way.
I'm not insulting you. You cannot listen to me. I'm not going to listen to you. You cannot listen to me. I'm not going to listen to you. That's what I'm telling you.
Man,
that's what I'm telling you. You cannot listen to me. I'm not going to listen to you.
Get a phone with my page.
You are a fuck. Get a fuck. Fuck you.
So there it is. Now, education is such a wonderful thing, isn't it? It's such a wonderful thing. Are you a Christian or a Muslim? No, I'm neither. I am an atheist. So now he did not understand what an atheist is, and it was like caught in a trap, and he started to panic, and that ensued. That just made, I don't know why it made me laugh, but it made me laugh. You could see he was cornered and he was embarrassed. The girl could not contain herself. It was just a car crash TV. But watch this, our dancing senator, our dancing now governor. He continues, but watch the political alignment. It's a light-hearted one, but watch the political alignment that takes place in this next clip. So as I said, that was meant to be lighthearted, but in that clip you saw Senator, now Governor Adeleke, as ever, as you're used to seeing him. But then the person you saw next to him was Aregbesola, the erstwhile Minister of Interior. Aregbesola, of course, an APC man. Adeleke just defeated APC in the courts, and he was in a celebratory mood. And Aregbesola joins in. So what do we make of that? Is that treachery? We have to just hold our thought. So and by the way, yes, let me just carry on. Anyone that wants to join, still a couple more slots in the room, especially new voices. So always canvassing for new voices. So let's go straight to the readouts. Let's go straight to the readouts. So there it is. I'm going to be doing this format a bit more now, just so you can see the readouts on your screen. Yes, just so you're not of the thought that anything is being made up. Tinubu has what it takes to govern Nigeria effectively. Buhari making the headline. President Muhammad Buhari once again reiterates his belief that the president-elect, Bola Tinubu, has the capacity to lead Nigeria to glory. The president reaffirmed his confidence in Tinubu whilst congratulating the president-elect, who clocks 71 on March the 29th, 2023. So that will be tomorrow by my timing. So yes, you know, when Tinubu has a birthday, he usually has a colloquium. But this year, he has actually cancelled that colloquium to instead invite prayers for the country, which he says he's going to lead. So Tinubu turns 71, but depending on your politics, you may say he turns 81, 91, or even 101. But officially, according to his birth records, he turns 71. The president reaffirmed his confidence in Tinubu whilst congratulating the president-elect, who clocks 71 on March the 29th, 2023. In a statement released by Femi Adesina on Tuesday, Buhari noted that Tinubu's political pedigree from the 90s, active role in party politics, being elected senator and later governor of Lagos State, and diligent involvement in the structure of leadership at the executive and legislative levels for many years will serve as an asset for good and effective governance. So putting it that way, you have to reflect that if it comes to experience, if Tinubu fails, it won't be for lack of experience, because if you look at his backdrop, as has been fleshed out by Buhari, it cannot be more prepared for the job. So it cannot be more prepared for the job. So if it fails, it won't be for lack of experience. In a statement released by Femi Adesina on Tuesday, Buhari noted that Tinubu's political pedigree from the 90s, active role in party politics, being elected senator and later governor of Lagos State, and diligent involvement in the structure of leadership at the executive and legislative levels for many years will serve as an asset for good and effective governance. President Tinubu said he also believes Asiwaju's warmth, friendliness, and generosity have set the pace for a network of friends, home and abroad, that will shape his presidency with the requisite expertise to guide the economy and consolidate the investments of past leaders, particularly in people-first development and infrastructure. The president, however, joined members of the president-elect's family, especially his wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, business partners and political associates, in celebrating the remarkable age heralded by many years of experience and achievement in the private and public sector, which prepared him for the historic win on February the 25th, 2023. The president ended his message by praying for the well-being of Tinubu and his family. So there it is right there. So you have to read between the lines. If we know anything about Buhari for the 8 years that we have interacted with him in the most recent times, what we do know is that he doesn't say much, but whenever he does speak, he speaks to a space that he feels has been settled. The only anomaly was, of course, that Naira swap thing. But often when it comes out in public, is to speak to a space that he feels has been settled. And often instances, that space goes in the direction that he has said. So what Buhari is signaling to you is that this electoral cycle has come to its natural end. So the next electoral cycle that Nigeria will experience will be in 2027. So this essentially is a fait accompli message. One wishes to Tinubu, of course, which he need not do, is not anything of any significance. Who doesn't have a birthday? Who cares about Tinubu's birthday? But he's using that window to signal to the space that this election is fait accompli. It is a closed matter, as they say. A closed matter. So let me bring up the next one and share the screen with you as well. So we'll be doing this as we carry on. So let's share the screen for the next readout. Let's do this one. So here it is. Ortom begs for forgiveness, withdraws case from tribunal. Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom on Tuesday appealed to those he may have offended in the course of his service as governor of the state to forgive him. This is as he had declared his intention to withdraw the case he instituted at the Election Petition Tribunal, where he was challenging the victory of the senator-elect of Benue Northwest Senatorial District, titled ZAM, in the February 25th presidential and National Assembly elections. Recall that the senatorial aspiration of Governor Ortom was dashed following his colossal defeat in the February 25th election when he lost to his former aide, Titus Zam. The governor, whilst reacting to his loss, then had argued that he was going to challenge the outcome of the election in court as he hinged his decision to what he described as a non-transmission of results. So that non-transmission of results seems to be the go-to of the petitions in this particular electoral cycle. Contrary to that, whilst addressing journalists on Tuesday after meeting with stakeholders from his constituency and members of his campaign council at Government House in Makurdi, Ortom said he had decided to withdraw his case at the tribunal. Though there was glaring evidence of malpractices, including non-transmission of results electronically during the conduct of the Benue Northwest senatorial election, I have taken the decision to withdraw my case from the tribunal. He added that the decision to withdraw his case from the court was in the interest of peace and without prejudice to the suit filed by other candidates of his party, the PDP. So I wonder how this impacts on the presidential petition. And by the way, another storyline which I should have brought to you, but I have not brought to you. I know a lot of you, of course, are aware now that a new now acting chairman has been appointed by the PDP. So how does that even impact on their petition at the tribunal? I'm still reflecting on that. He added that the decision to withdraw his case from the court was in the interest of peace and without prejudice to the suits filed by other candidates of his party, the PDP. As a leader of the PDP, I will continue to support the party in collaboration with other leaders to enable it bounce back from the mistakes and drawbacks that are affecting it at the moment. The governor, however, assured the people of the state that he will continue to provide selfless service in all sectors of development till the end of his tenure on May the 29th, 2023. He, however, made a passionate plea for those I might have offended in this journey of serving the state and our country. I seek their forgiveness, as I also forgave those who have offended me. So I'm not quite sure what is going on there, but I think this may well permutate towards the presidential space, because there's absolutely no reason why he will withdraw his case. It's only after a senatorial seat which has already been won and lost. So it should just let the case run all the way, just to Charles's hand. But if he's now felt the need to withdraw that case, that is to say, then he's sacrificing for a wider space, maybe a bigger win. So what wider space or bigger win, we'll find out in the course of. So the wider space and bigger win, we'll find out in the course of. So let's go on to the next. And let's have a. So this is now the Afenifere space taking on Iwuanyanwu and his wayward words. So there he is, the stand accused. So there he is, the stand accused. Afenifere fumes, speaks on Yoruba political rascals comment by Iwuanyanwu. Afenifere, a social-cultural organization of the Yoruba people of Nigeria, has described as divisive a statement by the chairman of the Ohaneze Indigo Council of Elders, Emmanuel Iwuanyanwu, describing Yorubas as political rascals. In a short video clip that has since gone viral, Mr. Iwuanyanwu, while speaking in Awka, Anambra State capital, at a forum to mark the first anniversary of the administration of the state governor, Charles Soludo, had angrily reacted to the reported clashes between the Yorubas and Igbos in Lagos during the 18th of March governorship election in the state. The elder statesman had condemned the reported violence and informed the gathering of the efforts made by the Igbo Apex organization to address it, even as he warned the Yorubas against further provocation. But in a statement issued on Sunday and signed by its national organizing secretary, Kole Omololu, Afenifere fumed at Mr. Iwuanyanwu's statement, whilst appealing to Nigerians and particularly Yorubas to eschew violence and embrace people of all races, cultures, and backgrounds. Meanwhile, earlier on Sunday, the leadership of Afenifere's counterpart in Igbo land, Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide, denied that Mr. Iwuanyanwu referred to Yorubas as political rascals in a statement, describing the report as lies from the pit of hell. So lies from the pit of hell. It's just Iwuanyanwu's misfortune that these things were actually captured in audio visual. So it's not a matter of, it was reported to have said, it was caught on camera saying these things, and it was broadcast nationwide. So there is no equivocation, there is no realigning of the words. He did say them. Meanwhile, earlier on Sunday, the leadership of Afenifere's counterpart in Igbo land, Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide, denied that Mr. Iwuanyanwu referred to Yorubas as political rascals in his statement, describing the report as a lie from the pit of hell. Iwuanyanwu's statement. As a statesman, Mr. Iwuanyanwu was, okay, I think we've actually come across this statement, so let's skip that. So let's go to Afenifere's statement instead. It says, Afenifere kicks. In his statement titled, Read the Divisive Oka Comment by Chief, they still accord him the respect of his title by Chief Emmanuel Iwuanyanwu. Afenifere said it had been inundated with complaints by several Yoruba sons and daughters from all over the world regarding the comment made by the chairman of the Ohaneze Indigo Council of Elders, Chief Emmanuel Iwuanyanwu. The statement reads in part, we have since reviewed the video recording of the event, and our leadership will be reaching out to the leadership of Ohaneze Indigo to seek clarification on why Chief Iwuanyanwu made the comment and whether his view is a reflection of what Ohaneze Indigo indeed think of the Yorubas. So this thing is ratcheting up into an ethnic chasm. And this is how it usually happens. You know, because Afenifere, they're somewhat on the spot as well. You have to understand that. Afenifere, they're somewhat on the spot as well. And why do I say this? Anyway, you all know why I'm saying it. In just the recently concluded elections, they backed a Southeasterner over their own son, a Southwesterner in play with a real chance, and they banked a close outsider, close in terms of his tilt towards the presidency, which is they backed Peter Obi essentially over Tinubu. So they are already on the spotlight of criticism within Yoruba land for that. So now, off the back of them now backing Peter Obi over Tinubu, by way of thank you for doing that, for sacrificing your son for ours, Ohaneze Indigo, via their lead person, are now calling their own, that is their Afenifere's own people, as political rascals. So they are now on the spot, and they have to take. In fact, the language of this thing that I'm reading is probably too diplomatic for some. For some persons within the Yoruba space, because they would have wanted a bit more punch in the language. Let me take it from the top again. The statement reads in part, we have since reviewed the video recording of the event, and our leadership will be reaching out to. So what's the meaning of what people were looking for is that we condemn without equivocation and in totality these rather disappointing words from somebody erstwhile. So that sort of language, not we are reaching out. The statement reads in part, we have since reviewed the video recording of the event, and our leadership will be reaching out to the leadership of Ohaneze Indigo to seek clarification on why Chief Iwuanyanwu made the comment and whether his views is a reflection of what Ohaneze Indigo indeed think of the Yoruba. We hereby call on Ohaneze, so we're getting to the language that the space would want to hear from Afenifere. We hereby call on Ohaneze to warn the chief not to insult the Yorubas. We are a proud nation. We are a hospitable race. All this should not be interpreted to mean weakness. In fact, it is a sign of being civilized. Enough of the provocation. So the sort of language, I guess then the opening preamble, there's no something as opening preamble, because a preamble is an opening, so that's tautology right there. But the preamble really is to land on the punch. So the preamble of the preamble of niceties was to land on the punch. Pardon me. So the preamble of the niceties was to land on the punch. We hereby call on Ohaneze to warn the chief. I wonder if they would have dropped that chief and just say to warn Iwuanyanwu, because they have no regard for your elders, so why should they have regard for theirs? We hereby call on Ohaneze to warn the chief not to insult the Yoruba. We are a proud nation. We are a hospitable race. All this should not be interpreted to mean weakness. In fact, it is a sign of being civilized. Enough of the provocation. The statement further noted that in line with the racist ethos of good upbringing, it urged Yorubas and indeed all Nigerians to remain calm and continue to show love to their Igbo counterparts and members of other ethnic nationalities. It noted that the Yorubas have a long history of association and partnership with Igbo counterparts, and that diversity is one of Nigeria's strengths in the Committee of Nations, and we should not allow politics, religion, ethnicity, or anything else to divide us. So yes, that is really where we should land, because after the elections, it should really be, and this is where this platform is tilting towards as well, because the elections has now been won and lost. So the platform now is tilting in the direction of bringing together. So to bring the nation together is certainly some of the languages we're going to be adopting here. So to bring our Southeasterners and Northern cousins back into the fold. It noted that the Yorubas have a long history of association and partnership with Igbo counterparts, and that diversity is one of Nigeria's strengths in the Committee of Nations, and we should not allow politics, religion, ethnicity, or anything else to divide us. We urge all Yorubas to continue to relate well with all other ethnic groups in Nigeria and abroad. And by the way, adding that and abroad now is now a necessity of the lived reality of the Nigerian space, because Nigerians carry Nigeria from Nigeria to abroad and back again. All the battles that you are battling in Nigeria and all the hooplas and the brouhahas, you take it to London, Paris, New York, and continue with your tribal backward ways. We urge all Yorubas to continue to relate well with other ethnic groups in Nigeria and abroad. Our common humanity is more important than the divisive antics and careless remarks of any individual or group. So another dig there, they couldn't resist another dig then at the rotund elder from the East. The Yorubas are known worldwide as promoters of peace, unity, and orderliness. We should hold on strongly to those virtues in the interest of peace, progress, and prosperity in Nigeria and the world, the statement added. So, and the world that statement rounds off, it's not just a template sign off of a statement in Nigeria and the world. You see, the Southwestern space, they have a globalist, always have done, and that is manifest in the way they are. They have a globalist outlook because the Southwest space sees beyond the Nigerian shores, and they really see the Nigerian experience. This is why the agitation for breakup of Nigeria is never that fervent. Yeah, you say Sunday Igboho is just some Agbero guy that's chancing a moment. So the agitation for the breakup of Nigeria is never that fervent in the Southwest, because the Southwest sees Nigeria as a vehicle to harness a black space globally and impact on the world. So the Southwest, more than probably anybody else on this planet, they know the opportunity that is Nigeria. And if that voice is refined and perfected, the impact is global, because then that is the black voice. So when they are signing off, it says that we should hold on strongly to all those virtues in the interest of peace, progress, prosperity in Nigeria and the world. So that is an ideological view. That is an ideological thrust. So that is not just an easy template sign off of a statement. No, that is a philosophical ideological thrust. So I'm sure a lot of you understand that. So let's go on to the next one. I'll share the screen for this one as well. So this one now speaks to, after saying all of those niceties about the Southwesterners. So now let's now see somebody, there's always an outlier that disproves the theory. And the outlier that disproves the Southwestern theory, of course, the white powder sniffer from wherever he's from. It tells us he has Fulani blood in him once upon a time, so maybe that's just what is kicking in. Your envoy is ignorant and a priceless fool. Recall him, your envoy is ignorant and a priceless fool. Recall him from Nigeria before he makes any more embarrassing blunders. Fani-Kayode to the United Kingdom. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council's director, and by the way, it's quite a real thing. All these what should be senior functionaries of the APC space. They are so unguarded in their words. So we saw it with what's his name, the spokesperson for the PCC, Bayo Ononuga, and the same sort of language we see from Fani-Kayode as well. Haven't now just read that eulogy from Afenifere to describe Yorubas as civilized people. So the outlier that disproves the theory. So there's always an outlier. Your envoy is ignorant and a priceless fool. Recall him from Nigeria before he makes any more embarrassing blunders. So Fani-Kayode there, as we know him. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council's Director of New Media, Fani-Kayode, has called on the British government to recall its Deputy High Commissioner, Benedict Llewellyn-Jones, from Nigeria. Fani-Kayode on Tuesday described the British envoy as a bullish, uncouth, dangerously incompetent, and painfully inconsiderate. According to the APC chieftain, Llewellyn-Jones is like a bull in a china shop. The former aviation minister earlier warned the Deputy High Commissioner of the United Kingdom to Nigeria, saying he should remain a silent observer and keep off from Nigeria's politics. So yes, stepping outside of this this little skirmish that Fani-Kayode thinks is having with the British space, by the way, that wider point of this so-called envoys poke-nosing too frontally into the affairs of the localized African spaces that they've been sent to. Nobody wants to see the ambassador for XYZ on the telly running his or her mouth off on Nigerian politics. No, you are not there to observe us or to civilize us. You are there to facilitate a smooth interaction between your nation and Nigeria. So I think that's the wider point, not to back Fani-Kayode in anything. The former aviation minister earlier warned the Deputy High Commissioner of the United Kingdom to Nigeria, saying he should remain a silent observer and keep off Nigeria's politics. On Monday, Fani-Kayode described Llewellyn-Jones as a mischievous, misguided, unlettered, and little Englander. So I'm not sure that little Englander, that betrays then a lack of understanding of the British landscape, because Llewellyn-Jones, just by that name, you already know he's Welsh. He's not from England, he's Welsh. And of course, not everybody from the UK are from England. They are Scotland, Northern Ireland, etc. So Llewellyn-Jones is a Welsh name. On Monday, Fani-Kayode described Llewellyn-Jones as a mischievous, misguided, unlettered, and a little Englander. So a little Englander is a colloquialism for a white supremacist, so like an English version of, it's already embedded in the name anyway. So on Monday, Fani-Kayode described Llewellyn-Jones as a mischievous, unguided, unlettered, and little Englander who is representing a country that has committed the highest atrocities across the world and is trying to impose same-sex marriages on Nigeria. So this guy, they say he's off drugs, but I remain to be convinced. Fani-Kayode, the former aviation minister, was reacting to Llewellyn Jones' statement on Sunday where he faulted him for his recent comments considered to be inciting. So I don't think that the British, whatever it is, should be running those sort of commentaries. Not to back anything, Fani-Kayode, who's just a loud gutter snipe, but Fani-Kayode had in one of his tweets said that the greatest lesson of the 2023 presidential election is that God will never allow a practicing sodomite and his repugnant retinue of perverts, pimps, fraudsters, court jesters, degenerate monkey slaves, and malefactors to lead Nigeria. So I wonder if you can guess who those words are pointed in the direction of. Only Fani-Kayode, of course, uses, and by the way, it's a curiosity how a lot of Fani-Kayode's put downs, a lot of his put downs are always wrapped around sexuality. I wonder if he's contending with something, because if you want to put down your political opponent, the first thought is not to go to some sexual preference innuendos. You dig at them for corruption, lack of capacity, etc. But he always seems to have this undertone of some sexual ambiguity amongst his political opponents. So I wonder if that speaks to who he is more than anything else. Fani-Kayode had in one of his tweets said that the greatest lesson of the 2023 presidential election is that God will never allow a practicing Sodom, and of course, if you've not guessed already, of course, he's referencing article. So yes, Fani-Kayode had in one of his tweets said that the greatest lesson of the 2023 presidential election is that God will never allow a practicing sodomite and his repugnant retinue of perverts, pimps, fraudsters, court jesters, degenerate monkeys, slaves, and malefactors to lead Nigeria. So there it is. There it is. And this is the director of media, something or the other. Unbelievable. Brace yourself for what is to come from Tinubu. It's going to be we did say in jest that we might well have like an Owambe Agbero sort of a presidency, and the opening salvo certainly indicating in that direction. On Sunday, the British envoy said, yes, let's be on Sunday, the British envoy said, yes, let's be specific. There were some people like Femi Fani-Kayode. What is he saying and why is he saying it? I don't understand. So I'm not sure. This is the deputy British envoy taking on frontally. He's not even making like a generalized criticism of the language of politics. He's making specific response. Is making a specific response to an actor in the Nigerian political field, as though he was a combatant in that space as well. It certainly should be recalled. It's not. Maybe he's not gotten the memo. Nigeria is no longer a British colonial, Mr. Welshman. I know your country is forever in servitude to England, but Nigeria is no longer a British colony. You know, and by the way, let me just hold on. I don't know if I want to say this, but okay, let me just say it. You know, I told you that Llewellyn Jones is a Welsh name, and the Welsh are there are two things that the Welsh are noted for. There's a particular leaf, I can't quite recall it, which is on their flag, and sheeps. And they put down for a Welsh person is that they have some sort of like unorthodox relationship with their sheep, if you understand what I mean. The sort of relationship that a Fulani man has with his cow. You know, when a woman is not around, the sheep is around. They call them sheep shaggers. So I think that might well have had, on Sunday, the British envoy said, Yes, let's be specific. There were some people like Fani-Kayode. What is he saying and why is he saying it? I don't understand. It is wrong from my perspective that he will speak on behalf of a party and that party does not distance itself from him and say, stop doing that. It is wrong to say that. To me, it is really important. People who have said, I am part of a party's press and media campaign. Let me reread that. To me, it is really important. People who have said, I am part of a party's press and media campaign. Well, the party itself should say, no, you are not, and you should stop, and we do not agree. I know that some leaders very clearly said we are about unity, and that is good. I encourage that. However, on Tuesday, Fani-Kayode in another statement said the British government should withdraw the envoy from Nigeria for interfering in our internal affairs and attempting to involve himself in our politics. He's not even attempting to involve himself in our politics. I think it's thrown himself in, both feet in. The APC chieftain further said he is better suited to work as an air host/hostess. So this is Fani-Kayode again. No, he is better suited to work as an air host/hostess, which is that sexual ambiguity language that he uses again. How does a man work as a air hostess? Except, of course, it's of the Bobrisky leaning. So it's just the sexual innuendos that he uses in a lot of his inferences. The APC chieftain further said, he is better suited to work as an air host/hostess on British Airways, serving drinks and food to the passengers in the economy class of the long-haul Lagos-New York transatlantic route than working for the British High Commission in Nigeria. It is a sign of great disrespect to our country that a so-called diplomat that is shallow, dim-witted, intellectually stunted partisan, unprofessional, partial, arrogant, forward disrespectful, and limited in his knowledge base as this can be sent here. So that's just Fani-Kayode. It just goes on and on. So I think I'll abandon it there. Maybe we'll revisit it again because it goes on, as you can see, for endless paragraphs, and of course, foul-mouthed language from Fani-Kayode, as ever is the case. So foul-mouthed language from Fani-Kayode, as ever is the case, but a man equally foul, if not worse. A man equally foul, if not worse. Ladies and gentlemen, the cross-dresser, we are still in that sexual innuendo, the cross-dresser from Finland. Nnamdi Kanu's self-proclaimed disciple, Simon Ekpa, declares sit at home in Lagos. Why don't you go and declare it in Kano now if you feel so emboldened? Simon Ekpa, the self-proclaimed disciple of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has asked indigents of the southeast Nigeria who are resident in Lagos to observe a sit-at-home exercise over an alleged attack on them. Ekpa rose to prominence in July 2021 after he was announced as the lead broadcaster of Radio Biafra. Shortly after his appointment, IPOB announced his disengagement because of his refusal to sign the rules of engagement in the operations of the radio station. However, the Finland-based Nigerian has repeatedly pledged allegiance to Kanu and support for Biafra agitation, despite leading a faction of IPOB called Autopilot. I hope this is not it's not long-winded. Okay. Right. However, the Finland-based Nigerian has repeatedly pledged allegiance to Kanu and support for Biafra agitation, despite leading a faction of the IPOB called Autopilot. He was recently arrested and released in Finland. According to Ekpa, in a tweet on Tuesday, the sit-at-home exercise is targeted at crippling the economy of... How can the sit-at-home by the Alaba market cripple the economy of Lagos? It's unbelievable. And anyway, this is it. So this is where we. Sometimes you just have to scratch your head. You just have to scratch your head and move on. It just according to how can the I can sit at home by the spare parts dealers in Alaba market cripple the economy. I don't get it. According to Ekpa, in a tweet on Tuesday, the sit-at-home exercise is targeted at crippling the economy of Lagos State government, not even Lagos State alone, Lagos State government. He said, we just watched another Igbo Biafra market in Lagos being burnt down in Balogun, Lagos today. And I am very sad, since after the election, Igbo Biafrans in Lagos and their businesses have been attacked. And like I have said earlier, we can't sit back and watch. So I think he's latching on to that space that Iwuanyanwu opened up. Because whatever is said after, the dog whistle has been sent. So however Iwuanyanwu tries to walk back his statement, the dog whistle, the signal has already been sent. And you can see it being picked up here by the funny looking guy by the guy in Finland. Let me not do. Yeah, so we can see it being picked up, the signal being sent by Iwuanyanwu. We can see it being picked up now by Simon Ekpa. He said, I have just watched another Igbo Biafra market in Lagos being burnt down in Balogun, Lagos today, and I am very sad. Since after the election, Igbo Biafrans in Lagos and their businesses has been attacked. And like I have said earlier, we can't sit back and watch. As Biafrans in Lagos willing to get ready to return home with their businesses. To this end, we will activate sit at home for all Biafrans in Lagos. So there it is. Yes. Actually, let me take the two paragraphs again. According to Ekpa, in a tweet on Tuesday, the sit-at-home exercise is targeted, because I just want to see if I misread it. According to Ekpa, in a tweet on Tuesday, the sit-at-home exercise is targeted at crippling the economy of Lagos State government. He said, I've just watched another Igbo Biafra market in Lagos being burnt down in Balogun, Lagos, and I'm very sad. Since after the election, Igbo Biafrans in Lagos and their businesses has been attacked. And like I said earlier, we can't sit back and watch. As Biafrans in Lagos, willing to get ready to return home with their businesses, to this end, we will activate sit at home for all Biafrans in Lagos. This sit at home is targeted at crippling the economy of the Lagos State government, whose body language has suggested to be directly responsible for the attack against Igbos. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure first if there are attacks going on against the Southeasterners in Lagos or not. I've not seen anything coming through in the news cycle to say that that is going on. But if that was going on, is it then the link towards the commentaries that we saw from MC Oluomo, who very famously known for his close association with the Lagos State space, especially the Lagos State governance. So is that where Simon Ekpa is wrapping this narrative around? This sit-at-home is targeted at crippling the economy of Lagos State government, whose body language has suggested to be directly responsible for the attacks against Igbos. I therefore call on all Igbo market leaders in Lagos that we are ready to provide securities for all Igbo markets in Lagos, pending when the businesses will be moved to Eastern region. We will fortify all your markets against attacks. The underground work will start immediately. ESN. This sit at home, when activated, is applicable to every Biafran doing business in Lagos, both shop owners, commercial bus drivers, etc. So that there it is. Sit at home from Simon Ekpa. So we're back there again. So let me just give you this last one, and then we come into the room, see if there's anybody there to take it on. It says, Okay, let me share the screen as well. Let me share there's still a couple spaces left on the screen. So if you want to come and join us, you can do that. Let me pop up the people that are present. Gideon will see you. Thomas looking sharp with his phone. Beware of spinners, otherwise known as rational mind. Adanle Coco present, and Rosie making up the space so far. So as I said, if you want to pop on, then pop on. So let me share this last screen now. So it says, your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. Woman tells women. It says, realistically, your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. Your mom is a guest. That is the truth. Even a fashion model has urged her fellow married women to understand that their husband's mother has more rights in their home than their biological mother. Atie Ngozi wrote, realistically, your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. Your mom is a guest. This is the truth. Even though una no go agree, but Ogbaso Rom or something, whatever, then this, I think that's a slang. She added, understanding boundaries means understanding that there are things your husband's mother will get away with in her son's house that your mother can't get away with. Yes, so that's what she's presenting. So I wonder how many people concur with that. So there's that. So there is that. So let's kick it off. Yes, let's kick it off with Rational Mind, if it's ready to go. Rational Mind, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I hope I hope the laptop is not
no funky business today.
Well, I hope so, because it's the same laptop I'm using. I don't know.
All right, brilliant. You sound relaxed and whatever. Are you not out on a hustle?
No, I'm just here trying to get in some study in. Yeah.
I thought you sat your exams and you told us you done well.
Oh well, I mean, lots of certifications that I need to, put in place. Yeah, it's not just one exam. It's a lot.
All right, brilliant. Good luck with that. Tinubu, okay, actually, let me kick you off with the Fani-Kayode space. So, I mean, you know his language. I abandoned when I thought we'd had enough of a compliment. But if I had continued, it would have all been in the same vein, launching all manners of abuse against his political opponent. So, do you think the British Deputy High Commissioner in Nigeria should have been so frontal in his attack against Fani-Kayode? So the tweet that offends him, Fani-Kayode in one of his tweets said the greatest lesson of the 2023 presidential election is that God will never allow a practicing sodomite and his repugnant retinue of perverts, pimps. So it goes on in that vein. But do you think that the British High Commissioner or the Deputy British High Commissioner should have launched himself into that space?
Well, thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody, the audience and those in the comment section. You're all welcome. And for me, I would say, you see, in international relations, diplomacy, it's I don't know if people listen to this professor who was interviewed on, is it Rise or Channels today? The professor of international relations. And then they asked him that question on that line too. One thing about I mean, nation states no longer live in isolation anymore. That's what we're taught in international relations. Modern day international relations, we used to talk about globalization, so even state as retarded, I mean, as recluse rather, as what's it called, North Korea. They can't just stay on their own. They need people like China. That's how they bypass so many UN sanction on them. They use China and some other friendly states to acquire things for themselves. So what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria needs to understand, the politicians in Nigeria needs to understand that when an envoy or a representative of a country is in a country, they're not just there just for diplomatic ties or whatever ties or economic ties. They're also there as they have a special interest. That is why at every election cycle, you see they send in EU delegations and they send in other delegations, African Union delegations, to come monitor the election. And they know that this election has consequences. And so if they know how important Nigeria is, how strategic Nigeria is. So if Nigeria should implode because of an election, like what we're seeing right now playing out, if Nigeria should go on a full-scale war, like or any kind of like ethnic cleansing, like the kind we saw in Rwanda, a lot of people will be refugees in other countries. Thereby, it will also create a lot of, just imagine 200 million people running helter-skelter from here and there to different countries around Africa. It's going to affect a lot of things. It's going to cause some kind of recession or even economic downturn in maybe in some African countries, and if not even globally. So they understand the implication. They understand how Nigerians, people like me now, I would now open my eye and say, I wouldn't want to bring my dad here. I want to bring my sisters, my brothers here. I want to bring them here. Whatever it takes, I would make them come down here and come live with me. So these are what some countries like America, they are afraid of. They don't want a sudden refugee and having to do a resettlement program and start using their resources that they should be using for their own people here, trying to, So these are the reason why they get scared. And their envoys, their envoy or their representative in that country, diplomats, they kind of meddle in the Nigerian politics. I'm just trying to give us a background understanding on that so that we understand where I'm coming from. If I do,
it's one thing to give a general advisory for the space to caution its rhetoric. So, there's such a thing as a diplomatic language. So it's one thing to have a general advisory for the space to caution its rhetoric, but I've never heard it before that a deputy high commissioner, which is the second most senior most person representing a country in another country, goes on to address frontally a senior politician of that space going back and forth with his political opponents. Is he claiming that he's now an articulate or an obedient by that statement? This Welshman.
Yeah, one man. You see, I don't have the whole picture of what happened, but I think how the whole thing began was when the envoy and some other embassies in Nigeria, even like the United States, they said there are some people that are on the watch list. There are some politicians who are stoking these ambers of ethnic bigotry and all of that, xenophobia and all of that. So, and they are watching because this is how it all began. And I keep saying it on this your platform and other platforms that, look, we need to stop this so that we don't become a tool in the hands of these politicians by promoting their lies and falsehood and whatever agenda they might have. I think that was what the guy said. I think that was the genesis of the whole thing. When he said there are some, there are some politicians that are on the watch list. I don't know, maybe, like this guy usually say, I'm short fuse. Kayode used to say, Kayode would say, I'm short. No, I'm not talking about Kayode as in Thomas here. But it's Kayode. Kayode. So, so the point I'm trying to make is that, he once said he's short fuse. When somebody said he's short fused, it tells you that the person gets score for head. And score, little thing triggers that score in his head. So I think.
Do you think it's gotten over it? Because he went for treatment for drug addiction in Ghana a while ago, if you recall.
No. I mean, when he was younger, there's another person I know, a pastor that I know, one of the Adefarati, this Adefarati that has. I think is that brother? I think it's Yemi. That one, his name is Yemi Adefarati. Him too is just like Kayode. They're all Londoners. I think they have British or American citizenship. One of those early families that were so rich, socialized in Nigeria back then in the 60s, 70s. So yeah, himself too had a rehab. He went for a rehab in Ghana. I think where Fani-Kayode too went there for rehab. For drug addiction and all of that. So he said, because I used to be very close to, should I say very close? I used to be somebody who had conversation with Yemi Adefarati years and years ago. So the point I'm trying to make is that they know themselves. They've gone for rehab. They abused substance, they abused drugs, cocaine, and all of that. So Fani-Kayode has that record of going through rehab in Ghana. So having said that, you can tell the kind of person you're dealing with. I mean, this Fani-Kayode, you know, he has once attacked me on Naira Land before.
You?
Yeah, once.
Right.
I don't know.
You don't date this business for a long time. Eh?
Well,
what did you do to it?
During that election of that was around the 2015 election, when he was spokesperson for PDP, right?
Yes.
And there was some comment I made online against him, and then on Naira Land, he used to come on Naira Land. You come, at least as far as I know, I want to believe he's the same Kayode because he goes by the name Fani-Kayode and Naira Land. And then he was just insulting me, and he was but let's just leave all of that. So I know Fani-Kayode to be, this kind of person because I challenged his view on certain things then, and then it just went off tangent, and then started insulting my wife and all of that. I was like, this guys, you're something else. So anyway, for my point is that, you see, Fani-Kayode, we know him. But my point is that this guy, the diplomat we're talking about here in question, the consular officer or consul, I think he's just about saying, I think the genesis from what I understand is, they said some politicians are on the watch list. Mind you, the other day you were asking a question about this guy, Professor Patti told me. I said, look, he's still compiling lists. And I think a few days ago, I saw a clip online where he was saying that the US government and some other government have asked him to start compiling lists on people who are spewing bigotry within the Nigerian space and using internet to do that, all that. So we want to be
but sorry, just not to divert you from your thoughts, but do you believe that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe
you know why I'm asking? He's an actor in the field, so why would the U.S. government tell a senior, a person that is an actor in that field to be compiling lists?
Maybe it was commissioned directly, or maybe through some NGOs. They were asking.
No, it's a lie. He made it up.
It could be a lie. It could be a lie. But that's what I think I read, or I read on the headline. But I watched the video, but I can't remember if I hear him say something. But I know he said something about compiling lists and all of that. So the point I'm trying to make is that Fani-Kayode, like we're saying, is I don't think anything. I don't know how the back and forth now starts escalating to what you just read, whereby they started. Saying I think he should have stopped at where he said, well, we are some politicians on the watch list, and we should they should be careful so that they don't get beat. I don't think I think Fani-Kayode has British citizenship. Yeah, I think he's a British. He has. I don't know if they can that could they could strip him of that. I don't know what your law says in the United Kingdom. But
if it's naturalized, then it might well. But if it's by birth, then a bit more difficult.
I think it was by birth. I think he was born in the. I don't know about the fact, but I think I used to hear that story that it was. I think he went to a school. Is it Oxford or what school?
Yeah, he went to Oxford. It was in Oxford with Bianca. He used to date Bianca.
I know. He said that now. He used to.
Yes. He said I breezed through her. The man, that guy.
Look at Thomas is chuckling. Thomas is chuckling when he hear me say he was.
Well, I want to carry
on. So what I'm trying to say is that you see, I don't know how it all escalated to this whole back and forth that you read, whereby he had to start telling the guy that you're a faggot or whatever he was calling him, and all of that. So, but then for me, I think the guy has not overstepped his bound by saying that politicians have to be brought to account for their participation, their role in this whole seeming ethnic genocide at the same time to be looming the horizon in Nigeria with Lagos. And we're seeing how that is escalating to the point that some people's business have been circled. You can say, oh, Balogun market is not only for Igbos. Well, but what's this pattern all about of this burning of people's shop and all of that, especially these people from the southeast, their area where they are always into is business, and you're going there, you're touching all these places. So it's kind of sad. I think I don't know how Fani-Kayode just. This is the same guy we saw some years ago when we were on other lockdown, and we had when Nnamdi Kanu was still on the loose, and we saw him how he was a party with Nnamdi Kanu. It seems like was championing the cause of the Biafra, and then that guy is a two-faced. His
loyalty is to the dollar.
That guy is a snake.
Good evening. Do you remember he met with Sunday Igboho and the next month he came up?
Yeah. Yeah. And then he was with even Nnamdi Kanu too. I think he met with Nnamdi Kanu too. So I was like, suddenly now you were just, I just don't know. You see, one man, let me say this. Let me now go off tangent now because you know him very well. I will now have to go. I'll bring in Tinubu into this matter now. So see, the thing is this: nobody that would associate with that party called APC. I mean, we know the CPC branch of it. I don't know much about the antecedent. I just until when they merged with APC, that was when I started to know, read up a little bit of CPC. But APC, when they were ACN, we've seen that pattern with them in Lagos. How they use religion, they use this ethnic tension just to promote whatever, just to get themselves in office. But then I don't know why is this necessary? Why is it? Like, we know how it plays out for them. We see how it plays out in this last election, especially the governorship election. How some people were prevented from voting and all of that. So I think there should be time. It's time whereby people need to be punished, because it's the reason because people get away with things. In fact, for me, any president that comes in, I would advise him to start building a lot of prisons and jails. They should build a lot of jails, because you see, in the justice system, for what I understand, if you
is it prison we need, or national reorientation? Do we need?
We need all of that. We need all of that. But in the interim, because if you want to start reorient people, you need to make them understand that there's consequence for their actions or whatever they do. Let them build more prisons and start putting people, locking people up, punishing them. I'm not saying they should execute them, but just lock them up. That way, you know that you're setting the pattern, you're sending a message to the rest of the people that look, you people also act like this, you will land up there. But in the meanwhile, now you have to get reorientated now. Yeah, we can do that. But if you allow people to just get away with things like this, then what is the guarantee that people will repeat it again? I'm not saying that even when you send people to prison, doesn't mean they will not repeat, they will not become someone that offend. I've forgotten the English word I'm trying to use. So they won't repeat the same offense or
reoffender.
Yeah, reoffenders or something like that. Yeah. So my point is that people need to be held accountable for their actions. And with Tinubu, I don't see that happening. Don't get me wrong. I don't see that happening ever. Because, like I said, I don't want to start going off on Tinubu.
All right. All right. Don't go on Tinubu just here, but go to Simon Ekpa instead, who has invited a sit-at-home in Lagos. So, and is invited that then so that they can cripple the Lagos economy. So I'm not quite sure how a sit-at-home by Alaba Market cripples the Lagos economy, but really the wider space of him making that invitation. So this is it, and there are echoes. Pardon me, and there are echoes of Lagos is no man's land in that commentary as well. And there are also echoes of that little clip that we saw of that guy saying we must take Lagos, we must seize it. So all of that wrapped into now this invitation by Simon Ekpa for his brethren from the southeast to embark on the sit-at-home and cripple Lagos. What are you making of that?
Yeah, Woman, can you just allow me? Just give me like 1 minute. Let me conclude myself on that.
Carry on. Yeah, no, just flow through. Carry on. Yeah.
So Fani-Kayode for me, that back and forth on Fani-Kayode and this guy, the envoy. Like I said, if what he said the first time that I heard was that politicians will be brought to account for whatever role they had to play, I don't think it's out of place. But you see, Fani-Kayode, like I know him. But I don't know what he said after that the envoy said after that triggered him to start. But then the thing is that Fani-Kayode, he has that, he's known to have that propensity, that how do you call it, that, I don't know why English is just, anyway, so he has that, tendency to, you know, to do all this kind of things. And like you brought out when you were talking about, you said he was like, he usually like to resort to some lewd language, so some kind of language that are more of sexual nature. Like asking, like, is this guy? I hope this guy not been watching. He has not been going on. Is it YouPorn or whatever they call it? Or is it
what do you mean? Is this YouPorn? You know where they go? You not go there. We all go there. Why are you pretending like you don't watch it?
I don't know, but I mean, it looks like it sounds like it to me, because this guy, the kind of language that you kind of hear is like, it looks like those kind of porn language that you just hear when they use it. So anyway, so the point is Fani-Kayode, I think that guy. Omate, I mean, he would Omari Tite, because the same thing with most of the APC guys. But what I'm thinking is that with their master there, if he ever becomes the president, I doubt if they will be punished. But then the point I'm trying to say,
well, no, the window of punishment is under this administration now. So if Buhari doesn't punish them, why? Yeah.
So that's why these countries, they have to punish them in a way by refusing them visas. But I don't know if the UK can refuse him visa being a citizen. But I don't know what they can invoke in your law to strip him of that citizenship for his role. But if there's deemed that he has really, I mean, it's getting glaring that this guy is culpable of some crime, because the way this guy is going off, speaking about this other tribe and all of that, for me, it's because it's not becoming of a real politician. Some politicians, I don't know what he's seeking to get from Tinubu that is making him putting his reputation in. We know he doesn't have any reputation.
No, it's a calling card for a portfolio now. It's a calling card for a portfolio.
No, what I think he's doing is just so that they will not prosecute him again. EFCC will not prosecute him again. That's what I think, because he has a case with EFCC. So that case, I don't know how he has been bouncing that case around so that they won't prosecute him. So with Tinubu there now, I mean, all of them that are having case with EFCC, that are dilly-dallying with Tinubu now, I forget it. Those cases will be quashed. Forget it. They will never see light of day. I mean, they will never see light day or whatever they call it. So for me,
light of day.
Light of day, yeah. So for me, it's FFK needs to be sanctioned in some form by refusing him visa to some other country. So that way, other country, I mean, even UK should also be restricted. Most of the politicians, all their rules, whatever investigation they have on them, if they are found culpable, do not. I don't expect the Nigerian government to prosecute them, because obviously they're not doing that right now. But the only way I think these other countries, this is international law, international relations, we make people understand that you don't violate people and expect to walk free. So refuse them visa. MC Oluomo, refuse him visa to come into your country. I understand he has a green card to come to America. Refuse him. I mean, cancel his green card so that way he understands that you don't start ethnic tension in the country and expect to walk into other countries. So to that, the other question you asked me. You see, for me,
Simon Ekpa.
Simon Ekpa, for me, it's I just think that guy is just his utterances sometimes are just too ridiculous. Sometimes, like when you say you will bring ESN. I mean, like, this is not Southeast now. Lagos is not Southeast.
Is that they have underground cells in Lagos already?
They do. No, they must have. It's possible they have, because But the point is,
it said they are going to provide a ring of steel around Igbo businesses, a security ring of steel.
You see, those are language, those are flowery language or whatever language you like to use. Sometimes some of those IPOP zealots, I don't know. So I don't know. So anyway, for me, it's just I don't think. Well, do I think they need to be protected? Yeah, the Igbo businesses need to be protected. If the government cannot do it, because it is becoming glaring now that the Lagos State government doesn't care. I don't think they care, because why would you allow these markets be touched, be burnt down?
But rational mind, can I please come in, please, if you don't mind?
Okay, go on, please.
Is there any fact or proof that these markets were burned down from any tribe, be Yoruba, be Hausa, or any assailant from ABD? Why do I ask you that? I can name 6 markets that got burned last year. Balogun market, some part of Balogun market was burned. Idumota market was burned. I can count. I lost count sometimes. So this rhetoric is from people saying their shop were burned. Do they have any evidence to prove? Nothing. Nothing to show. They were just speculating. Market has been burning in Nigeria for ages. I know of 5 that was born last year. So at least let's remove this propaganda from the Southeast. I'm sorry, I have to mention names. No, market can be burned. Accidents happen. Continue, please. Thank you.
Well, you might say it's propaganda, but the thing is, the timing is what we're talking about. You have to look at the, I used to like to use the word pattern here. Like you said, it has been burning in time past, but then those times it burns. What were those times? Were there anything that has to do with this ethnic coloration we're seeing in this past election cycle? And we see all this thing happen, repeating itself within the space of this election, presidential election, after the governorship election, before governor. You see, so when you look at all this thing, you tend to like read meaning to it. Maybe they are related or not, I don't know, but I just speak to what I see there. And then
rational mind.
What's your mind?
Let's do something real quick.
Rational mind.
Can I come in?
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Let Michael come in, and then you after him, you enigmatic. Good to see you. I
have one question for you. Are you aware that Onitsha main market got burned this year? Immediately after the election.
Kano market, you said?
Onitsha main market.
Okay. Yeah, I think I heard about some.
Yeah, that was MC Oluomo now. That was MC Oluomo.
Come on.
It's MC Oluomo.
It's okay, one man. Let's live. So what's the point you're trying to bring up with the
No, I'm trying to tell you that market do get burned. So you don't need to attribute. If you don't have fat, you don't have fat.
My friend, listen. This is not if you don't have fact, you don't have fact. As a public commentator, I read events and I associate events with events. So you might not tell me that I don't have facts. It's up to you if you say I don't have facts. But what I'm saying is that I'm reading meaning to all of this. Why all this? Why are these things happening within the space about? 3 markets in Lagos got to get it burned with this election cycle, and we know what happened. Could it be that? Wow, this is interesting.
No, sorry, that was Michael. Carry on.
Could it be that these same people that are being colored are the one trying to stoke this amber of just to make Lagos State look bad? That they hate us, they don't want us progressing Lagos, so therefore we want to scatter everything. Could it be that the Igbos are even some of these Igbos are the one behind it? I cannot say.
No,
but the point is this.
What's your mind? What you said? If you go to BBC Igbo, what was said BBC Igbo? What was my say is the truth. Go to BBC Igbo. They have evidence.
Evidence of what?
What Thomas is saying. BBC
Igbo, which is what?
Lagos, where there's a fire in the house where people kept their goods. It just happened just a few hours ago, 13 hours ago. BBC Igbo. So what's my saying the truth?
Okay, carry on, rational mind.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, but then if you look at it, why would they want to burn down their business, their hard-earned money? That's what
and it could be an insurance job.
Well, I don't know if does insurance in Nigeria Nigeria insurance work to that kind of level whereby you have to get, even if it works, you know how much you will be paying and how much are they even selling that they have to pay that kind of insurance? I don't know. I don't think some of those people have insurance.
Rational mind.
Sorry. Let Enigmatic come in. I think Enigmatic wanted to insert something there. Enigmatic. Have we lost you, Enigmatic? Or I come in there, sorry.
If what you are saying is you are reading it just because it happened in Lagos, if you take that same strategy of yours, of your deducting, and you apply it to the Onitsha markets, does that same theory apply there too?
Well, you see, the other market that got burnt in where is that one? That one that this guy Road Vivo went to, Badibo went to. They said, according to the people, eyewitnesses that were there, if somebody got shot, the vigilante man that protects the market was killed. I mean, what was done that way. They just take him out. He was trying to prevent them. In fact, it's according to people that saw him when he was negotiating with these people. These people were Yoruba guys who come there speaking Yoruba, and it was because I think he said the guy himself is a Yoruba man, and he was trying to negotiate with them that please don't do this. These guys is their market. This is how they make their money. and they would not even listen to him. And when he was trying to prevent them, they just had to just snuff him out. So these were Yorubas, according to
Rational mind, please. 10 seconds. Hold on, please. Do you know that Tejo Market was born November last year? Is it Igbo that bought the Tejo shop?
Please, you guys stop. Will you guys please stop all this?
No. Your narrative is not acceptable. That's what I'm interjecting.
It's up to you. Thomas.
No, Tejo Market is the Yoruba market.
I mean,
hold on. Hang on, please. Tejo Market is popularly known as the Yoruba market. He was born November 4th.
It's not Yoruba market. You need to understand it. I know Tejo very well. Tejo has a lot of people.
The Igbos that born Tejo market.
I don't know. I don't have all the facts. We're talking about the one we're talking about recently. Hold on. We're only talking about the one that happened within this election cycle. I'm not here to paint anybody bad. Listen.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. That's exactly what you are doing.
If I'm here,
you are virtue signaling.
You guys are as well tell me to just keep quiet.
And you are selling it. You are selling a certain narrative. No. Let me finish. You are selling a certain narrative, and you know exactly who will buy it.
What is it?
That is what you are
the narrative
doing.
I'm selling.
Now you are pointed with other similar facts, and you are then saying that people are spinning it. No.
What fact? What is the fact?
What about the Tejo Osho market? If we play your narrative and turn it around, everybody will just be fighting. You are claiming that you don't want to put the narrative of fighting, but yet you are putting situations that are not true and are not factual, and you know. And you still
don't know.
All right, thank you, Solly. Rational mind. What you're hearing from Thomas and Solly is that you are picking selective incidents to paint a narrative, because Thomas just gave you examples of a Tejo market that was burnt. Somebody else gave you an instance of markets being burnt in the southeast, all within this electoral cycle. So, but you seem to be picking particular ones that fit with a specific narrative. So that's how you stand
that. Market did not get burnt in this election cycle.
In November is within this electoral cycle.
One man, I'm back now. If I can have.
I don't know of that, but I'm only speaking. Listen, I'm only speaking of what happened within this period. We've been hearing this ethnic.
There was a market burnt.
I need
to rule. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm talking about. Yeah. No, you have to take him out.
No, I didn't take him out. I just. Yeah.
Okay. We're just talking about this whole thing that is happening within this period where we've been saying this Igbo this, Igbo that in Lagos, Igbo must not vote and all of that, and trying to suppress them and all of that, trying to teach them a lesson. And some people will use that language. So the question is, why are all this thing happening at this period? Why? What's the connection with all of this? That's just what I'm saying here. And then people should stop trying to stifle my voice here. For the fact that
no, your voice is not being stifled. Your opinion is being challenged. Your opinion is being challenged. Yeah.
One man. Invariably, what you're telling me is to keep quiet, keep short, and stop saying all these things you're saying. You won't say that to me. I will say what I have to say. It's up to you.
Yeah, but can what you're saying be challenged though?
No, it can be challenged. It can.
Yeah, so that's what's going on.
But then where the word is, the whole challenging is going is. Keep short, man. Keep quiet.
No. Stick to facts is what they are saying to you. Stick to facts.
One man. Most of the things most of us say here is speculation. We don't have all the facts, even though those ones we read on the newspaper. You might find out that the next year somebody tells you that.
So are you speculating as well?
Hold on, Thomas. Yeah.
Somebody tells you here that one time Tinubu once tell you that I don't believe in Nigeria, and they tell you go and bring your facts. And you go and bring the tale of 1987 or what year was that? And you say, this is your fact. They say, well, the time started telling you that was it there? Was he really interviewed? Or did they hear him say it? When people start telling you all this. So most of the things we say here, one man, we don't have all the facts.
All right.
We only speculate on that.
So, all right.
That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, let Enigmatic come in and then round up that space, and then I'll take you to Afenifere. Enigmatic, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, one man, and good to see everyone. I wish everybody the best of luck today. Well, Moma, let me just say this. It is quite disgusting, quite disgustful, it's horrifying, it's gut-wrenching and gut-shunning at the same time. It's bugging and so loathly and so loathsome that you people will come here and basically restrict the mindset of a certain thing that happened within the nation to just a certain region. As I'm speaking to you, one man, I just got off the phone again. I have a friend whose mom's shop is affected, 5 of her shops in that place. She's from Ijebu, and she lost millions. She just came back from Switzerland less than 2 weeks ago. Thank God that the merchant has now actually arrived, over $9 million 2 weeks ago. So when people are coming to certain platform because of their mindset or because of politics, and they just want to make it an exclusive preserve of a certain region, being politically rascal as their Lord says it some few days ago, and they want to make it as a factual statement. It's quite unfortunate. But when we keep speaking up to that, people will say, oh, they are getting disrespected. I'm just telling you a personal experience that I have now with a friend there are so many people from Southwest that are affected in this inferno. It's quite unfortunate. You should be careful, one man, to allow merchants of perfidous, nation to come here and spin things because of politics. I have people who are connected, who are involved in this, and they lost millions already, and they are not Igbo people. People should be guided. I'm not going to say more than that. I'll just leave it.
All right. Anybody can say anything, but then, of course, like you just debunked with facts. So, we're a fact-led space, but so a very sensitive space, rational mind, because so many personal experiences and so many anecdotes, and often instances when people are speaking narratives about this space, a lot of people feel they don't take the totality of everything in that presentation. In fact, what people are saying is that you're being somewhat partisan in how you are presenting.
I have to go on off tangent here at the same time. You see, it is nauseating. It is gut-wrenching. It is. I look at it as the height of stupidity and foolishness. Some people will put somebody on a high pedestal and see him as infallible, see him as I just don't know what word. I'm trying to be very, very, very careful in my choice of word. That some people will just for some reason they believe that their Lord and personal Savior, in the person of Tinubu, is just what to just always go on other platforms and just defend him, even you don't even know him, you don't really know his antecedent. All you just do is you read about him in some books, and then with this same guy, with just so many questionable things around him, and then you just for that reason you always want to talk about this guy like it's just all and all. I'll just leave it at that. Because I'm speaking right now. Hold on, please. I want to say more than what I want to say, but I'll just leave it at that. Let me go back to what I was saying. If I'm saying what I'm saying, I say it because you asked the question, one man. You asked me about someone Ekpa, isn't it?
Yes.
That's happening in Lagos, right? And he was speaking that our people need to be protected. Their businesses need to be protected. Then I went and I tell you that if he's speaking that way, could it be has to do with what is going on in Lagos? Does he have that coloration? Does he have that?
No. He is speaking to what is going on in Lagos. Of course, that's the backdrop.
Somebody comes here and says,
no, leave that. No, let's not spiral into it. Let's keep it. Let's take it back to the politics.
But then when somebody says he wants to have an interjection, I thought maybe he just want to say something. But then when he's going off and trying to paint some people like, oh, you come here and you start talking this. I mean,
okay. Pack that to one side.
Well, question, one man. You asked me a question, right? And I'm answering your question based on what you asked me.
All right, no, leave it because it will spiral. It will spiral. Yeah, no, it will spiral out of control. But
I respect your opinion. I respect you. But some people just want to start. You see what I was saying? Some people just want you to shut up and not say anything. No, you will not. You not stifle my voice. If you have your Lord and personal Savior, you have to platform.
Okay, let your. All right, all right.
Do that to me.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. But let your voice not be stifled, but express it in the direction that that Simon Ekpa is speaking to. That that is inviting a sit at home one in Lagos, so which is overreaching his area of influence. So that's one. And then he's inviting that sit at home by this by the Alaba market traders that will cripple the Lagos economy. So to that, to both of that. But before you go there, let's have a few words from Alexander Gomez, who I suspect has come to caution the space. Alexander, good to see you, Alexander.
Yeah, hi. How are you, one man?
Good to have you.
And how's everybody on the platform? Look, yes, you are right. I came to chastise some people on this platform. And that starts from you, one man. You need to use words sometimes appropriately, and so that people won't take things personally, because we have to understand as a people, we are different in nature. And like I tell Ajali Koko all the time, we as Yoruba people, as Lagosians, Efe is our middle name. We do things in jest, and it's just part of our nature. Some cultures don't appreciate and accept that. So we need to be very careful in the way we come across when we use words, because words have great implications. Secondly, the rational mind and enigmatic. Enigmatic, you Latimo will play rational mind, and rational mind, you're Yoruba man. You speak this language, I'm sure, better than I do. So you can't react to everything that enigmatic says, even if he's not directing it to you. You can't be short-fused. You know, we have to. The politics is over now. Let's be as kind and as nice as we can with our words and our actions. It's getting a little bit. This is one of the reasons, apart from my work schedule, this is one of the reasons why I don't come on this platform anymore. One as much as I used to. One of the words that trigger me, it really triggers me, is that word slave. It triggers me. It triggers me because a lot of people are still going through the aftermath of slavery. So when people come on this platform to say silly things, like we don't even know whether it's a Yoruba man, let's check his DNA. Those kind of things are unacceptable. They're not nice. We shouldn't be saying things like that. Essentially, these are deep implications and are hurtful to some people to hear. So we need to be very careful. I said on this platform 6 months ago that if Peter Obi does not win, the country will burn, and that country would implode. It's just about to implode. We're getting there. We're getting to the crescendo. It will burn if Peter Obi does not get that mandate, and he's not going to get it, unfortunately. So we better start preparing for the aftermath of this 2023 elections, because people are upset. I went to one of my homes in Houston, and I was speaking to an elderly person who is my staff and from the Southeast. And he told me that his blood pressure rose to 200/170 because Peter Obi didn't win. People have invested emotionally in these elections, and we have to be very careful. The election is over. We have a president-elect. I know he's going to do a wonderful job. I'm only concerned about his Agbero tendencies. This thing that Fani-Kayode and this other guy are doing, I knew this was going to happen. You know, this Agbero thing, President Tinubu needs to stop being presidential, and he needs to start rebuking people who are making this stupid tribal comments. It's totally unacceptable. We want a country to prosper. It's not going to prosper the way it's going right now. So this is why I called in rational mind. Oh, le ma binu every time to buy the platform. And I know the last thing I'm going to say before I part. Solid. Rational mind. You're a Yoruba man. You're a Yoruba boy. Rational mind can be your father. You cannot be using words. You're a Yoruba man. You're not Dutch. Neither are you English. You're an Ekiti man. So give people their respect. You might not necessarily agree with what rational mind says, but he is entitled to his opinion. You can't be writing. I wrote something on the platform. You replied in a childish manner. I'm saying to myself, why would I even want to even address this? You can't do that. That's out of order. You need to check people the way they talk. It's getting to freedom of speech is getting to people are getting carried away with this freedom of expression, and it's making me extremely uncomfortable. So, Wama, this is why I call. Please, can you look into it and let's be kind and nice to one another, please.
Ekpa Alexander, Kuwagba, Shigon, appreciate your maturity. Yeah, so you see, for me, I try to avoid it. That's why sometimes if I have to speak here, I speak here, I speak. I avoid being confrontational with people as much as I can. But then you see some people when they trigger you and you keep quiet. I mean, some people here on this platform, they trigger me a lot of times. I just keep quiet, but I felt maybe my being quiet many times, maybe it's construed as maybe weakness, as maybe he can't lash back, he doesn't have the balls. So look, I'm not trying to say I have the balls, but the thing is, sometimes you need to give it to people sometimes to maybe put them in their position. That you don't go on and just run roughshod all over some people. You can do that to some people, but you can't do that to everybody. So yeah, that's why I just said. Besides that, I don't really go. If it's becoming too toxic for me, woman knows me. I would just.
Yeah, but you two, with due respect. Oh, we all have our reservations about Tinubu.
Ekpa Alexander, this is politics. Why Tinubu always come in the picture for me is that he is a major player in this election, and he has become according to INEC, he has become the president now, right? So.
And the voters, INEC and the voters, yeah.
Well, you can say that.
He is going to be your president.
We shall find out. The court shall decide that very soon. I know you.
You know nothing. You know nothing is going to happen. Come on, don't let's be body judge here. Even body judge
Alexander, not see why I just said it jokingly now. Just said jokingly now. But some people can't be saying that. What is the big deal if I say, oh, I mean, look at how Obama just replied this, and the voters. I mean, that's how you put that. And we just laugh at it jokingly. But some people, when I say that, no, INEC president, some people just get mad. What is it about this whole toxic, this tension that people just come on platform? As soon as they hear me just say something like that, or something about Tinubu like that, they just start running on the platform like as if, oh my goodness, these are just people who don't even know you and I. We're only here as public commentators, just trying to talk about our views of those people.
Can I give you a tip from what you just said? I was listening.
Yeah, what is it, Mr.
Everything you said.
All right, folks. Let me let you guys.
Hold on. Let Alexander handle this, Patrick, and then after I come back. So sorry, Patrick. Alexander, thank you.
No problem.
The language will oftentimes spiral over, but I rely on people like you to come and pull it back, and Rational Mind, and Ajanle Koko, and Patrick, the real backbones of the space. So. I wouldn't always get it right. Oftentimes I do get it wrong, but then,
Yeah, but I hold you in a very high pedestal because you're an ex-student of Maryland Comprehensive High School. And you should know better. And if you behave like this, you're not representing me well. You shouldn't be doing that.
Don't come
Should
and
be doing that. I just discovered. I called you when I found out that Afenifere was my junior, your senior in high school. We went to the same high school. I was embarrassed. I was really embarrassed. You know, when you go to a school, it's like a fraternity.
That Afenifere went to Maryland. You were embarrassed that Afenifere.
No, I was embarrassed when I heard that because he messed up the country. That guy people died because of that man. People died. And for me to know that maybe 40, 50 years ago, I had an association with him, it breaks my heart because people died. I know people who were suffering because of his stupid financial or economic policies. I mean, we need to be sensitive. This is one thing we're lacking in Nigeria. I mean, I mixed with I was married to a non-Nigerian. I mixed with different Africans. And one thing about us that we're very smart, but we're very sensitive at the same time. We're very sensitive. You were extremely rough on Gbadebo. You were extremely rough on him. I knew he stood no chance. But I was still going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But you called him all kinds of names because of politics. You know, it's not nice. It's not nice. You know, it's not nice. Well, anyway, let me go. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. So that's Alexander coming to caution the space. He's gone. So you can come in. Come in, Ajanle Koko. But I was, go, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, I think enigmatic has to watch the way he talk to rational mind. It's becoming too much of him.
But I wasn't talking to him.
Hold on.
I wasn't talking to him.
Hold on.
Me with any man like Malo because I was not even talking to him at all. At all. And mo le fi mo wa no awensin.
Oh, ní láti sọ anything. Enigmatic kò ní láti sọ anything. Má ò rí. Dákẹ́ ṣáàjẹ́ ká lọ́nà.
Òun ló sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Tí wọn náà dẹ̀ fèsì. Ọ̀rọ̀ èsì tó dẹ̀ sọ. Ó lọ pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń sọ. Bí ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ sọ ó yẹ kó mọ̀ ẹni mọ̀rọ̀ ọgbọ́n náà wà gbogbo á ní Yorùbá. All I just want to say is that you just have to tone it down. Because there was one day I was not as from our I mean, it resulted into a serious distance between you and Rational Man as well. And I mean, the way you call him and describe him that day, I can't description in my life. You know, so my advice is that let us just tone it down. Rational Man have the right to express his opinion on any one of these criminals. Every one of you know that Tinubu is a criminal, is he not? Is he not one of those criminals that destroyed our country? What is the defense for him for? So what are we benefiting from any one of these? Are we just going to allow our own sentiment, tribal sentiment to always drive our sense of reasoning and blood our sense of reasoning all the time for over what? No, we have to be mindful. Yes, we can. You can say something contrary or challenge his opinion on the issue, but you know, to go personal and describe somebody. Last time you said somebody with some people we talk like I can't even remember like a dog with leprosy. It will be foaming. Some people will be foaming. Will be running. Their mouth will be running with foam like a dog with leprosy. I never hear that in my life. Oh, Papa, be your baby. So you know, it's just an advice. It's just an advice, and it's good for every one of us because we come here every day. we don't know, I mean, what this platform is going to transform to in the future. We don't know where we're going to meet. We don't know what good we are still going to do to each other. You know, look at Brother Alexandra and one man now. They attended the same school. Where do me everybody, you know, we don't know. So why must we, just because of our support for some of these particular criminals, and we want to, you know, go after each other and call each other names and give a very bad description of each other? I just want to appeal, whatever the case may be, let us tone it down and let us respect each other. That is very important. So, rational mind and enigmatic, please, let's just come together, brothers, and let's engage in the real issue and not the personality. Don't let us go after each other. Let us go after and those people that you know, the issue is all about. So that's my take.
All right,
Woman, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I? Okay.
No, not you. Sorry, I'll take Patrick next, and then we'll close down that space.
You see, one of the ways that we can make this work well, without really muzzling people, because one of the beauty of this,
you know that was my fear, that you know,
yeah, we muzzle people
to keep the language, but also keep the, sorry, Patrick, I think we're both of the same way. What the unique settings point of this platform is the edge. It has a bit of bite. So how do we retain that bite but moderate the language? It's just that.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to come up with. You see, one of the ways that we can, because we say don't speak because somebody is this, or we need to, we are Yorubas, but we are not all Yorubas here. When I listen to this, I say, this boy is just about the same age with my son. You understand? But Des talk to me, I don't care. We just enjoy ourselves. The reason, one thing we must all assume is that this is like National Assembly. There's what called legislative immunity. When you come here and talk, even if they talk to you and speak, and I just know that that person is not addressing you, we must have that assumption. I'll give you a good example. You know, those days in my house in Ibadan, we had this place where they play Ayolok. My house is the central place where everybody in the area comes to play. Once you come there, you see young boy abusing old man. He's not being rude. That's the fun of that Ayolok. He said, look at you, lazy man. That's how you, even your wife, I'm sure. I don't know how your wife is. Everybody's just making that jest. And they do that regularly. My father is somebody that is very sensitive to that kind of thing. So my father doesn't play, even though he's the organizer and he puts it in there. For more than 20 years, I've seen my father coordinate that platform, but I've never seen him play one game because he's very sensitive to all those things. But every other person that comes, they just play and say it, and everybody knows that you are coming here and whatever is being said there is not an attack on you. It happens in National Assembly. If you speak on that floor and say anything, they cannot use your speech of deliberation. They cannot use it as an evidence against you in court. I don't know if enigmatic if you can confirm this too, but that's what I understand.
It's the same here as well in the UK.
So let us know that when we come here, if I've called rational mind, I've called him fractional mind before now, and he will say, "Look at you, man. We don't care. I don't care. I know he doesn't care when I do that, and I look forward to seeing him one day." So and whenever I don't see him, I say, I don't see rational mind today. So it's like that. Let's just assume that when we come, what we are having is fun. And if, for example, Des look at me and say, Patrick, is this man educated at all? I say, see, this may be like my son's age. But I know he's not attacking me. So let's just please, if we have that, if we all have that at the back of our mind. So if anybody say that is fallacious, that is all those big grammar.
It's contotistic and mosotistic.
Exactly. It's like the chief in me. It's like the chief in me of, you know, the village headmaster. I know that man. I use big grammar. It's like the chief in me of this platform. That is one of the things I like to hear. I enjoy hearing him say it in that way, and then we enjoy the fun.
Enigmatic, like Rational Mind, that they are fan favorites. You know, people DM me on Instagram all the time, and a lot of the names that they mention are Enigmatic, Ajane Koko, Zita, Rational Mind. Yes, Rational Mind especially.
And Dupe of late.
Well, you have not yet been hearing Dupe, and you on locations where you go above the line. So they are fan favorites now. So. Yeah. So
please let us have that. Let us have that understanding among ourselves. That when we talk and when Thomas talk, I used to get on Thomas. Someone say, what did I do now? But I'm sure Thomas is not taking it. If I go to Australia tomorrow, I must see Thomas. Definitely, I'm going because my sister-in-law is there. But I must see him. That's the fun. So let us all know that in our mind. That when they talk to you and I say, Ajaleko, what are you talking about? I know Ajaleko is older than me, but I say, what are you talking about? Ajaleko will not say you are rude. You understand? He will just laugh and, we'll have the fun. Of course, when I see him personally, I will respect him. You understand all those kind of things. Let us all just have that mindset. If we do, then we can express ourselves and enjoy the program. But if we start stiffly and start saying, no, let's talk like this, let's talk like then.
All right. We cannot be too overly sad. I think what Alexander came to do was to set me a task. To balance it. So to balance it is what Alexander came to. I think he really came to tell. He came to tell me off publicly. He asked my phone number, but he came to tell me off publicly. So there it is. That's Mr. Gomez. But I'll just take very, very short commentaries from Enigmatic and then Rational Mind to close that space, and then we move back to the politics. Enigmatic.
All right, thank you, Oman. And then. Baba Gomez, wherever he is, I believe he's listening to me. I appreciate his intervention. And Baba Ja, I appreciate your intervention too. So, having said that, what I was speaking to, one man, I just told you that I have somebody who is who has a personal loss, and that person is Yoruba person, not Igbo. Because the way they actually driving the narrative is the narrative of Yoruba people touching the properties or the shops or the stores that belongs to a certain region. I was trying to make that a factual statement that no, Yoruba people are affected. And I told you this woman she's all these people that has a big arrangement with merchant makers in Switzerland. She just ordered, whenever they go to order for their merchants, they spend sometimes $12 million, sometimes $9 million. Right, because you know Balogun market very well. You know all those women, how they do their businesses. So she had like 5 different shops that were actually affected. Even the son will be traveling this weekend, emergency, because of that situation. So I was saying that it's quite ornery, it's odious, it can be heinous sometimes. And then when this vicious circle of having to point to a certain region, doing that almost every time. And they were giving, I think there were some examples that were made that this year alone, this month alone, Ariara market in Abia State, suffered fire inferno. Same thing with Oshanja market, same thing with May market, same thing with Borno State. But whenever it comes to a certain region like Lagos State, they'll basically say it is political, politicians are doing that or probably like that. So it's quite abominable and it's quite, confounded. I feel so despicable to hear that every time. I was speaking to that. But if people continue or probably want to go through this usual tangent of having taken offense to or enigmatic whatever he says, they want to read meaning to it. They want to pull out their heads or pull out their hairs to digest it or to comprehend it. One man, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I can't help it. So if I speak in a certain language that I'm addressing some issues and you take it so personal, if I speak about a politician and you take it so personal, right? I'm sorry, I can't help it. But I'm still going back to the point that if somebody is from Ijebu-Ode, a Yoruba person is affected, and people want to say, so are we going to conclude that it's the same APC or the same government or the same state government that touched the store of that person? It's quite odious.
All right. All right, I take your point. Nobody is trying to muzzle you or take away your sparkle, but you're probably one of the, if not the most educated person on this platform right now. So I think you get the broader point that Alexander came to make. But let Rational Mind close off that space with a bringing together sort of a language, and we'll get back to the politics. So Rational Mind, close off that space for us.
Yeah, well, man, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who spoke. Mr. Alexander Gomez and Ajale Koko and Oga Patrick. All right, for me, if the question that was asked, that was posed to me, if you had asked all these burning markets here and there in Nigeria, what do you make of it? Then I could have expressed my opinion the way possibly some people would love to hear me speak. But if you are being pointed as to a particular place, which is Lagos, then I will speak to it. And I would also bring in some anecdotal situation and some circumstances surrounding it. I'll try to link them up. And by saying what I said, I'm not being dogmatic. Say that exactly what I've said is what it is. It's just mere speculations. And even though it's a speculation, it's still kind of a speculation that I hold as a belief. But am I dogmatic about it? No. That's why I go by the word. I go by the name, the screen name, Rational Mind. I'm a rational person. I'm not insistent that whatever I said or whatever I've heard is what I'm going to stick to. If you give me a different opinion or different view, why not? I'll accept it. So saying what I said, and all the counter narratives that other people are bringing, like Thomas and what's his name? Ademitumbilova. When he
that's Solly.
Solly, yeah. That's this and that and this and that. Well, these are good examples you can bring. But what I see is what I'm saying. I'm looking at the what is happening and the time, the time at which all these things is happening. Could they be connected? Possibly. Is there every possibility? Because like we hear, maybe we're being misled or we are being misinformed with the news that we hear from here and there. Maybe accept that. So I will go by based on what I've seen, what I've heard, and I'll connect them. And for connecting them doesn't mean I have any personal animosity against anybody. And one thing I want to correct, the impression I want to correct here is this. In trying to say what I said, I'm not trying to pitch my own people, Yoruba, against the Igbo. No. Like this guy said, which I remember I was saying to you, one man, in the comment section, that one man, let's not take this guy's comment out of context. I'm talking about this guy, Iwuanyanwu, when he was saying that these guys are, what was that word he used again? Rascals. In the context of what he said, he was being pointed to those in Lagos. He wasn't talking about Yorubas. If he laced, the kind of cushion his word, the statement with Yorubas are with us. So he's not talking about the generality of the Yorubas. But these rascals, so these rascals are the ones behind what I'm talking about. The torching of these markets by these people, wherever they have been doing that, Tejosho market, or is this Ayaram, or whatever market, but I'm talking about the one in Lagos. If these ones are doing this, with what we were saying, these rascals, be they Yorubas or not, but the point is they work for a person who is the champion of Lagos. And we see how they played it out in the election, trying to tell them that if they do not vote for these people, they should not come out. So when you read all this, and you saw him when he brought the Mama Chinedu or whatever he brought in front of this is the person I was talking to. How low can one go to when it comes to that? So my point is this. These are the people I'm referring to. I'm not talking about the Yorubas. I'm not trying to pitch my own people against the Igbos. No, I'm talking about the rascals who are doing this, who are touching people's businesses. Their livelihood is being lost. I know that Yorubas are also affected. They talk about somebody in what's it called? Balogun market. I know people there who sells wrappers, who goes to Dubai and other places to go buy, even Turkey. They go to Turkey to buy their lace and all of that. I know people like that. I know they will definitely be affected too. So, but I'm saying that whenever we see this pattern going, I mean, even the judicial market you were talking about the other day at that time, when the whole thing burned down, that was in 2006 or 7, you had to build a new one during fashion last time. I mean, they touched down the whole market. Then it was used to be Paco, is built with Paco. Everybody has their shed when you go to the judicial market then. But now they built it up with concrete. So the point I'm trying to make is that when you see these things happening, it should be connected to some kind of things. Now the judicial market that got burned back then 2003 or what, I mean 2023, I mean 23 or whatever it got burned then before they built the concrete. There is the rumor then that it was a deliberate attempt so that they could take over that place and start selling the shop. I, for one, I tried to get a shop there. But then, because of the politics and the cost and everything, I just felt, no, I don't want to be part of this. So what I'm trying to say is this, that these rascals, be it Yoruba, I want to believe that mostly Yorubas, or maybe not all of the Yorubas, but I know mostly Yorubas. That's are the people I'm referring to. I'm not referring to the totality of Yoruba. I'm not trying to pitch my own people against the Igbos. So we need to stop this.
Do you think Iwuanyanwu'S language is likely to? And what are you making of the Afenifere space, cautioning almost even with some subtle language throwing back very much at Iwuanyanwu in the manner that he threw? So do you think that space is slowly escalating?
Well, I think the Afenifere, when I heard about the Afenifere was that they said, can you clarify what you mean? Because if you for me, so I mean, there are some people who said.
Let me give you 3 paragraphs.
Okay,
this is from the Afenifere response, and this is in quotation marks. We hereby call on Ohaneze to warn the chief not to insult the Yorubas. We are a proud nation. We're a hospitable race. All these should not to be interpreted to mean weakness. In fact, it is a sign of being civilized. Enough of the provocation. The statement further noted that in line with the racist ethos of good upbringing, it urges the Yorubas, indeed all Nigerians, to remain calm and continue to show love to their Igbo counterparts and members of other ethnic nationality. It noted that Yorubas have a long history of association and partnership with Igbo counterparts, and that diversity is one of Nigeria's strengths in the Committee of Nations. And we should not allow politics, religion, ethnicity, or anything else to divide us. We urge all Yorubas to continue to relate well with other ethnic groups in Nigeria and abroad. But that paragraph, we hereby call on Ohaneze to warn the chief not to insult the Yorubas. We are a proud nation, we're a hospitable race, and all this should not be interpreted as weakness. It is a sign of being civilized. Enough of the provocation. So that space is now ratcheting up. And I was inviting that because the Afenifere backed Peter Obi in the presidency, did that then compel them somewhat to feel the need to come out fighting now, so as not to seem to be serving up their people in totality to the slaughter?
Yeah, you see, that's past few days I've been following after that Iwuanyanwu'S statement. I think there was another statement that was put out by the Afenifere, the Yoruba group. They said, can you please clarify what you meant? And I think after that, we had people like Ezefe and then some other people, they came out and they were, I think Ohaneze, the other spokesman, I think he came out and said, no, he wasn't saying anything. Say, after all, we said Yoruba people are with us, but we're talking about, according to that spokesperson, he said we're talking about those people in Lagos who were trying to harm our people, who were trying to ruin the business of our people in Lagos. Those are the people we're referring to. So, but then, well, for me, I think even it's self-explanatory what he said in the context of what he said. Because some people are saying that because if you see, look at that, if you listen to that clip again, that Ezefe said, some people said that they doctored it because that's like it skipped, and there was a part where it skipped, and then the next thing you heard was they are rascals. So could it be that he said something before then? Before it skipped, or was it just, I know, was it the video quality or whatever? I don't know.
No, we listened to the long form of it in on Channels Television, and there was no editing.
Yeah,
it did not skip, but what it did do was it paused and then redirected its thoughts. Yes.
I get you totally. I understand. But some people say that pausing will mean that maybe they skip, but I don't think it skipped. So, but then in the context, if we were to go by what he said, that because he said those in Lagos. Let us tell you people, those in Lagos said it. Let's you know that your black people are with us. And then something about rascals. So the rascals here, like I said in my comment, I said that refers to Tinubu and his criminal organization. That's what I said, and I will not back off from that, because we saw what played out in Lagos. So if you could hear, I mean, if he felt that there was nothing to it, so why did he have to put up that statement? Why did Tinubu have to release a statement? And let's just move on. And I mean, he felt that there's something to it. That was why I said let's just move on. I mean, you can debunk me on that. So if it's not that too important, why would Tinubu release a statement that okay, let's just let bygone be bygone and let us heal and move on? You can't move on.
He's the president-elect now. That's what
you should not be making statement like that.
It was pressured to make that statement. It was.
If he was pressured, I mean, here you go, one man. If he was pressured, that tells you that that's not the kind of leader we want. We want
a responsive leader. You don't want a responsive leader.
No. You said he was pressured. With me, if he was
because the space was inviting him to make a comment, because he, of course, the grandee of Lagos, and a lot of these are high octane agitations in Lagos, and a lot of people were saying, "No, Tinubu has not said anything." So that echo was what he was responding to. The pressure to say something.
Whatever Dogo Turenchi that we can use. Yeah, but then the thing is for me is this, that as a leader, when I say this guy is morally bankrupt, you people think maybe I'm just insulting it. No, I've said Tinubu is an immoral person, because if you as a leader who is going to head a country of a multi-ethnic as Nigeria, and you're seemingly let me give you an example of Obasanjo. You know that they almost derailed his government. The Southwest people almost derailed his government when we had the likes of OPC and the rest of them. If you remember, maybe you were not in Lagos then. If you heard how OPC people were fighting, Ijaw people in Lagos were fighting other tribes in Lagos, almost derailed his government. What did he do? He took a decisive step. He made a decision, and then he brought in the military, he put them down. The Gani was locked up. That is how a leader should be. No, because you people are my. That's just the only thing I just see about Obasanjo. You can put down your own people, but you cannot go put down the Boko Haram there and do whatever. I mean, well, let me not go off tangent on that. So what I'm trying to say is that is how a leader should act. Instantly condemn it. That is what Tinubu should have done. So if we are going to have somebody, commander-in-chief like him, and he's keeping quiet, and you're seeing this ethnic tension, going out of hand, the way it was almost playing out in Lagos, if not even playing out already. Why would you keep quiet? Why would you be pressured? Why don't you nip it in the bud in the first time? Say, look, you guys.
Sorry. Who do you think is heightening the tension in Lagos? Who is heightening it?
Woman, I'm not denying the fact that Labour people did not play on that. They played on that.
Are they still hyping it up? Are they still hyping that?
You see. They said Yoruba said, "Oh, you can't beat a child, and you don't expect it not to cry."
One man, am I allowed to interject?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Let me make it very clear. Whatever you've seen that is happening, basically are responses and replies, and then when we have to put things in proper perspective most of the time, right? There's a guy called Sam Amadi. I keep talking about that guy. You guys should see what he's been spewing out. There's Joe Abatu. He's a doctor to have been a PhD holder. You know. So when we say the exclusive preserve of being arrogant and of being basically irresponsible with certain actions, right? It's not an exclusive preserve of certain people. Right? We are all Nigerians. Sometimes you may play cool, but when they push you to the wall, sometimes you have to react. So how they react, you may not you cannot define it for them. So look at what we are speaking to now in Lagos, because this has been since elections happened and ended on the 18th of March. Since that very day, we've been hearing Lagos. But we are not speaking about other regions, other parts of the country. And we are saying it that this fervent and then obsession with that place is too bad, because we are saying, okay, we want to speak in certain languages. What about what happened in other regions? Can we speak about that too? Because when you are talking about what Ononuga is saying, what is the responsibility of the president-elect with what Ononuga? And Ononuga came out personally to say, look, I'm making this comment, within the purviews of my personal capacity, not the capacity of a PCC, a spokesperson of the PCC, not within the capacity of a spokesperson to the president-elect, right? If I'm making a statement and I'm telling you, one man, this statement is an exclusive preserve of myself, and I take credit to it. I've already made an addendum and a disclaimer to that. So how would you be tying somebody who is a president-elect of a country with that? A president-elect does not have business with somebody's, personal opinion. What they are doing is what.
Yeah, but it's not a random person though. It's the spokesperson of his presidential campaign council. So
What he has done, he came out personally. Hold on. He has basically, right, departed the personalities now, right? There's a personal of him being within the official capacity of the
the addendum is not sufficient. The addendum, the get out clause is not as you cannot.
Let me land it.
Okay, go on.
Okay, we can play this game all day long, right? Because when Iwuanyanwu made a statement, right, people want to rationalize how he said it, what he meant, the definition of it. But when you flip the coin, right, they basically want to slap that person to the jugular straight up. They don't want to rationalize it. They don't even want to give an excuse to say this is what he said or this is how he said it. But when you flip the coin, they are trying to give coloration to that. But I'm telling you again, right? Wale Ononuga, he made a statement. Is it right or wrong? You are not hearing from me now that it's wrong or that it's right. What the statement he made is an adult under the law. When he says I'm making this statement within the capacity of myself, it means he has dissociated himself. He has made a demarcation. There's a clear demarcation between the APC campaign council now. So if you have to actually file any lawsuit of defamation of character, of anything libelous, and whatever it is, you have to go to his person as a human, not within the purview of that association any longer.
Okay, should the association react to what he said in his capacity as a private citizen? Because in his capacity outside of being a private citizen, is the spokesperson of the campaign council, and his capacity as a private citizen can overlap into his duties as a functionary of the party. So should they have been sacked for that?
Okay. Your first question, should they have actually reacted to that, right? Basically, the answer is no, because he has dissociated himself. When he was making that statement, he said, I'm making this statement not as a spokesperson of a campaign council now. I'm making it as Mr. Wale Ononuga, right? So if you want to deal with that person, you deal with the personality of Wale Ononuga, demarcating that from the party itself. Then does the party...
Imagine, when did he say that? Was it said before he put out that statement, or was it after the statement?
Hold on. So is it the responsibility of the party now to probably caution him, or the campaign council to caution him, right? Ethically, morally, yes, they can do that, right, one man? Ethically, morally, they can do that, but they are not compelled by any law, because he has basically given that room to demarcate himself from that office. So at that point, they can't do anything to him, but they can actually caution him by moral and ethical standard. They can, but does not actually, it's not a guarantee. It's not a sine qua non now that they have to do. No.
Please, can I say something? Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Good evening. Come in, Rosie. Yes, rational man. Let Rosie come in.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to join you guys every evening, just to talk about what's happening in our precious country. To me, I think what he said is like, there are certain roles we play in life, and we should be held responsible for the roles, certain positions we hold in life. For instance, let me just go to a very simple example. As a father now, you are expected to, there are certain things you are not expected to do. So if you want to behave, you can't say, for right now, I'm going to step aside as a father. I'm just an ordinary person. This is my personal opinion. And then when you are done, you're going to go back to your role as a father. So for somebody like Onanuga, he's up. He holds a high position in the campaign party. So he should know whatever he says is going to be considered as part of the party's opinion. He's holding a sensitive position. He should know whatever he says is going to be held like the party is in support. That's the party's opinion. So in certain situations, I think we as adults should be very responsible, especially there's a saying that says, to whom much is given, much is expected. So you can't just step aside and say, oh, this is my personal opinion, and you start cursing and cursing and cursing, and then after you come back and say, okay, now this is the party's opinion. No, to me, I don't think it's right.
Miss Rosie, let me say this. And I want to give scenarios and example back to back now. I take absolute exception to what you just said. Right, as Onanuga acted in a responsible manner as a father, as an adult. If you have to, I would say, like I said, I condemn that action, right?
Okay,
but we have to put all these things in proper perspective. Have you seen Kenneth Okonkwo's rhetoric lately? Have you seen it? Have you seen Dino Melai? These are spokespersons of these political parties. Kenneth Okonkwo
but please, can I say something? Just a little bit, please. You can't say because everybody is doing bad, so it's right for everybody to do bad. Right?
No.
And Onanuga is a spokesperson of an incoming government.
To me, his position right now is very vital. It's very critical. Those people that are talking, they are not the incoming government now. He is part of the incoming government.
Those are angry people. They are losers.
Yeah, those people are bitter people. They lost.
Miss Rosie, this is what you are not seeing. We have three main political parties, right?
Okay, yeah.
APC, PDP, Labour Party, right?
Yes.
You were here when the running mate of Labour Party was on national TV, basically calling for insurrection, quote and unquote, for paraphrasing now, right?
Yes.
Have you seen most of the hues and cries? No.
Okay, but wait, in that situation, please let me come in for a second. In that situation, okay, who as of right now, who is the president-elect as of right now?
Okay, the president-elect is Asiwaju.
As of right now, okay. So right now, he's supposed to start playing those roles. He and the people in his party, they are supposed to be held responsible. They should know, okay, we are coming in. This is what we want to present. They are supposed to be more, they are supposed to be cautious in what they say. PDP and LP, let me say they are losers in quotes. They are bitter. They are angry. They can say whatever they want to say. But now the winner has come forth.
Okay,
we are the winner. We are the one that is going to lead the country. So we should start by laying good examples. We can't say, oh, Dino Melai is talking crap.
They should be showing leadership by example.
Yeah, so we shouldn't say, oh,
all right. Round up that. Yeah, sorry, land that point, Rosie. Round up the interjection, enigmatic, and then rational mind brain of the space.
Yeah. So to me, I think there are certain positions we hold in life. We have to be cautious. We have to. Learn to control our emotions. Learn to behave. So that we want to lay good examples, right? We cannot be stepping in and out of our roles. Oh, this is my own personal opinion, and then you come back and you come in and say now. So that's my opinion anyway. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let the enigmatic land. The enigmatic land. Yeah.
I take your point, Miss Rosie, from the angle you came from, that okay, they are the winning party, they are the party that is going to set up a government very soon, of course. But when individuals, you cannot control the attitude, the manner, and the temperament of individuals within a certain group. But when they err, is it the responsibility of the party or probably that group to do something? I say, of course. Do they have a mechanism for that? I say, of course. We are basically, this is a speculative moment now. We don't even know if Ononuga is going to be a part of the incoming administration. But as of now, the status remains that he is the spokesperson of a certain political party, right? And then when they feel that election has been concluded, and then there are some political parties who are still, going to the streets probably to rile up their bases or try to cause commotion in the country. And to the point, what actually triggered them, I think, was that CGN report that this guy, that Popular Gazette, the guy that Dr. Damages brought to his platform the other day, right? I think that was actually what riled all of them up. Because what they are doing now is that they know the obedience, right? They are very prominent on social media, and they have this tendency, right? They have this tendency for propaganda and a lot of fake news. So sometimes people lose their cool. I'm not, like I said, I'm not giving them a pass, but sometimes when you have to give bows to some bars, sometimes to let them know that craziness is not just a monopoly of only one group. Everybody can be crazy at the same time. But I get your point anyways. It's not a pass.
All right, all right. Rational mind, but bring it home, and then I want to move you to a light-hearted something.
We just have to go. Yeah. So for me, I think what the Afenifere said, I think is not out of line. Although the statement they put out some days ago was clarify what you meant, and then we saw this different people. Ife come and the other spokesperson came and they tried to clarify it. But this statement that you're now putting, you now say that you're ascribing to Afenifere, I don't know how true it is. And if it is that is from them, like you read out, then it may mean that maybe they just try to make them understand like enough of this ethnic coloration and stoking ethnic tension between us and you guys. We do not want to hear this anymore. Maybe I won't say it's out of place. But the thing is, for me, is that I want to end this. I want to end it this way. Tinubu's interest is not Yoruba's interest. You need to understand that. And people should stop on any platforms. This is my own opinion. Yeah, I'm not being dogmatic about this. And maybe I'm being dogmatic at the same time too. People should stop equating Yoruba's interest with Tinubu's interest. And Tinubu and his minions should stop using Yorubas as a pawn. I mean, using them as an excuse in this. I mean, using them as a front here, because this whole thing, the way it's going, it's seeming like it's going to explode soon. It's going to turn into some kind of a real full-out, because like we're hearing with this guy from Finland who said this and that and that. And we don't want the likes of what is going on in the Southeast. Just this guerrilla kind of warfare whereby they will just strike some community and then they will just go in hiding, and then we start seeing we don't want that playing out in Lagos or other place. And I just want to address Enigmatic real quick on one thing he said. Yes, we should be talking about other places in Nigeria, but when a question is phrased the way it's phrased, in the sense like when one might ask the question about Lagos, we focus more on Lagos in that sense. If you ask me about Bauchi, ask me about Borno State, Kano State, if I know anything about it, I will say anything about it. I will say about it. But why the focus is on Lagos is because Bola is from there. Bola is the INEC appointed president, and it's looking like he's going to be the president if he gets sworn in. That is why we're talking about it. So if we don't want to talk about it, then tell him to just recuse himself. I mean, I step down. I'm not going to be a president.
What are the chances of that?
One man. Well, he's still slim because as long as he still have the same governors, like he has the governors. I mean, if he puts in governor and takes out governor from there, I mean, within the Lagos space or that space in Southwest, we'll still talk about it. So if he doesn't want us talking about it, let him just go into oblivion and you're just going to seclusion and then never talk about politics. And that is when we'll stop talking about it. But as long as he's a major player in the politics, expect me, people like myself, to always hit him hard whenever I need to hit him hard. One man, and please, let us stop this equating Paula's interest with the generality of the Yoruba's interest. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, thank you. A brief commentary on this space. No, I want to shut that space down because
no, not that space, not that space. I want to. I mean, you know, the platform runs on facts, so it's always good for us to correct facts when it's wrong. So, and one of the facts that is wrong is that Afenifere.
We can't hear you again. No. Where are you? Are you
yes, I think it's in a car or something.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Yeah, so what you read about Afenifere to Iwuanyanwu'S is not true. They have debunked it today.
Who told you that? Who told you they debunked it?
Yes, I sent you the link right now on Instagram.
Yeah, no, you sent me a link, not the link.
Oh, man.
Okay, whatever. Whatever, one man. I sent you a link.
Yeah.
On Instagram, so it's everywhere. It's carried. Everybody has carried it. So they debunked it. They say that they never ever issued such statements, and then and yes, and that when the video came out, that Afenifere they x-rayed the video and saw what Iwuanyanwu'S said there, and they even repeated what the man said and said that nobody should twist Afenifere into the agenda. Well, so I think I've sent it to you already. I mean, you can even read it out.
No, I've seen it, but the Afenifere headline is here from a premier Nigerian platform, Premium Times. So and it's quoting their spokesperson. So I'm not quite sure. You know, Afenifere is factionalized anyway, so we don't know which strand.
Okay, maybe it's Tinubu's faction that brought out that one, but
I don't know.
All right, and it's the Peter Obi faction that debunked it. The Peter Obi.
That was what I was like. I mean, the last time I monitored the space, I remember they only asked, "Can you please clarify what you mean?" And then we had Afenifere and the other side, like I said. So now that you're reading that one and saying that this, I was like, that very said this. Well, even though they said it, I don't think it's out of place, but it's trying to tell them that, look, let's just stop all of this. Well, it's a good thing, let's just stop it. So yeah, one man to the next.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to this human interest story just to break up the charged atmosphere a little bit. It says, your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. A woman tells married women. A fashion model has urged her fellow married women to understand that their husband's mother has more rights in their house than their biological mother. Etia Ngozi wrote, realistically, your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. Your mother is a guest. This is the truth. Even though una go agree, even though una no go agree, but Ogbo Sarom, whatever that means, she added, understanding boundaries means understanding that there are things your husband's mother will get away with in her son's house that your mother cannot get away with. So do you agree with that, rational mind? That because in terms of the coupling, there says two couplings of equal measure. One has a mother and the other, so of equal measure as well. But what this lady is inviting is that the mother of the husband has more oversight over that home than the mother of the bride or of the wife. Is that something you? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I see. This is how I approach it. I would say maybe not my own time, my own generation. I think the whole thing has changed a little bit. But let me just use my own dad's people who are in their 80s. Dad is in his 80s, so. You can imagine people who are in the 80s today. If you have parents who are like 80, 70, 80, you can say those generations, the mother of the husband has more rights, in the sense that, you know, they are very more traditional back then in those times. That doesn't make that the mother of the wife, because usually if you look at it from the Yoruba perspective, it's mostly ano. We know it's both sides, but then the wife always have this respect more for the husband's wife, the husband's mom. Yeah. So, but then in the time we live in now, I would look at it in a different way now. It should be more of equal. They should be treated equally. Your mom's my own mom.
Does the mother of the husband, does she have more rights in the house than the wife?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, in the time past, they used to have more rights. That's what I'm saying.
Than the wife, or not the wife's mother, than the wife herself.
Oh, than the wife? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I think I misheard that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I must have not heard it right.
No, I extended it, yeah.
Okay, so yeah. Oh, you extended it now. Okay. So no, definitely no more. Yeah, you can't. You're not married to your. I mean, I'm not married to my mom. I'm married to my wife. So
Can the mother of the husband throw the wife out of the house?
No. The mother of the husband, no, they cannot do that. Even the time past too. I mean, I don't think it's something that can. Well, they do. Some people do it, but it's not. It's not. Traditionally, it's not. It's immoral to do that. To go to your sons. Maybe in some extreme cases. Like back then, they would say Jenny, in some extreme cases, I won't object to that. If it comes to that, it is glaring that this lady wants to kill the guy. It's just making the guy's life miserable, and the only people who see that this is getting out of hand just to save their child.
Is it possible for a woman to be happily married without subordinating herself to the mother of the husband?
Is it possible for the wife to be married to the son?
No. Is it possible for a woman to be happily married without subordinating herself to the mother of the husband?
You see, Yoruba has this saying. He said, when you marry a wife, you marry the family as well. Maybe in these modern times, it's not as pronounced as when back then. But I would say it's still, because even this where I live in this society here where I live, my wife is not black. So even though when I married her, I married the family, because I tell you, my in-laws, they meddle into our affairs a lot. So so I won't even among the white people, although it depends. Maybe you are from those people who are more traditional among the whites. They still have values for family. Yeah, you're married to the family. Yeah, you're married to my sister-in-law. We go visit them from time to time. My mother-in-law comes visiting us from time to time. So it's same thing in Yoruba culture too. I'm sure in Igbo culture too. You're married to, even in Hausa culture, I think some Hausa culture, you're married to the family, because invariably when those days when marriage is done, when they were done, you see all family, the ano, you are on dano, like they say in Yoruba.
Is it acceptable for the mother of the husband to turn up unannounced?
You see, everything is context, woman. You see, most of this question you're asking me, I think I want to say this.
No, because what I'm looking at is weighing tradition with contemporaneousness.
Yeah, that is it. Most of this traditional thing that we grew up to see with our parents in this contemporary time rather, we can see it's gradually, those values are gradually eroding. It's no longer the way it used to be. So with this, I think I'm not opposed to it, that certain things should be done away with. We should abandon certain culture and cultural thing, like your in-law showing up unannounced. I think that should be frowned. That should not be allowed, because sometimes you and your wife, you want to have some good time, and then you just want to have this time exclusive. And your mom just popped up. I mean, from nowhere, and then at your door, thereby ruining your plans with your mate, with your wife or your husband. So I mean, that will not be a right thing. So just let me know if you're coming, then we'll make arrangement for you. Maybe you stay with the kids while we're gone for vacation, whatever. So modernity. With modernity comes a change, a shift in ways and culture and everything. I mean, modernity also comes with its own culture, with its own traditions too. But it's started that we should hold on to certain traditions from the past that conflict with the modern style of living. I won't subscribe to that. So for me, like I said, everything boils on context. Like the other discussion we had the other day, I wasn't able. I just want to listen to everybody's view. The one I dropped on the one you played, that we talked for a long time, about 3 hours. The issue of the guy that got sent out.
Did you go to watch the video back?
Say that again.
I said, did you go to watch it back?
I watched it from beginning to the end again. Yeah, I watched it from the beginning again, because I was
the way that Dupe said.
Yeah, Dupe was just something else with feminist ideas and all that. I really want us to go back to that discussion someday again, and I want other ladies that were there, all of us to present, because I have something that I want to challenge Dupe on some views. You see, for me, is this? Just to answer your question. Yeah, the in-law thing. I think it all depends on context of the context. When I mean context here, the background of the situation of the couple involved. But then that the mother-in-law should have that power, that traditional power that they used to have, but during our parents' time. I don't think it's compatible with modern style of living. So just let them live their life. But in some extreme cases, whereby it be that maybe the husband is beating the wife, almost wanted to kill that daughter, you can come and grab your child and take her away. And this is vice versa. That your wife.
Do you think it's acceptable for the husband's husband's mother to live with the couple?
You see, again, woman, like I said, everything is context too. If my mom is very, very sick, she needs care, and maybe the husband passed away with my dad. My dad's still alive. She's no more. But I'm just giving an example. If the husband is passed away and none of my siblings is up to task to take care of her, why not? And my wife is okay with her coming to live with us, and she can take care of our grandkids or take care of my kids who are still home. Why not? She will just help us with that, because the cost of daycare here, sending to daycare, sending children to daycare here is very expensive until when they start to go to elementary school. It's a lot of money. Even they go to elementary, you have to come back home. Who's going to be the one to watch over them? If one person has to go to work, if the husband has to work there, the other person has to be a full stay-at-home mom. And if it's the husband that has to be a stay-at-home dad, the wife has to go. Somebody has to work. And if whereby two of them has to work, then they need somebody, an adult at home, to take care of these kids when they are home. So if you have your mom or your dad, in the case of if your dad, then they should not be opposed to that, because you know how much it is to send children to daycare. It's a lot of money. That's why a lot of people don't want to have kids here, because the cost of raising kids is just it's mind-boggling. It's just way too much. That's why some people just prefer to want to just live a single life and not have kids. I think you are asking the question almost at the tail end on that session we had Sunday, when we were saying that why is it that the Gen Zs are not getting married? Well, there's a lot of reason behind that. Some of which is that some of them, they just want to be independent, live their life, and they just don't want to be bothered with a child. I've had interviews with. I have one living in my house. She's 19, so yeah. So when you ask her, she tells you, "No, I just want to enjoy my life. I just want to. I don't like children." Sometimes we ask her to babysit her niece, and then she's like, "No, I just want to go out and have fun." So you see, these kids, they just don't want to. Some of them don't want to be married. They just want to fly off the handle and have fun or whatever. So, and sometimes it could be, sometimes when you ask them, they tell you that it's just too much to take care of a child, just too much. So for me, I just think it's all about context. So some couple will allow their mom or dad to come live with them for the reason of maybe they are sick, very, very sick, and they need that care. And it could be maybe to help them take care of the kids while they're at work. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Stay with us. Let's take the conversation from you, Rational Mind, and take it in the direction of Enigmatic, who has to leave us to go and observe is in the middle of Ramadan. So to observe the process. But before you leave us, Enigmatic. So now, funny voice from Finland is telling now his clansmen in Lagos State to observe a sit-at-home to cripple the Lagos economy. So Simon Ekpa, of course, anytime we go to that space, is always we're just aghast some of the things he has to say. But he's inviting a sit-at-home now. So is this now an expansion of that sit-at-home model from the southeast now into the southwest? And this now thing that is saying that he's inviting this to cripple the Lagos economy is a sit-at-home by the southeasterners capable of crippling the Lagos economy. Enigmatic, Hondi.
All right, thank you, Woman. Before I go to Simon Ekpa and his Lagos agendas, let me put it that way. Let me just say this real quick. We've come to an agreement that we have a country to run, that we are all Nigerians, regardless of our political creed or our belief system. but we should be guided. I saw some videos or maybe some fruitings on certain social platform today. Some people marching to defense headquarters, calling for the military or whatever they are trying to do to take over government because of election. Basically, when I want to speak in this certain way, I speak from the angle or from the legalese angle of it, quote and unquote, because the case is already, there's a process that is going on judicially, and I believe the players, should for the sake of the country, go through the process and let's see how it goes. There's a president elect. We have a country to run. Nigeria is our own, regardless of wherever you live abroad. We still have families down there. And then this should be a guidance to a lot of the political actors from the other side who are basically giving more or less like making some people some cannon fodder now to lash onto that. So, for instance, I will go back to it. To have whimsically and capriciously varied the order of the social cohesion and the judicial process. The dungeon and the cousin losers can't be afforded further or continued indulgence. One man to continue to pick and choose what order of egalitarian, contemporaneous norms of social order to obey or disobey. Nigeria can't afford to continue to conscientize the entitled petulance of these losers. That's what I'm talking about. There's a social process to, redress certain, grievances. The country and by the constitution, which is the ground number, provided that. But when you listen to major players, coming out frontly. For instance, I will say it again because I watched the video again today and I was shaking my head, right? And I've seen a lot of senior lawyers, sons, who are basically here, near or there, or stuff like that. For instance, the imperious order was a frontal call to chaos, to anarchy and national upheaval. So it was a direct, assault on the authority of the country for you to even sit on a studio and be calling the sitting president an incompetent president. Calling the judicial, you don't have access. I mean, you don't have a belief system in the judicial system. You don't have any. So why are you going through the system then? So these folks too, the players, when we are blaming one part, we should blame all of them together. We cannot continue again, one man to afford to conscientize their entitled petulance. They have to stop it. They have to stop the dotting and the nini, and the zania and that coziness of their mindset that they just have to cry almost every time. They've provided the platform for them. So this is bringing me to Simon Ekpa, because this will actually give you the reason why Simon Ekpa is so brazen now, to this point of expanding the inanities of his shenanigans to the southwest. As Lagos being the base now. What is his business in Lagos State, for God's sake? What does he want in Lagos? He wants Monday sit at home in Lagos State. Is he trying to create another sub governmental parastatal in Lagos State, or what? But he will be met with with a rude shock of his life, because what he doesn't know is that he's not dealing with with people of no idealistic frontiers. He's dealing with, we can be quiet, you can see the quietness, you can see the quibbleness, you can see the omoluabi stance of an average Yoruba person. But we can be brutal too when you push them to the wall, right? They can show you their ugly side when it is appropriate, and people need to be very, very cautious. And I believe he's speaking. I don't want to go to the tribal tangent now. So if he says his people shouldn't come out on Monday, it's okay by all of us, one man. It's okay, home dry and good. Right, one man. If he has the population and if he has the census list of all the Igbo people in Lagos State, it's okay. If he says all the Igbo people, we don't want to see you on the street on Mondays, we can give them the privilege. One man, we can afford them the privilege of extending it for the 7 days, Monday to Sunday. Don't come out. It's okay by us if that is what he wants, because there will be no sub-governmental parastatals in Lagos State, in the Southwest as a whole. If whatever happens to Lagos happens to everybody, that's what he does not know. NSAS Part 2 or 2.0 or 3.0, Simon Ekpa 2.1 or 2.0, Kanu, MNK, unknown gunmen will not happen in Lagos State. So they need to, and this is the problem that we have. Instead of choosing and picking who to blame, when Nnamdi Kanu started, they were all quiet. By Simon Ekpa, they are quiet. And now you are seeing what the obedient movement is basically almost, metamorphosing into now. If they are not careful, obedient movement will be another movement of uncontrollable tendencies. So
there is that undercurrent to it that is starting to, because the obedient movement is starting to shed its national face and is boiling down to a regional narrative. And of course, like you said, there's the quiff of that hypobianism starting to filter through.
Yes. So, and then the leaders need to start, they need to start getting off those fences now. They need to start speaking up, because we've seen the tendency, we've seen everything that is going on. When you go to certain platforms, you will see the language. I mean, presidential election is almost a month now or thereabout, right? It's still the cry of in America over here. This is how it started. Trump basically riled up his base until they went to Washington to cause insurrection over there. These people, they have the capacity to do that. If they could have that energy and if they could have that infantry and the guts to actually march to the defense headquarters today, what if those soldiers have come out to open fire on them? It would have been another story. It would have been another narrative entirely, that Buhari APC they've come to kill another. But nobody will put the story together that these are the things that happened, right? And then this is where the leadership comes in. When you see the leaders that are either here or there, probably because of the momentum they are gaining from this, or because of some kind of nebulous ideas that is in their head within that bubble that they can't actually come out with. Election has been lost, election has been won. Trump has been parroting the sense of winning a 2020 presidential election as we still speak up to now, because he's still gaining from that. He's still making money from that. He's still milking that space. It is still the same momentum that he's trying to go, to use to push himself to the 2024 presidential race again. So this thing cannot happen in Nigeria, because Nigeria is quite different. And then having the effrontery to speak about Lagos. Who is Simon Ekpa in Lagos State? Simon Ekpa can do all those nonsense where he can do it. Nobody, even Sunday Igbo, that is 10 times more than Simon Ekpa. You see how they treated him in the Southwest, because the leaders will not find the ember of that nonsense. The leaders will not give you oxygen. They will find a way to ease you out. That is what we expected from them. But for him to have that courage to say, okay, he has underground stuff in Lagos. But like I said, it's okay. One man, I'm not mad about that. As long as he knows he's going to be restricted to his people. Okay, our people from the Southeast.
Is it enigmatic? Is it a misreading of economics for him to imagine that a sit at home by the Southeasterners can cripple Lagos economy? Is it a misreading of the economic space that is Lagos State?
Yeah, they have this I would say WAP mindset that they control the business narrative in that space. But they will be in for a big shocker if it happens. Who tells them that the people are not even thinking otherwise to say, give us the space, excuse us, right? Give us the space, excuse us. They are making it easy, because they are not controlling what they think they are controlling. I've given you the chart of the business, the investors in Lagos State. The biggest investor in Lagos State and in Southwest are the Northerners, followed by the Southwest. The chart is there. The third are the South people. The fourth on the number 4 on the chart is the people from the southeast.
Where you getting where you getting that from? What's the?
I'll send it to you. So Dangote alone, Dangote, Sayu Dantata, Rabiu Manga, all those people, if their investment alone eclipse more than, but they are quiet, they are humble, they are doing their businesses, they are cooperating with the system, no problem, no issues, right? Then when they don't manage this Simon Ekpa statement very well now, probably what he's saying is doing at the Lagos government. Woman, you are challenging the state government, and the Lagos government probably stand up to Simon Ekpa. They will change the narrative again. That because for every I think accountants, for every debit entry there are always corresponding, how do they say it? Whatever. But for every
credit there is a debit.
Yeah, for every action there are counter reactions, woman, right? If you think you can throw one, they can throw 10 to you. You throw one, they throw 10 to you. So when they come back with their own replies or their own, they reciprocate the gesture in a manner you don't want or you don't appreciate. Then you start crying.
Please, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like you were saying, Samuel Ekpa, he has his mouth. He can keep blowing hot air. But how many Igbos do you think will leave their businesses in Lagos and sit at home? Is he paying their bills? Is he feeding them? Is he going to send money to finance them? If he wants to do that, then let him go to Lagos and lead them. He shouldn't remain wherever he is in the cold comfort of his house and be giving orders. He can say that. And then I don't think the Igbos in Lagos would listen to him. Because they have their businesses.
No, they are completely different from the Igbos in the south. The Southeasterners in Lagos, they are egalitarian, cosmopolitan people. They are not from the interlands now, so they can't have somebody like they'll be offended by this sort of a person.
Yeah. And then, like you were saying about those people that went to, I'm just speaking a little bit of what you said. Those people that went to Abuja to riot, that what if the military had come out and start shooting? I don't think it will get to that level. For people who have the right to protest as long as it's a peaceful protest. Look at what's happening in Jerusalem now. The government, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, what's his name, is trying to take out somebody from the cabinet. The people are rioting. They are protesting. It's not enough for the government to people to start shooting them down. Those people that came out and said, okay, they are protesting, they want this thing. That's what they want. But doesn't mean that the federal government is going to do it. No. Doesn't mean that the soldiers should come out and start shooting at them. No. As long as they are not destroying properties, they will come out, they will shout in the sun. When the Abuja sun heats them up, they do that every day. Nobody will tell them, they will disperse. So I think
Can I interject on that? You see, we try to play it as if it's nothing.
Yeah.
Look, we have a country that has a history of coup, and then you are carrying this narrative and protesting in front of the military.
So do you think
any other country you are using
do you
Israel as an
think
example,
that is enough
that's a
for the
different
military?
case scenario.
No, but do you think
They
that's
know
enough?
They know exactly what they are doing.
No,
and we
but
want
let me
to
ask you a question.
downplay
Do
it.
you think
When
that
it was
protest?
the other way around, we will start saying,
leave the other way around. Answer.
Do you think those
answer
people that
Rose's
came out
questions.
to protest would not turn the country to become a coup would take place and the military would take over? As developed as Nigeria.
Like they are behaving like that is what they want. What
I'm saying is it the look?
No, hold on. Now listen to the question. Listen to the question and address it. Yeah.
It's not the whole country that is going to Abuja to protest. It's just a group of people. That is not enough for the military to take over. Nigeria has gone. Nigeria has advanced more than that.
Madam, it was one person that took the case to court that caused the problem of June 12th, Atom Zeribe, and the association of Better Nigeria. One person. You understand? And it was one person that set
that was in the 80s, though. That was a different time.
It was one person that set itself on fire in Nigeria that caused the Arab Spring. And the Arabs are yet to recover from that today. That spring caused no benefit to them. You understand?
I don't think. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, let's not even talk about them. Now, when people begin to do things like this, some people are ready, they are waiting. It's not that protest that will trigger them. Oh. They are waiting for opportunity. And if you look at the history of coup in Nigeria, it is when they feel that there's an unrest and that the civilians can no longer handle it. They now come in and say they cannot handle it. Obvious, let's normalize things. These boys that just came up yesterday, they didn't know the price we pay for this democracy. All these Cubana chief priests that were in primary school when we were fighting, they are
But
now
the thing
carrying
is that
pictures
this
going
protest
on the
is
street.
the
They are
protest
going to, can they
is
go
it
to Pentagon
nationwide?
to go and lead
Wait,
protest?
is the protest nationwide?
It's just a bunch of stragglers.
That's what I'm saying. The protest is not nationwide. You think that
Madam, protest does it? There's no protest in the world that has caused a revolution that is nationwide. They only have to be strategic. Occupy Nigeria was only
I don't
Lagos.
think that's enough for the military to take over. It's not
It's
enough.
certainly not.
It's not.
It's certainly not. Back to enigmatic.
Okay, one man. So, like I was saying, right, the status quo in the country now is we have a president in Muhammadu Buhari. We have a president-elect in Ashwaju. On the 29th of May, 2023, a government will be sworn in, led by the same president-elect Ashwaju. Some people are having issues with that. They don't want to come to terms with that. They are still within that, fickle bubble that there is going to be some national upheaval that will topple that or torpedo that before that time. They are looking for that. If they have that opportunity, one man, they will take it. I'm telling you. And they are working towards that. So what you are seeing is a reminder of the apocrypha, saying that autocratic, despotic, you can't give oxygen to it. That's what I'm talking about. What is, like I said, it won't happen, it won't happen, it won't happen. Look at the trajectory of NSAS, how it started. One man, look at how it started. So they had the infantry and they went to the army headquarters today. If the army were to be the armies of yesteryears, or probably the quote and unquote, the almost nonchalant or irresponsible Nigeria police force, those one probably could have done something crazy to them today. Right, it will be another unfortunate, chapter in the history of Nigeria, killing Nigerians again. Nobody says, of course, under the law, you are guaranteed by the Constitution to have a peaceful protest. You are guaranteed by the law, and you cannot control people's idea of what they have to do. But they have to be vividly, incessant and then insensitive to the suffering of other Nigerians too. Have you not forgotten so quick, one man, that it is on this platform in this Nigeria that we have some certain political candidates, right? Presidential candidates and political followers. While Nigerians were suffering by virtue of the currency debacle, people were actually, they turned themselves to hallelujah boys of the current administration when Nigerians were actually crying because they believe it has some sort of political advantages to them. So there are nothing you are seeing today that is out of the blues, right? There is always a clue to it. So when people actually, looking for mayhem or probably trying to, incite. I'm using
enigmatic. Can I ask you a question? If you're done.
Okay, I'm focusing on what happened in the US over here. So when there is a legal process, when there's a procedure for certain things, and then there's a path to it, everything is going well. But here and there, you are still hearing, a couple of rabble rousers, coming up with inflammatory statement. But you cannot really, you can speak to yourself, but you can't actually discount the zany, the dunderhead, the nini, and the booby gall of some of these gullible folks out there. Because at the end of the day, look at the politicians that they are trying to kill themselves for. And one of them actually said, do not die in their war. How many of these politicians, woman, I'm asking you and everybody on the platform, how many of these politicians joining this their craziness of protest. Do you see their children in the protest? Their children are in the US, they're in Canada, they're in England. So if anything had happened to them, it would be the loss of their families and their well wishers. So, like I
Yeah,
said,
but please, if I may say something, their children are not suffering. Their children are not going through I mean, the poverty in Nigeria. So why would they come out to protest? These people sometimes is the people that are frustrated. It's like, you know what? I don't even want to live anymore. I'm going to die. It's like they've lost it, lost all hope. But you think these
okay.
politicians, children that have millions of dollars they are spending, they're going from one country, one resort place to the other resort place, having fun, going on cruises. You think those ones are ready to go put out themselves in the sun? No, they won't do that. But it's the masses, those ones that are.
Let me give you a little anecdote to what we were saying, Rosie. Otedola, Femi Otedola.
Yeah, when he
He
went on
had,
the cruise.
yeah, no, that was even yes, that's along the lines of what you were saying. But to their children, he has a daughter, which I'm sure you know, called Copy. She came, she's a disc dog jockey. So she's now gone to Oxford to get a master's. I don't quite know why. She's never going to do a day's work in her life. But when she turned 30, her father phoned her and he says, congratulations, my daughter. I have instructed, and then he gave the name of his account manager in London to buy you a 5 million apartment, a 5 million property in Oxford. So go and look for where you want and tell him to sign the check. So is it that one that will come to be kneeling in front of the different headquarters that I want?
Is it that one that wants to go to the hot sun in Abuja and be protesting? Those people are living.
And the girl was on Instagram bragging about it. So
can I ask Enigmatic a question?
Is it that
of course,
that are suffering?
Rosie, let me quickly ask Enigmatic. Now, Enigmatic, there are two questions I want to put to you. And first of all is, from all the things you've said, so what would you prefer? That these people just keep quiet and go to the court and flesh out their case in front of the court and not do any protest, even though they think they have the right? Is that what you want? And now, you talk about some people going in front of the defense, Ministry of Defense or Defense, in front of the army to protest. Now, what's the, going by what I've heard, Obi himself said, that everybody calm down, let the court take its seat and sit on this case, do not protest. Now, going by that, now are you trying to tell us, or from what you gather from the whatever source you use, are you saying that these people that went in front of the defense army to protest were obedient? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. First of all, I'm not categorically saying they are obedient, right? But we can conclude that they are either obedient or PDP, right? But if you actually want to draw inferences from happenings, but from precedents, you can draw more of the inference, percentage-wise to the obedience, right? Because it's either obedient or I'm very sure, very certain NNPP, core council's people will not be part of those shenanigans. It's either the PDP folks being sponsored by, like Fayose said, by a couple of folks, or the obedient who have been calling for everybody's head, INEC, judiciary, CJN, or anything, Buhari, all of them. So I believe that answers that. And then to answer the question, what do I want? What I want is what is already happening. Nigeria is a country governed by law. There are rules of engagement to everything that you want to do in life, even in our private lives, right? There are rules of engagement. You can't say because you're in America, you can't say because a policeman stops you, ask you some certain questions, and you just want to be unruly to that policeman. No, you see, the end result is always very bad. At the end of the day, you will probably be the victim most of the time, not the other way around. So now, like I said, an election has we've had an election, we've seen the losers, we've seen the winner, right? A winner has been announced. There's a president-elect, and then there's a legal process to addressing, grievances through the instrumentality of the court. We have two groups in the court right now. We have the PDP groups, articles group, and we have the Labour Party's group, the obedience groups, right? But when you see, I don't know if probably because of articles maturity or because of the PDP as a whole, they've seen it all. They've had several elections. They've suffered, electoral misfortunes, and they've known how to. They have the mental balance to understand how to handle the shock, and probably they are matured. You can see how they are handling it, but on the other side, sometimes it could even be subjudicial when you have a certain situation going on in court and you are just coming back to lampoon the process. And I'm going back to what I said about Dati. I saw the video again today. And I heard probably he's even a lawyer. I've not confirmed, but I will check if Dati is actually a lawyer and he was making those.
He's not a lawyer.
Oh, he's not a lawyer, right?
Not a lawyer.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can probably pardon him, but
You see, please, if I may interject a little bit, please. I'm so sorry. I'm going to be leaving soon. Look, I don't think you are looking at it from other people's perspective. I'm not an obedient. I'm not for anybody. What I want is just for a government that will work. Have you? Okay, I'm sure you are for Tinubu. Yeah, for Tinubu, right? Okay, but have you looked at it from other people's point of view that, okay, right now, they're so frustrated, they have lost all hope. For instance, they are like, okay, APC has been in power for 8 years. Now, APC is going to continue with the same situation. It's like, it might even get worse. Do you have families in Nigeria? I don't know if you have families in Nigeria, or I don't know. You are not in Nigeria, right?
Yeah, I have families.
You maybe you are you are affluent, so your family is not going through the pain that some people are. Right now, with this money crunch, this cash crunch, people are still suffering. The poor people, the pepper seller, the tomato seller, the onion seller, they are still suffering.
Miss Rosie.
Yeah.
You are
So some people, their perspective is like, you know what? They are like giving up. It's like, do you mean this thing is going to continue another 8 years? So have you considered it from that point of view? Maybe that's why sometimes it's like they're losing it. They're losing their mind. They're losing everything. It's like there is no hope anymore. They are becoming hopeless. So just for the fact that the party that you are happy that Tinubu is elected, does not, other people are disappointed. They are thinking of the problem that is going to continue. Okay, look at Buhari. When Buhari came, everyone was like, oh, change. Look at what the change brought us to. So now people are like, are they going to continue with this suffering for another 8 years? That's the point that is making them so hopeless, so irrational in their thinking, that's making them do all this. So I think it's good for us to look at both sides of the coin. Some people are so impatient, they don't even want the court. They are like, you know what? They be acting irrationally because of the suffering. The masses, they are still suffering in Nigeria.
Okay, let me just come to this first.
Sorry, can I add to what you say before you answer? Maybe we can take it together.
Okay, go ahead. Rational. What piece? Uptown. Yeah, sorry.
Uptown.
You see, you've been so long we saw you. You see, people have started to. You see, I tell you to come often. Well, carry on.
Okay. All right. So I just want to add to what Princess Rosie said.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be in this space to know what is going on. I told somebody yesterday that the biggest problem in Nigeria right now is not what most of you people think. It's not maybe bad economy or insecurity or whatever it is. The biggest problem now is that if I say that 80 or 90% of Nigerians and up to 95% of young Nigerians, youth, are depressed. They are having PTSD. They are having, in fact, if you bring in mental health experts into Nigeria, they can't deal with the cases. A lot of people have lost it upstairs.
What is the cause of their depression?
I'm coming. See, the pressure in Nigeria. I've been speaking to, woman said I've not been coming to the platform more often at least in the past 1 week or so. Yeah, I've been making my SWOT analysis and I've been speaking to a lot of people. It is actually deeper so that is why when Kulata was saying something a couple of days ago on the platform, when I came on the platform, I had to highlight that because I thought it was really very important. And I feel APC is so disconnected with the people. Because if they were not disconnected with the people, if they were half as connected as even me uptown is, and I'm trying to be, they will know that with the mental situation of most Nigerians right now, the last thing you want to do is to come to the field, let's fight, or you want to be stupid, let's be stupid, or you want to protest, let's protest back and all of that. No. You have to. It's a psychological problem. A lot of Nigerians almost attached their last hope to that thing you guys usually call obedient movement.
Election outcome suppression, right?
Forget that one.
And
Let
me finish now.
That's political. What you are doing is political. If Nigerians are unhappy, it's not only the obedience that are not happy with Nigeria.
I didn't say that now. I can't remember saying that.
Yeah, the elections are over. The only hope of Nigeria is not Obi. The only hope of obedience is Obi. But the hope of majority of Nigeria has been chosen.
These people
I
that
heard
are
you.
protesting, these people, they are not only
obedient.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's the
people that march to
suffering.
INEC were
It's
obedient.
the suffering. Some people are committing suicide because they have no
No, he
hope.
does not know
They
it. He's not in
don't know where
Nigeria.
to
He
get
does not. He's
money.
not aware.
Look, the last time I went to Nigeria,
He's not aware.
in August. I went to Nigeria in August. The younger sister was getting married. When I got there, oh my God, I was like, my heart was broken. The way people were begging. Everywhere you go, you see people all skin and bone begging. I was like, the little change I have, I was giving and giving. My niece was like, Auntie, you're gonna give us everything you have. Oh, how many people do you want to sympathize with? I said, Lionly, this is too much now. Look at this man, is all skin and bone. He's putting on a uniform, he's standing by the door, opening door for you. How much is he being paid? You see, people are suffering.
Miss Rosie.
Are suffering.
Let me just finish what I'm saying then.
It's like just because you live abroad, your family is doing good. You are not feeling what the masses are going through.
That is happening all over Nigeria.
Let me just finish what I'm saying.
I'm not saying it's only obedient. Stop saying obedient. I'm talking about.
I think that obedient thing is what makes people disconnected with the situation.
There are many
people giving them Obi now. They would have had
but what the wider point that sorry, Rosie, the wider point that I think Patrick is pushing through is that the solution to the problems that we have, the solutions to it is not anything to do with Peter Obi. We have to go through a rough economic pathway out of it. And Peter Obi is the least person to deliver that. Yeah.
You want to get 5,000 from this POS. The people are ready to collect 1,000, 2,000 from you. So people, there is no cash around. So
Miss Rosie, Rosie, let me handle this. And
I would have loved to finish, so you see, but you get my point.
All right. What's going on in the country?
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let him land, and then you take it up. And we want to hear from you, Royalty, at some point, but I'll land uptown.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to say two things. First of all, I'm going to talk about one woman called Auntie Fumi that I met in my cousin's estate. I was making a phone call to Olumide, the guy that ran under Labour Party in Surrey. My friend, we were talking about some campaign issue, and she overheard me in front of her house, and she called me, told me, "Are you part of the obedient movement? What is going on?" So this is after the election. Do you know, since after that woman called me every single morning to ask me what is going on. Are they going to retrieve our mandate? I don't know. I'm confused. And this woman is not a poor woman. Like, at least I know her husband owns that building. but she calls me every single morning just for me to give her some certain hope that
Are you sure
whatever
it's not?
mandate.
Are you sure it's not your fine boy that she's calling instead of anything to? You
No,
know,
no, it's a mama. No, it's a mama. It's a mama.
is it
No,
a
it's a
pool
mama
girl?
now.
Is this a
It's
pool girl or
not.
something?
I know her name is Madam Fumi, but it's a
Okay.
mama now. Mama,
All right. Okay,
calm
carry
down.
on. I'm a bit suspicious, but carry on.
I'm very Jerry. So no, it's just the emotional attachments and all that. Now, apart from that, what when I talk about APC and I wish I could be in a space where I could advise APC as a party. I wish I could be in a space, and this is it. When people talk about Obi is not the solution. Now, let me tell you something. He might not be the solution, but what I'm analyzing is what is on ground. Now, there are, when people are depressed, are having PTSD, and so there's certain kind of treatment they want. Now, apart from we know we're going to go through rough economy, rough whatever, and we're going to get better. But if people want to talk and their government will respond to them, at least to give them. So what people are looking for is not magic wands. They are looking for somebody that can speak hope to them. Somebody can make them believe that in the next 1 year, in the next 5 years, it's going to be better. Somebody that they can make a complaint and the person will not shout them down. Let me tell you something that happened yesterday or today or so. Labour Party.
Okay, bring it on quickly.
Yeah, let me just conclude with that.
Yeah.
Labour Party put their nomination form at 25 million. Now people started complaining online that you guys can't peg it at that price with the same price with PDP and APC. And you people are saying you are different. What did Obi do? In 24 hours, Obi advocated and called Labour Party people and begged them to please bring it down to 15 million, and they did. Now,
that's optics now. That's optics now.
No, you call it optics, but when you are handling depressed people, people don't understand this thing. You call it optics, but this is what gives people a ray of hope. This is what APC needs to start adopting. Something that's confidence.
That's cynical manipulation. That's cynical manipulation. Cynical manipulation.
Okay, so you should let people to go and dive into the waters now, so that it won't be cynical manipulations, or to go to defense office and start shouting that we prefer military government to this APC government.
Yeah, but those are
because you don't want
protests
now.
They are
or to set the country on fire.
They are sponsored protests. They are sponsored protests.
No. What people don't know is that what is holding people from occupying Nigeria is just that thing Obi said, that everybody should stay calm. Let's go through judiciary. A lot of people, if Obi open mouth today and say this thing don't stop, that's when people will know that Nigeria is not calm. People are just sitting on eggshell, just waiting. Hold
on. Can you hold on? If Peter Obi says, if he opens up today and says this thing don't stop, who do you think will respond to it?
One man, I am here.
It will be the Southeasterners mainly, wouldn't it?
The Southeast is very calm. Unlike people that predicted that, hey, if Obi didn't win, Southeast will born. I told them that they are false prophets, and I told them that absolutely nothing will happen in the Southeast, because the heart of obedient movement is not in the Southeast. The abundance of the emotions and the drivers of that movement is not in the Southeast. And if protests begin today, Southeast will come last in that protest, because the protest will begin in Edo, to begin in Lagos, in Abuja, in some other places. Far before. See what's happening in Nasarawa. See what's happening in Nasarawa. See the women in Nasarawa. See what they're doing.
Yeah, we saw it. Let Enigmatic.
Okay. First of all,
before Enigmatic come, please, can I just say something a little bit, please? To me, it's not the obedient movement alone that is making people lose their mind. It's the suffering. Like if they can, like this cash crunch now, if they can do away whereby people can get money to spend, people, the things. If things ease out a bit, most of their mind will calm down. But now the suffering is like it's getting tougher and tougher.
But we told them.
Okay, Miss Rosie, I'll start this thing in layers. First, let me start from you now. About the cash crunch. You know who you're going to be looking up to blame? Blame Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. Blame those two people. Because at the height, right, of that imbroglio, then that
okay,
currency.
Please wait. Excuse me, Peter Obi and then Peter Obi and PDP, are they the one that implemented the
Hold on, Rosie. Let him respond. Rosie, settle down. Let him respond.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't know if you were on this platform that time. There were people on this platform, right? Personally, I asked one of them, Des. He said he doesn't care that after the election, right, that people can continue to suffer. After the election, when Obi, you know, when the advantage actually helps.
Who is having a meal? And why have you not invited us? We are hailing the rattlings of Buhari on Enigmatic.
Yeah. So, in summary, what I should tell you, what I say, blame Obi and Atiku. When they were supposed to stand by Nigerians with matured, right, and then and ripe brains, they know what was happening. But because of the political angle that Obi and Atiku were trying to profit from, they thought it was going to be a blow to Tinubu. They supported it. As of now, as I speak now, Obi is still quiet. He has not said anything.
Okay, so it's Peter Obi and PDP that implemented the policy, right?
Hold on now.
No, they implemented the policy.
Hold on. When the policy came out,
no, who implemented this policy?
Hold on. That was
politics is the answer to your question. Politics is
it not the government in power?
No, it was politics. Politics implemented it. Politics.
Rosie, when I speak, right, I like to go with facts and I like to basically extrapolate things. When Nigeria was born, because of that, some people were standing, right, with that shenanigan then. Are you aware of the fact that it took 3 APC governors to take the current administration, or the incumbent administration that they are part of, under the APC, up to Supreme Court, right, to challenge Buhari and Emefiele and the central government and the institution for that policy, for that shoddy policy? But we have some politicians and their followers, including Uptown here now, right? And all the obedient and all the articulate supported that. While Nigerians were dying, while banks were being burnt, while buildings. So it took some governors the nerve to do that. And we have some governors, Okowa, a running mate to Atiku, and Obaseki, who stood by the government against the people. So when you want to put all these things into view, perspective, proper perspective, and the context of it, you understand where we are coming from. Now, the policy has gone through the processes of the court. The Supreme Court has made a statement. Today, I read that Emefiele had to meet with Ngige, and so as to forestall a labor crisis, right? National Labor Congress or Union. They were trying to strike, to go all over the country, to go to these branches of CBN to cause some problems. So he actually had to do that to mitigate that process. So what we are saying, politics, sometimes it comes with consequences, and I'll leave that at that. Number 2, on what is happening with obedience, not understanding the dynamics of politics, I blame again, right, the Peter Obi himself. We were saying it on this platform that he needed at a point to help them manage their expectation.
Yes.
He never did that. He gave them the high hope, the false hope. When you go to an election, right, Ms. Rose, when you go to an election, there's going to be a winner and a loser. It is a fact.
Yeah, definitely.
But when you over, right? First of all, when you overpromise these folks, he ran on the immaturity. He ran on the virgin mind, political virgin minds of these folks. These are young guys that are just experiencing their first political baptism of fire for the first time. That's why you see all this meltdown. That's why you see the PTSD. They will get better in the next 4 years. They will understand it's a profit and loss, game.
It is a game, really. It's nothing to do with tribe or anything. It's a game where you have winners and losers. Yeah.
I will be disappointed to see anybody at all, anybody anybody within the PDP fold who will be having a PTSD or a meltdown after political meltdown. Look at Solomon. Solomon is probably younger than Uptown, right? He's probably younger than a lot of people on this platform. But in the heat of that moment, you could see his maturity. You could see his intellectual, fecundity to actually know that this is a game. These are politicians playing this game. And Miss Rosie, right? So, and you saw an elderly man.
Like you said, the politicians are playing this game, but the masses are suffering.
The masses
That's
are suffering.
That's usually how it happens, though.
The masses are suffering. The masses who are suffering now are the masses who are trying to die, right, in the war of the politicians. And somebody delivered to me is an obedient. He said, "Do not die in their war." Now they are the cannon foders now that are suffering. Obi, wherever Obi is today, that will not stop him from sipping a bottle of champagne or Atiku, right, or Kwakwanso, because they will look at the bigger picture. Obi yesterday, politically, it's not the same Obi today. We can't speak of tomorrow, right? He has a political gain from whatever it is, lose or gain, right? Kwakwanso has a political capital, lose or gain. He won the whole of Kano State. He basically annihilated the whole of APC, decimated Ganduje, Buhari, Tinubu, all of them in Kano State, won almost everything. That's a positive for him. So when you have kids, right, when you have a seasoned politician like Peter Obi and he rose on the emotions of these folks, you should blame him for doing that. He gave them too much hope. You don't do that as a father, as a politician, as a national leader. No, that's a
Tell
false
me,
hope.
who gave more hope? Buhari, when Buhari was coming and was saying change, or this one that is happening now?
Okay, well, you can't compare
But
Buhari.
Buhari, everybody was excited. Oh, he's bringing
The
change.
PTSD even started under Buhari. That's where it started.
The problem I keep having is when you say everybody, Nigerians, like Peter Obi will say Nigerians mandate. Who are those Nigerians? The PDP that voted for Atiku, is he claiming the mandate of Atiku for himself? Is he claiming the mandate of Asiwaju for himself or Kwakwanso for himself? He should say obedience mandate. People need to clarify these differences. Do not say you guys should stop conflicting Nigerians for section or subjective political ideas. No, it would be wrong on
I
Tinubu
think what they mean is that these people, they are Nigerians. It doesn't have to be the whole of Nigeria. But
I
he said
understand.
they are
No, I
Nigerians.
understand.
Even if it's 10% of the populace, those 10% are Nigerians.
Okay, when you say okay, Nigerians we are not happy, Nigerians will go on the street to protest and everything.
Okay,
Does it
wait.
mean...
Do you want him to say Cameroonians?
Hold on, Rosie. Let him run through a little bit. Have that say, but then let him run through a little bit.
Yeah. So
land your point though. Let Rosie land that point, and then let him run through it.
Yeah, when you are saying Nigerians, what do you want him to call them? Oh, Cameroonians or Americans or British? These people are Nigerians. That's why I'm saying Nigerians.
Okay, Madam Rosie, let me give you an example. In America here, right?
Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not an obedient too, but
No,
I just want to.
Are you sure you are not an obedient?
No,
it's not a bad thing. A lot of people are.
I'm not because I didn't even believe that Obi will come to this level because my niece and I, she was very disappointed in me. She said, "Oh, auntie, you mean you cannot support Obi?" I said, "Please forget. This guy has no structure. Where is he going to start from? Where is he going to end? Please stop deceiving yourself. He's not going to get anywhere." So she was very upset with me. So I'm not an obedient at all. I'm not.
Maybe you should have said some Nigerians and not
So, Madam Rosie.
Yeah, but he's a politician now, so he has to use that language of the Nigerians as though he has the mandate of the people. Yeah.
So, Madam Rosie, like I was saying, right? In America over here, Jaliko could bear me witness now, right? We had the highest number of voters, I think, in 2020. Biden's margin from Trump, I think maybe 7 million, right? 7 million. I think 86 million voted for maybe Trump. Then Biden has 7 million more. But Trump is going everywhere. Americans voted for me. But they told him, bro, Americans voted for this guy too. This is the margin. So, like I said, I'll take it back to the politician. Guys should be very careful because you as an engineer, you as a lawyer, you as a professional, right, do not allow any political a politician, so to say, to play on your intelligence. These guys are merchants in this game, right? They will use you. Look at them now. You're going to be the cannon fodder for them, and we cannot let Nigeria, Rational Man was asking me, what next? Look, we cannot reduce Nigeria to the point of nihility and mobile crazy, except that's what we want. There are laws, that guides everything that happens in Nigeria. There's a ground norm, which is the constitution. There are legal processes that are going. If he does not believe in that, he's not going to spend billions to assemble a team of SANS, right? And then Atiku is doing the same thing. So going forward, I want and I believe, right, Nigerians now know that they are dealing with politicians who will sell them false hope. What I will blame Obi for is that he has not been able, he did not manage the expectation of these folks. You cannot go into an election. Of course, every politician will say, yes, I'm going to that election to win it. They say it most of the time. But sometimes reality will prevail on you to say, look, if he had managed this situation very well, these numbers that they've had, they would have been celebrating the number and the achievement, because nobody gave them that. I never expected it, to be honest with you, right? I never expected the achievement that either he went through the strategy he deployed, religious, ethnic, whatever it is. It's a strategy for him, and he has this number now. So whoever is having PTSD, if you are not having PTSD for your parents, if you are not having PTSD for your own life, you are not having PTSD for your wife or your husband, you are having a PTSD for somebody that if they say, do you know Ajane Koko? Who is Ajane Koko, right? And Ajane Koko is having PTSD because of a politician. I will blame him. I won't blame the politician, right? Politicians will be It's not going to stop Peter Obi to come not to go to his house and eat the best of his meal. If you are not eating, if you are sick, if you are delirious about a politician, I will still continue to blame you. Nigeria will remain Nigeria, right? In 50 years, 100 years, by the grace of God, we're still practicing democracy, right? There will be governments and there will be government. Things will happen. So people should just calm down and take politicians for who they are. And that's why I say, if you look at Omoyele Sowore now, right? You will see the way Omoyele Sowore speaks. When Adewale Adebayo came back maybe 2 days after the election, he went on to Dr. Damages. They were probably they wanted to throw pot, hot water and everything on that man because he was saying the truth. He was saying what I'm saying now, right? Politicians are the same. You all engage in malpractices, in all the shenanigans. So when I eat more than you, and you are crying that I eat more than you, but the two of us are scrabbling from the same pot, right? So do not cry for them. Do not die in their war. Do not suspend your life for any politician. No politician is worth, your life. Move
Yeah,
on.
but what I do not understand is this: when they know they lost and they know there might be no hope in this case, why are they spending all these millions of dollars that they could use to, I mean, set up companies, set up something to help the poor? Why are they going to court to spend all this money?
To the court?
Yeah, that
Okay,
means they believe in their heart that they're going to win. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Have you had the opportunity to be very close to any politician? Have you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, like my cousins in Nigeria. I mean, they were so much into politics. One was a commissioner for health. One was a commissioner for education. So they are
Okay.
really deep into politics.
Okay. Those are appointed positions. I'm talking about elective. When you see politicians who are basically a core politician, right? They are like, have you seen a fake pastor before? When you see a fake pastor and you see a core politician, just say good
I'm sure
afternoon.
she has seen fake pastor before.
The better question is, have you seen the real pastor before? Because those ones are rarer than
because
that's
it's
really
everywhere.
Look, Madam Rosie, let me tell you one thing for a fact, and to all obedience, right? I'm very sorry for them. Today is 28th of March 2023. This case that they are taking to the tribunal is as dead as dodo. It's a DOA. DOA. dodo, as in dead as dodo. Does it mean the Sans do not know, or Obi does not know he does not have a case? All of them know, but they are looking at another political angle to it. Do not forget, when you go to tribunal, most of the time it's a room for negotiation. It's a room like Obi now. Obi cannot chicken out just like that.
So sorry, enigmatic. I'm glad we are in that mental space that you were, but because when Rosie was asking why are they spending all these billions, it's really spending it for relevance. The more Obi pushes, the more he goes up in the hierarchy of the Nigerian political structure. So if he places himself just as high as this cycle can place him, then in the next cycle is a senior coming in. So it's just games, it's mini games.
So he doesn't mind wasting all that money on
one man.
No, the money is buying him.
It's buying the relevance. Madam Rosie.
It's game. It's not game.
Madam Rosie, hold on.
It's a game, It's like Man U versus Arsenal.
Let me tell you this, Madam, as it is now, as it is, I would have personally, right? I'm not an obedient. I would have been personally disappointed if Obi had congratulated the president-elect and chicken out like that. Do you know? Yes. When you are Obi
has the capacity to do it, enigmatic.
Yes.
Once Obi see an election, he does not have
it's not talking about capacity.
I'm not talking about the capacity. I'm talking about the political capital.
Real politic.
The real politicking of it. Like, okay, now if Obi had say, okay, Mr. Tinubu, congratulations on your bid. What do you think would have been Obi's lot now within the obedience and his popularity, his reputation? What do you think? How would you have felt as an obedient? How would you have felt? Have you been to Dr. Damages lately? Have you? So that's what I'm talking about, because what Obi needs now, and you can see if Obi goes to Southeast now, right? Look at what is happening in Labour Party. Within an electoral circle, right? They are talking of Labour Party is no more a Talakawa party again. It's a party that the likes of Emeka Ihedioha and top politicians are trying to defect to now, right? Because of this Obi wave. So,
the form for governorship in Imo is about 25 million now.
About 25. So yes, prior to this moment, how much was it for? Who knows Labour Party? The highest number Labour Party has had in any electoral circle, presidential, I think 5,000.
Yeah, 4,000 it was. Yeah.
What you mean the form to get in LP now to become?
Yes, to be a governor.
Oh my God.
25 million. So they have to reduce it to 10 million. And that I was about to talk into that. If you understand, the metrics of sales, the sales psychology and sales philosophy of business administration, you understand what Peter Obi and Labour Party did. They already know that the 50 million is what they were expecting, but they have to put it up. Then they bring it back to the expectation of what they were expecting already. So it's just a political game.
They've sold forms already. They're not going to they now started refunding from today. They're going to refund 10 million to everybody.
That's the game now. Look, it's quite.
It's another democratic contest on the way. Why are they back?
Obedience suggested they should do 15 million instead. Obedience Online pushed back and said they cannot allow them to do 25 million in Labour Party. It does not make any sense.
So
they must bring it down.
Imo State is coming up. Imo State
is coming up at Babaja.
Maybe I should quit my job and go become a full-time politician then.
You know that's the easiest way to make money. Yeah.
Don't go get PTS. You are
Madam,
very
of course, when you're calling
Madam. Sorry, let me crack you. You know, somebody said if you want to become a politician, you must be ready to have, before we know we are all politicians, gather like 200 million and put it in front of your house, put petrol and put fire, and then sit down confidently and be drinking champagne. Then when you can do that, that's when you can be a politician.
Very expensive.
So people think when you can lose money without blinking an eye.
Sleeping, without even thinking twice.
Wow.
All right. Let's not divert too much. Bring it back to where we were and then bring it home, enigmatic.
Okay, so like I believe I answered all the questions now. So look, going forward now, right? I believe we do not have any political virgin again in the room, or nobody will be having PTSD in the next 4 years when they are candidate lose an election or whatever. So when you go to a political contest, these politicians that you see, there's a reason why they are called politicians, right? There's a reason why they are not called astronauts. There's a reason why they are not called, philosophers or doctors. There's a reason why they are politicians. And I need anybody to understand the definition of politician. Politicking itself is a game that you need to learn. It's a game that, why do you think they don't really bring their kids into the into the political arena? Because they understand the traumas, they understand the drama, they understand the game. And I can tell you for a fact, there is no honest, if that is my opinion though, subjective to me, I do not believe there's any honest politician.
It's an oxymoron. There are two words. Those two words conflict. Honest and politician is an oxymoron.
You have to play the political game. You have to do the do. When I say do the do, you have to do it. So I'm sorry for those people who are melting down, who are suffering from PTSD. It's better you go into the military and have a better PSD than wasting your time suffering the PTSD, right? For politicians. That will not stop Obi and Wike and Atiku and Tinubu cutting deals when they have time to cut the deals. They will not blink an eye to think about your life or about your future if they have to cut a deal when the deal arises. So focus on your life. Do not suspend your life for them. Everybody move on. Let's keep Nigeria one.
All right, enigmatic. Let me move you on to a different talking spot. Your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. This is a woman telling other women. So how are you positioned in that domestic space? That one is beyond your pay grade. There's no.
I mean, you just have to. It's to be husband is a different ball game, from being a father or a son. So you become a complete complete package if you are able to maneuver your ways, through that. Let me use the trenches now. Through that nuclear trenches most of the time. So, for instance, everybody should just know their space. You have a wife that you care for, right? She's part of your life. But before she becomes part of your life, there are people who were in your life, right? That does not mean you just basically have to alienate them when you have a wife, right? And when you have parents who are productive, who are not, dependent solely on you for their livelihood or whatever they have to do in their life, it makes it very easy for you. But it just more, nobody knows it all when it comes to marital situation or how to handle that thing, because you are dealing with women. Men don't care. Your father will come to your house, he doesn't care. But it is the women that you just have to manage in a certain in a certain way and with some appropriateness of mind most of the time. So the mom, where the mom will be, where the wife will be, because the mom does not live with you in the house 24/7, 365 days a year. It is that woman, that your wife, that stays with you, that takes care of you, that is always by your side 365 days.
Who do you think your loyalty should lay or should lie with more? Your mother or your wife? Who should your loyalty lie with more?
Well, my mother's loyalty lies to her husband, which is going to be my dad. So my wife's loyalty lies to me, and vice versa. My loyalty lies to her. So it's
over and above everyone else.
No, not over and above. No, of course not.
No. I'm saying between, let's say, your mother, not you personally, but just as a general. Who do you think a man's loyalty should lay with the most? Their mother or their wife?
Well, first of all, you have to be careful not to be a mommy's boy, and you have to be careful not to be a woman rapper. So you have to understand that fact too, right? So when you are able to define that, your position, then you understand how to share the loyalty equally, right? Under the law, the woman has you. The woman gets your loyalty, and she is reciprocal. Your mom is not anywhere near the marital or the family, legal processes of a nuclear family or otherwise. So where does the loyalty lie? I would say balance it. You can't say your loyalty, is all.
You see, enigmatic. I feel that your first loyalty should be to your wife, because your life impacts on her the most, and her life impacts on you the most. More than anyone else, both your lives impact directly on a daily basis on each other, more than anyone else. So yeah, even your survival more with her than anyone else, and hers with you than anyone else.
Yeah, it was like I said, one man, your wife is with you 247, 365 days a year. Of course, she has more she has your loyalty more than your mom, that probably comes once in a while, especially if you live abroad, right? Probably they come maybe during the summertime in a certain season, and maybe 3 months or 4 months in 12 months. So there's a possibility that when she's with you within that 2 months or 3 months or 4 months, right, she deserves all the loyalty that you have, right? And then it is you now as a man that should know how to balance the situation, that within that 4 months, you know how to share that loyalty between the two of them. But by natural conjecture, right, and even by the provisions on the doctrines of the Holy Book, there's a space where your mom occupies in your life. There is a space where your wife occupies in your life, right? In certain hadiths in the Holy Quran, they say you cannot do certain things to your parents. You will perish, right? The role of parents, the way it is enshrined in the Holy Quran, is very strong. So that's why I'm being very.
My brother, do you know the Holy Book did not envisage the kind of woman you have nowadays? Kind of if you put
what are you talking
the
about?
modern woman inside the Holy
Women,
Book,
what are you talking about? Women
you
have
will
always
crack.
remained women.
But,
Look at the Bible.
The
Look
Holy
at in the
Book
Bible.
does not
Did we not
expect
have
a
Delilah
woman.
that planned to kill Samson and got him down? Women
That
have always been.
Delilah,
Mr. Baba, let me tell you something.
It's not exactly so. The I don't know the Holy Book you're referring to. If you're referring to the Bible,
Everywhere.
yes, it does have
all
envisaged.
the Holy Book did not anticipate we will have
It
this
does.
kind
It does. You don't just know
women that will turn to
Hold
man.
on.
What kind of women are you talking about, really?
The kind of women that go and buy spam. The Holy Book has
Yeah, no, this is the junior version of Dupe, even more feminist. This is royalty. She came in off the back of your topic yesterday.
Pato, let me tell you one thing. The way I think, it behooves every husband, it behooves every man. Now, man, the father, the father, the husband, and the son, right? To find the common ground to play the role equally. Because if you are not very careful, then that will put out your crown, right, into a severe test. And if you are not very careful, you will probably fail in all those strata of that test. So, like I said, you have to know if it's very easy for folks who live abroad like us. Your mom is not going to be with you for the next 12 months, probably 2, 3 months, 4 months in a year, maximum 5 months, right? And she'll be gone. If you have an understanding, quote and unquote, an intelligent wife, she will understand that it's just a matter of few months before grandma will be gone. But if you have a mother too, this thing is not really prevalent within grandmas that are quote and unquote well-to-do, that have their own thing. They can hold their own ground. Let me use the common language now, right? When you have a mom that your wife cannot look from head to toe and then probably want to rubbish. She had a career, probably she's even at retirement. You see her graph, you see her pension, your leg is still shaking, right? She knows she just comes to your house to spend time with you. If you do anyhow, she can go get herself a hotel or probably take the next flight back home. She can call your bluff. So when you have that kind of a mother-in-law, right? Of course, you just have to know where you put yourself, but it all depends on the man. Like you are speaking to the holy books or whatever. We think there are divorces now, one man. These Gen Z that are coming, I don't even these Gen Z that are on the way. It is if they will even get married, it will be absolutely inexplicable what will happen.
They don't even want to get married. They just
own-
want
And do
to
you know
have
why
kids.
that is? Do you know why that is?
They just want to have kids and move
in
on
their
with
own
their life.
in their own
They will
generation.
go and buy spam from the bank. That's what I'm
you know.
saying.
So it's a there's a when it's like you have you have to be careful. First of all, like I said, every man should understand that you have to find a way not to be a woman rapper and a mommy's boy. If you can define that angle, if you can make a clear definition of that, you've succeeded. I'm telling you.
All right,
Can I?
brilliant.
Please,
Yeah,
can I?
yeah, come in.
Yeah, okay. To me, I think the role each person plays a different role in a man's life. The role of the mother, like you said, they all occupy different spaces in his life. The role the mother plays in his life is different. The role the wife plays is different. And most often, you have to, I mean, do, I don't know how to say it. You have to do the right thing with your mom and do the right thing with your wife. You cannot say because you are married, you love your wife, you're going to turn your back against your mom that brought you into the world. And then you cannot say at the same time that, oh, my mom, I'm the one that she's been the one caring for me right from pregnancy to now. To my wife, no way. You cannot, my mom comes forth before you. No, I think the mom has there's a way you treat your wife and there's a way you treat your mom, and you make sure that the two of them don't clash. And then when we're talking about loyalty, what do you mean by loyalty? Because to me, loyalty means doing what is right to your wife and doing what is right to your mom. Like the Bible says, honor thy father.
You can't hear you.
All right, I think she's lost connection
And at the
somewhat.
same token, you are not going to treat your wife badly because of your parents. So there is a way you have to handle the both. The wife and the mother and your mom.
One man, have you asked yourself why is it that the men don't have problems? Why do you think so?
Because men are
So
different from women.
I think that any mother-in-law that would expect that her son should have loyalty to leaving the wife behind is a very selfish woman, because the mother-in-law, if she's married, she should know that she will expect that her own husband will have loyalty to her. So why would you expect somebody else's husband to have loyalty?
No, she might not get that. What she might not
She
might not get that.
You learn to pass the baton. Somebody
Okay,
passed the baton to me.
what if she's married to a man that have 4, 6, 10 wives?
That's
Do you
her
expect her to be
business. That's
treated?
what she chose. No, you see that's the problem with us Nigerians. We always we make excuses for things that are wrong. Because a woman decided to be the fourth wife to a man with 6 wives does not mean that somebody that innocently coming into a new marriage with just her and husband have to endure what you went through. If that is our own story, let it end with her. Don't bring that trauma of what you went through, bring it into somebody else's marriage. If somebody passed the baton, the man that you got married to was somebody's son before. If the woman, if your own mother-in-law passed the baton to you, left her son to be with you, you are now his new mom. You should be able to do the same thing to your son's wife too. I feel like it's
Woman.
just self.
Sorry, woman, can you help me ask this question?
No, I wanted to take it back to politics, but yeah,
Okay.
ask the question and I'll take it back to.
And
by the way, hold on, I have a clip that I want you to respond to, Royalty. So stay there, but I'll ask the question. And then
it was Royalty that says that the woman should pass the baton because her own loyalty should be with the husband. And she should not expect the loyalty from her son. Now, the question now is that the woman, in the real sense, the real loyalty of a woman, is it to the husband or to the children? And that tells you, in most cases, the loyalty, when the man has to choose between her husband and her children, they choose the children. And that is why the mother expects the loyalty from that guy. Because at no time, once the woman has children, is gradually even transferring the affection and loyalty to those kids. So the question I'm asking this madam is, do you think genuinely the loyalty of that woman is with her husband or her children? For most women that have children.
So the man decides that women in relationship respond to how the man treats them. If a man treats his wife the way she's supposed to be treated, our loyalty will be with our man. Our children is going to come second. Because at one point, those kids are going to leave home. Those kids are going to leave you. They are going to go on and give their loyalties to somebody else. But your ride or die should be your man. The right way it should be is your loyalty is to your man. Then the children come second. But if you find yourself in a situation where the man, you feel like, oh, this man is somebody that at one point it might leave me or is not treating you right, you find out that most women, the affection they're supposed to get from or they're supposed to put towards their man, they put it towards their kids. That's when things like that come in place. But if a man is doing what he's supposed to do, is loving a woman the way she's supposed to love, the way she's supposed to be loved, a loyalty stands with a man.
All right, thank you. So let's bring it back to the politics of it, and let's take the politics to Uptown. So if it's ready to go, Uptown, are you there?
Well, man, let me just say bye-bye to everybody before I leave. So,
yeah.
I appreciate the two female voices, Rosie, and then what's the other lady's name?
Royalty.
Yeah, so I appreciate you guys on the platform. At least we're having some divergent opinions now from the ladies. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I have a message for you.
Thank you.
Okay, make a check. All right. So obedience, you guys, you did way better than you. All of you know you all know my position now. So you guys should just take the gains and let's move on, please. One love, everybody. Bye.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So, are you there, Uptown?
Yeah, one man. Pass my number.
I'm here.
Pass my details to Mr. Patrick.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
So, Uptown, take us through this headline. Then, Tinubu has what it takes to govern Nigeria effectively. So, this is Buhari making the headline here. So, the understanding is that. So this, by the way, you know that when Tinubu, when he marks his birthday, he has a colloquium. But in this instance, he has decided not to have one and requested for prayers for the nation instead. But in sort of good wish messages to him, Malam Buhari has put this out. So in the climate that we're in, is this now the final pronouncement that puts the bow around the ribbon of Tinubu's victory? Is this essentially Malam Buhari telling us now that this electoral cycle has run its cycle and the next thing to happen now is 2027? Is this the final seal of approval for the Tinubu presidency? Malam Buhari's commentary Uptown.
Okay. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning to our listeners everywhere. This is that section where I get to also give another 10 seconds break for the likes to boost up. So if you love me, like Tinubu will tell us, you click on the like button.
Yes, if you love Uptown, click on the like button.
All right. One man, I don't know anybody expecting Buhari not to do what is expected of a commander-in-chief of the armed forces and the president of a country. It is not in Buhari's place to decide or to overrule INEC or INEC declaration. It is in his place to conduct an election, rightly or wrongly, whether he did it well or not. It's in his right to provide security for election, and when the election is done and the umpire calls the results, it is his duty to hand over to whoever the president-elect, according to the only person who, that the Constitution gives the power to call who the president-elect is, which is Mahmoud in this case. So anybody expecting Buhari to go contrary to that, I don't know. Well, I don't know what other presidents would have done. I don't know what an Obasanjo would have done, or maybe any other president back in the history or whoever else. But the Buhari I know, he's gonna do what is expected of him. May 29 is gonna get, he's gonna reach. He's gonna walk down there at the stadium. He's gonna hand over to whoever the person carrying that certificate of the president-elect of Nigeria. I know this is going to happen. So I don't think there's anything surprising about what Buhari said. What he said, I mean, it's just like, I don't even see the importance of itself, of him coming to say this and that. I mean, do you want to do contrary to that before? Do you want to not hand over? Yeah, so I'm saying, so he's gonna hand over, and apart from that, this guy is tired. Buhari is tired. I'm sure if he can even move that handover day to April 1st, he's probably gonna do that. You know, because I think he can't wait to go back to his cows in Daura. I mean, he said it a couple of times. He's tired of the Asurok. He's tired of children, the problems of you and I. He's tired of being blamed for people misstepping, people getting heartbreak from their girlfriends, and then they say Buhari is the problem. He just wants to go home and enjoy his retirement. So anybody thinking Buhari wants to spend an hour more than he should is joking. So 1 month he's going to hand over to Tinubu on May 29. I think that's just it. The only thing that's not going to make him do that is if there is substantial evidence that the certificate is wrongly given to the wrong person, and it is proven according to the Constitution, according to the law, that that's what the case is. Then, but once it's not, or is yet to, and May 29 clocks, he's going to hand over to Tinubu, who is currently the president-elect of Nigeria. So there's nothing surprising about what he said.
All right, take us to the Simon Ekpa space, Uptown, and his invitation for a sit at home in Lagos.
1 month. This is a waste of our precious one. I would rather spend time sharing some bottle of wine with my fellow panelists here than waste it on 1 month.
No, it's an important voice in the Southeast. It's an important voice in the Southeast.
1 month, don't. 1 month, I am more opposed to Simon Ekpa than even Buhari might possibly be, and it's the same thing with Nnamdi Kanu as far as I'm concerned. Anybody, and I feel Enigmatic gave it too much privilege and thing. If he wants to do this in Lagos, he can't do shit. One Igbo man, in fact, half an Igbo man in Lagos is not going to stay at home. Half an Igbo man in Lagos is not going to stay at home. This guy, let's not forget, this guy has been issuing sit at home. There's one he said, countdown to Biafra, realization. He was counting down to, I don't know, February or January or whenever he was counting down to. He gave a couple of sit at homes. None of them was obeyed anywhere in the Southeast. So if they weren't obeyed in the Southeast, it's now in Lagos that they're going to obey his sit at home. Whereas the people in the Southeast are calling for his head. The petition that was signed against him, that even made him to be called up for some investigations in Finland, the majority of the signatures on the petitions is coming from the Southeast. You know what I'm saying? So the Southeasterners are, if you go to the Southeast right now, if you go to Anambra State, or you go to Onitsha, enter into the market. This whole narrative of Southeasterners following Simon Ekpa, I think it is coming from when people go into spaces of some Southeasterners in the diaspora that might be subscribed to what he's saying. They think Southeasterners are no, that is an echo chamber. It has absolutely nothing. If you want to know what Southeasterners think, take a stroll, enter GUO or Young Shall Grow, or you take a flight to the Southeast, Anambra, Imo, Ebonyi, Abia, wherever it is, go into the market, call Simon Ekpa's name, and you find out the actual opinion of the Southeasterners as contrary to those few diasporans in their cocoon, deceiving each other and sending dollars to each other and just deceiving themselves. You know what I'm saying? Southeasterners know that Simon Ekpa is a problem to them. They know that he is a cancer to them. They know that he's a virus to them. And nobody ever respected even one sit at home that Simon Ekpa ever did. Let me tell you, the sit at home that is persistent in the Southeast right now is the Monday sit at home. It was never called by Simon Ekpa. It was called by the actual IPOP group, the one that Nnamdi Kanu propelled, and the one that Imma Powerful was their distinct was called. You understand what I'm saying? But it was hijacked by non-state actors. Faceless, obviously, has political undertones. So it was hijacked. So by the time they called it off, the IPOP called it off, they couldn't control the narrative again because some politically sponsored talks coming in the guise of unknown gunmen and what have you. I don't know how a gunman will be unknown. Was now using that method to hijack that day. They now hijacked that day such that even the IPOP couldn't even control. If at the point IPOP was issuing statement and saying everybody should come out on Monday. If anybody tries to stop you, we will come and attack them. But the people were scared for their life. The people were like, yo, you guys are saying we can now come out, but what about if we come out and something happens to us? So, and Southeasterners, they are traders. They are attached with their money. And a Southeastern trader that has 10 million, 20 million on the account, and you're telling him to come and risk his life, and then so that he would die, so that his children will inherit that money and squander it and use it to buy Camry and enjoy their lives. No, he doesn't want to do that. They value their life so much that a little threat, a Southeasterner does not want to risk it, because you might say that maybe because of their attachment with their material wealth and all that, they don't want to die and leave their land behind, leave their cars behind, or leave their businesses or their stores behind and all that. So once you guys are doing that, so anybody giving credence to Simon Ekpa, he has done no impact in the Southeast. You can say that maybe he might have one or two, foot soldiers, basically mainly in Imo State, that just pay some talks to cause
uptown.
Yeah, I
but
can hear you.
You can't speak for generality of Southeasterner now.
No, Ngwaba.
Hold on.
I know the narrative in Southeast.
Hold on now. All of us see the thing where they happen. You can't speak for generality of Southeast, because you are saying if you go to Aba, if you just go to market, go and mention somewhere, you will see the resentment against you and so. You can't speak for generality of Southeasterner. The people that you still see on Samuel Ekpa show, donating that huge money. They are house Southeasterner. And I believe we still have a lot of
19%
people.
diasporans.
Hold on, man. Those are they not the backbone of Obitu? Are they not his financial backbone? This South, even in Southeast, they are talking about a lot of people are there that are championing this Biafran cause too. So you can't say because
Now, I
they
was speaking to Simon Ekpa page, Baba, this piece, Baba. I wasn't talking about whether people championing Biafra cause or not. We were talking about, he asked me something about Simon Ekpa issuing sit at home. So I was speaking to Simon Ekpa's space, and he's relevant as Simon Ekpa in the Southeast. You get, I'm not saying that Southeasterners are not, some of them are not sympathetic to Biafra and all of this. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just talking about that Simon Ekpa, how he's being viewed in the Southeast. Anybody thinking that even the people that is loyal to Nnamdi Kanu is loyal to Simon Ekpa is a big lie. Even the few people that are even loyal to Nnamdi Kanu.
Hold on. Wait now. Wait. The people that are loyal to Simon Ekpa are previously people and probably still people that are loyal to Nnamdi Kanu. That's not to say everybody loyal to Nnamdi Kanu is loyal to. But what he has caught is he has caught a percentage of the Nnamdi Kanu's. I don't know, but they were traditional Ipobians who have now migrated into autopilot, but still Ipobians. So it's the same followership. It's the same followership.
Let me tell you what I'm.
They are fighting for the same cause. What Nnamdi Kanu was fighting for was Biafran nation, and the same thing this guy is fighting for. It's continuing. It's continue to fight for the same cause that the job that Nnamdi Kanu left behind. So you tell us that the way you are putting it, you are putting it.
No. Baba, I'm coming.
Something?
Baba, you don't have to take my word for it. One man, we could dedicate a month here to inviting Southeasterners randomly from every state to come and tell you what they feel about Simon Ekpa.
All right, we don't have to.
Not diasporans. I'm not telling you those diasporans.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. Let
random Southeasterners that on ground.
Okay, we'll do that right now. But wait. Let Ajanle Koko land first, and then we have a Kene who is probably more Southeasterner than you uptown, but because you are like a Jebota Southeasterner, but Ajanle Koko.
What I'm just saying is that don't paint a wrong picture to us. I will agree with Igbo in Lagos that are running their business will not yield to that call because they have their business to manage. So, but for you to, try to paint it as if what Samuel Ekpa is fighting for has been totally rejected by generality of Igbo people, that's not true.
No, Baba, it's not what he's fighting for. It's him. He is being seen as of today, Baba. Simon Ekpa. I'm not talking about what he's fighting for. No, people are still saying that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. Yeah, it's a different space. But people right now in the Southeast are seeing Simon as even a sabotage to even the Biafra movement. You get what I'm saying?
Now, Simon, how is he a saboteur? Tell us.
I'm not. This is not my view. You're asking me
whether you
want to see him as saboteur. Nothing concerning Simon.
You have heard from
the people.
Hold on. You have heard for the people that the saboteur. Okay, tell us how he's a saboteur to Biafra.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Hey, are you eating suya again? Do you eat anything apart from suya? I always suya.
By this time of the day,
all right, carry on.
But I'm munching on something though.
Yeah, I hope it's fruit. You shouldn't eat heavy at this time of the night.
It's actually fruit. You're right. I eat a lot of fruit.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so the whole sit at home issue is affecting Southeasterners because these guys are traders and artisans. and every single day they go out, most of them depend on their daily incomes because they're not mostly civil servants, they're mostly traders. You know what I'm saying? So anybody right now in the Southeast that is being perceived as contributing to the continuousness, if there's any English like that, of that seat at home is being viewed in the Southeast as an enemy of the Southeast and the Southeast economy. And Simon Ekpa, because IPOB now, the actual IPOB, the Nnamdi Kanu IPOB, has washed the hands of pilots completely out of the activities of Simon Ekpa and the continuous sit at home. So they have isolated themselves as IPOB continuously from anything Simon Ekpa and the continuation of the sit at home. That's why they are even urging people like Soludo, know what you can do to stop the sit at home. It's not in our hands again. So Southeasterners are now seeing that the only single person that is still agitating on that space that might be fueling this continuous sit at home is the guy in Finland. That's why they even call him in Southeast. This man in Finland will not come back here. I know this man in Finland and all that. So the guy in Finland does not have absolutely no credibility in Southeast. The only credibility he has is within his echo chamber online, where he continues to feed lies to some diasporan Southeasterners who also, like one man say, are also migrants from the Nnamdi Kanu space, but hugely diasporans. So what he does to them is he's always bringing videos, cooked up stories. He's feeding them those stories, and they are doing contributions every week for him in dollars.
Up down. Let me interject you again.
So Southeasterners know this. They know what is happening with the Simon Ekpa space. They call him Simon Onyori in Anambra State. Anybody that is Igbo here knows what Simon Onyori means. Or they even call him Simon Ekperima. So Simon Ekperima means Simon the criminal. So they believe this is a guy that hijacked the absence of Nnamdi Kanu and is trying to make money in Finland to our own detriment. So everybody, so what happens there is, what happens with this guy is, now he probably will have one or two foot soldiers, you understand what I'm saying, in the Southeast. So what they do is, in those sit-at homes, other states like Ebonyi State have started resisting it. They're coming out on Monday, and some other states in Imo State. So what they do is that they sponsor one or two burning of cars here and there on Mondays, just to keep that space going, so that people will keep maintaining that fear and keep sitting at home on Monday. But guess what? Every other sit at home he has called independently. Remember, the Monday sit at home was called by the actual IPOB guys initially. That's what started it and was sustained by fear. Now, for you to know that he is absolutely irrelevant on his own as Simon Ekpa, every other sit at home he has called since then, none of them was observed anywhere in the Southeast.
Uptown, let me interject you right there. You are describing this guy now as irrelevant. Why do you have Igbo leaders writing petition against him if it's irrelevant? If he doesn't carry...
I don't get...
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, bro.
Can you hear me, Uptown?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, you are describing him as irrelevant. But as irrelevant as you are describing him now, why do we have Eastern leaders writing petition against him?
Okay, shall I answer that?
Why now, if it's irrelevant? I believe it's still very relevant to a lot of people. His cause is still, gaining momentum.
All right, we've lost that. Yeah, before you answer, I wanted to bring a yes. I think we lost Ajanle Koko connection problems. But before you answer, let's bring a Kene in. Ajanle Koko's back.
All right.
Let's bring a Kene into that space that Ajanle Koko opened up. Kene, what Ajanle Koko is asking is if Simon Ekpa is as irrelevant as Optown is trying to convince us to believe. How come all the seniors in that space, they are writing both to the Nigerian government and to the Finnish government, even offering bounties on his head? So clearly, he has a huge power over that space. Ekene, good to see you. Ekene?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hope my phone just come.
Yeah.
So can you repeat the question?
No. Ajanle Koko was having a conversation with Optown. Optown was trying to convince us that Simon Ekpa, as you know, Simon Ekpa is calling for a seat at home in Lagos now amongst the Biafrans, as he describes them, because of the goings on in Lagos. So we were debating just how impactful that could be. But Optown is telling us that Simon Ekpa is irrelevant in the Southeast, and they just speak of him in disparaging terms. But Ajanle Koko is challenging that opinion that if Simon Ekpa is irrelevant, how come all the seniors in the Southeast are writing petitions all over the world, including putting a bounty on him? So Simon Ekpa, and now extending his seat at home from the Southeast into Lagos. So that's where we were.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yeah. I just came in to help my brother Uptown, just like I agreed on everything that he said. And the guys, Simon Ekpa, or whatever they call him, I'm from the core Southeast. I don't regard him. And in fact, people talking about him too much, like the people giving him the relevance, saying that although he has caused a lot of problem in the Southeast, and I see that is the reason why all those petitions are being written against him. So he know he cannot do anything. Well, many people have challenged him. If you know you are a freedom fighter, come to Southeast and make your statement. Then if people can buy to you, then you cannot just stay in Finland and be giving order to you, one nonsense order. Like you know that nobody will obey. So that is a fact.
Are you not going to observe? Are you not going to observe the sit at home your dad in Lagos?
I'm hearing this news for the first time. Nobody in Alaba have ever talk about it. So this is my first time of hearing it. So that news is
Are you not afraid of consequences? Are you not afraid of consequences?
What? Unless if Lagos State government will allow him. What consequence? What is he bringing in Lagos? Yeah? What is he bringing in Lagos? As far as I'm concerned, the guy doesn't exist in my mind. So those are the problem we have in this. I call them those guys. I'm not mistaking my word. They're criminals. So the damage they have done to the people of Southeast, that is the thing. So they have nothing to. Let him come and the other sit at home in Lagos now. Unless Lagos government want to allow him. You understand? If they want to allow him, let them allow him. If they have any option to do anything to him, let them do it to him. We don't care. We don't know him. Nobody know him. People like me. You understand? People like me don't recognize him. We only affair I have is how to move this country forward. You understand? That's my only attachment. So somebody like Simon Ekpa giving order. You are giving order, you are killing your people. Do you know what damage that guy has caused in the Southeast? And you're talking about you want to carry that wahala to Lagos. Will be the people that will chase him. You understand? So it is I believe that people are giving him too much relevance. Like this discussion now. I never expect to hear it being discussed here. People are giving him too much relevance, and it's not okay. And you know that thing cannot stand. It will never. It cannot, like a place like Lagos have many, not even Alaba, not even only Igbo people doing business in Alaba. Yoruba are doing business in Alaba, and you want to come and push it at home. It's not proper. And I just think it
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
You cannot
but the seat at home is geared to more towards the Biafrans in Lagos. It says it wants to cripple the economy of Lagos.
see, you're not crippling the economy of Lagos. Just come and tell me to close my shop. You want to cripple the economy of Lagos. You are doing more harm to me than even the Lagos you are talking about. I cannot close my shop for people to be paying dollars to you. And you are staying in Finland and be doing big man. And I'll close my business for you to be relevant. I'm not such a follower, and I believe many people are not following him in that narrative. So I will just close my shop for you to become relevant. No, the only thing I'm after is just let the government do the right thing, do what is proper. I know, just do what is proper to bring peace to the land. That is the thing. Anything apart from that, I don't know what else. What government has to do is to do the proper thing, bring peace to the land, to let everybody feel comfortable in Nigeria. The country
Yeah,
begin to move forward.
but you say you want peace in the land, but the people agitating the peace of the land at the obedient space, who are turning out to be sore losers, haven't lost an election now, not are willing to accept their defeat in a sporting manner.
Well, in politics, you expect that. So this is politics. This is not Simon Ekpa. You take politics away from Simon Ekpa. You want to discuss politics with whether Labour Party, PDP, or APC, then you can discuss that. Though it's a general view. So Simon Ekpa is a different individual.
Greetings to everyone present. But
You
there
are
are
spot
a
on.
lot
You're
of
spot on.
Southeasterners that come online, even on the ground, like on Flip TV. You see them and taking the side of Simon Ekpa on things. So those are the kind of people that allow the Simon Ekpa's narrative to carry on. You know, from what you all said, it sounds very clearly that this man should not have legitimacy. But there are people on the ground that perpetuate what he's saying. So there's a little bit of a disconnect from what you are saying and from what I see on the ground in Nigeria sometimes.
What percentage?
I don't know. If
Is
you
it
look
up
at
to
that guy
1%?
on Flip TV, you see them
let me tell you something. Just like before this election, the tension was very high that there will be no election. They are saying that the people that travel for Christmas, they came back, they said that that I don't think there will be election in Anambra State, this and that. I called the guy one side, I asked him, who are the people that are saying it? Check their background, check their mental state and everything. Tell me the guy, those guys smoking Igbo in our work this and that. So just like in every religion, you have such people. So when the people that's supposed to talk about
those guys smoking Igbo are the ones that will go and burn somebody in his car now. You must be able to smoke Igbo to cause the kind
That's what I'm telling you. That's rascality. That is
and
the
so when
rascality.
the Igbo people are the ones
That's the
saying
rascality.
it, that means when the Igbo people are saying it, that means they can do it. You can't
That
do
is
it.
what I said. That
saying
is what I said. That the government need to come up on that space and deal with it. You don't just look at it it's because in the southeast. That's the rascality. They deal with the rascality and make the land to be peaceful.
But that is true. I've often wondered why the Nigerian government has not gone after
let them go into that space and do something.
They should have sued him a long time ago. I don't know why they just left him like that.
Just leave him. The guy is causing problems. Do you think it's everybody? Everybody is happy with what is going on in the southeast. Even as I'm talking to you now, people are even going out on Monday. They have started going out on Monday.
They're going on, and there's even a narrative in Southeast that is this guy even sponsored to maybe cripple the economy of the Southeast? Like, what is he doing? Because everything he's doing is anti-Southeast on the ground. It looks like he's for Southeast on his echo chamber, but everything is anti-Southeast on the ground. People are losing their businesses. Just add that to what is even happening overall in the country, and then people have to sacrifice a day, and also students as well. Because people are talking about business and all that, but also kids are not going to school on Monday. So you're taking off school hours from their own colleagues in other parts of the country.
Prior to this election, there was one I met in my street, with the place we are barbering. the guy came in. We are talking about election, how it will go. Just looking at the guy, the way he just will come in and say, yeah, this is no election, or I will call my parents. This. Everybody want to talk. I don't respond to that guy. Let him finish. He go. The guy just stood up or spoke for more than 30 minutes. Nobody talked to him. He looked at himself as a madman. And if you see him, he look like that. After the whole stuff, he left. We are just laughing at him. So that's what I'm doing.
You see, it will be interesting to see just how many people observe Simon Ekpa's sit at home in Lagos, because he is also telling us that he has a sleeper cell in Lagos that will provide security for the southeastern businesses. So that would be a cause of concern for the Lagos State security agencies, because he's telling us
that is what he's telling to convince his followers. There is no which security you are bringing security on top of Lagos State security. Just think, wow! I tell you that you people are giving that guy too much attention.
Even if you're following him on Twitter, you'll find out that you know what he does. Where he feels something is controversial, he squeezes his head into it, so he would trend with it. So now that he has heard about this Lagos issue, now you see that he's on the front burner. He has squeezed his head into it so that it can keep his name afloat. At least now that we're talking about in this platform.
Are we blaming Iwuanyanwu for this Simon Ekpa tweet?
Is it Iwuanyanwu that attacked Igbo since Lagos?
No. It was Iwuanyanwu that told us. You remember it's just yesterday now that he was telling us that they are going to make the people in Lagos pay and all of that kind of language. So he was ratcheting up. So what people are saying is that what Iwuanyanwu did was a dog whistle to the southeastern space. And the militant elements within the southeast, arrow-headed by Simon Ekpa, have now picked that up to progress it, which is what we are now seeing in now sit at home in Lagos, which is a new phenomenon.
Well, one man.
No.
Can I wait, please? A minute, sorry. It is only in Nigeria that I see that the people that does the right thing are labeled as the people that does the wrong thing. What did Iwuanyanwu do? Do you know that? As at still today, one month.
It was calling for the Southeasterners to rage against the Southwesterners in Lagos.
Oh, nice. I'm glad that's not the narrative on ground. It's just here, so that would do. But the point is, this guy, since after that election, Igbos are still suffering some persecutions in some of their estates and some places. And Channels TV reported the news just yesterday. We have people who are complaining that these guys are still targeting these Agberos, not Yorubas. And these guys are specific. They are specific. These Igbo guys are specific that this is not Yorubas. This is Agberos that are legitimate.
Okay, let me bring in something there, my brother. Let me say something. Yeah. Do you know that these Agbero you people are talking about? Do you know there are some Igbo people among them? Many. Even that day in the election day, we know them.
They use them now. These political parties use
them.
What
are you people? When I'm telling you about what we're talking about is rascarity in the system that the government needs to do it and take away in the system. So it's not only about the Yoruba. I know them in our area.
But Iwuanyanwu was quite specific that the Yorubas are political radicals.
He didn't say Yoruba. I heard the statement very well. He didn't. He said the Yorubas are with the Igbos, but the rascals.
Don't do that. One man knows what you're saying already, so let's just move on.
Hold on. Can I listen to this?
We appreciate you and we support you and we're very proud of you. So now I saw the trader association coming here from Lagos. I want to let our people in Lagos to know that on Wednesday, I called a meeting of Organizing Council of Elders worldwide, and we expressed the events in Lagos. And I want to tell you that we have people who attended the branches in America, in Canada, in Europe, in London, and Nigeria. We have resolved, and I want those from Lagos to go home and tell those in Lagos, we have resolved that never again can we allow anybody to take the life of any innocent Igbo person. All of us are going to fight the person. We are going to fight the person. Never again. We are in Nigeria and we have invested in Nigeria. Our investments are so much. We are not going to take the question of people telling us to go. We are not going anywhere. And I want to tell those in Lagos to realize that there is no war between us and Yorubas. Yorubas are just political rascals, and we are going to handle them.
Okay, so you heard him.
Yeah, I heard what he said. But that place, he said the Yorubas are political. I don't think he mean all the Yorubas. Just like I told you, there are rascals even in Igbo politics, and there are rascals in every politics. You understand? So, but the issue of fight or that, it doesn't come to that. Just like what I told you last time, that this thing that are splashing up on this social media, it's not even the situation on the ground. I know there are problems maybe somewhere I'm one of it, something like that in Igbo dominated area. But what I'm saying is that the government is not doing enough. That's my stand. These are just small issue that your government need to come up and they speak against.
Ekene, which part? Okay, I agree with you. They are not doing enough, making me to believe that they probably want this to linger more. Because
that's
this
my
is more something that you should just these talks, just carry them, that throw them into a black marine, and everywhere is calm. Why are you allowing them to continue causing the problem?
You see, the deputy governor of Lagos State. I watched his interview this morning on Channels Television. Most of the question coming to him on how to bring peace to Lagos. Though he has made his statement, he said they can prosecute the MC Olomo.
He was evading them even when they told him about MC.
Yes.
He said, but if anybody commits crime, the person will be tried and sent. No, you are the government.
You are the governor.
Maybe there's another government somewhere that will do it, not him.
When you push out those narratives, there are things there are things that you said. Then the people you are talking to knows that you are defending them. There are their language you speak. They know you are not serious to fight the crime. You understand? So everything, there are political rascals in this Yoruba land, in this Lagos. You are talking about Aboros. You cannot even put it only on Yorubas. I tell you, I know many of them, and most of them are Igbo. They are just using them, and they are causing problem in the land. The same thing I'm telling you about the Southeast and what is happening. I'm telling you, even the issue of the Ekpa and the IPOB. Those people, they are the rascals. I know
it's the
when
same
you see them.
they are using.
If you come to Southeast, you see them. You as a decent person in this platform, you see the person, you know that this person is a rascal. Because I don't know how a reasonable human being has a bright future, plan himself to be a better somebody. We'll be talking about death, threat, and all that. When you know that you have cut out plan on how to make your own life better.
So how come the Southeast has not done anything about Simon Ekpa? Because it's been in that space for a good 3-4 years now.
Yeah, you are the person that talk about the petition being read. If not for the intervention of the Southeast elders during this general election, do you think they tried what they can? The only thing I want is the government to come up with a better security to guide the Southeast. After all, we are all Nigerians. You give everybody equal treatment. So that is the thing, and the security in the South is not too much to handle. I believe that it's not too much to handle. Those people, most of them are even, if you see them, you will know what I'm telling you. So let us not be discussing that guy, because even you mentioning that guy is irritating me. I told you I'm more a Nigerian than any other person can think about. I love this country so much. So anybody telling me this and that, no. Many people are not buying these ideas you are saying you are selling. Simon Ekpa. No, many people are not buying it. I'm telling you that for a fact.
Many people are. Or the guy drives a Lamborghini and a Ferrari off the back
That's the
of
thing.
membership.
He's diaspora.
But yeah, that is to tell you that a lot of wealthy following and a lot of massive following as well.
He's making his money. He's making his money.
Does he really drive those cars? You just
no, I think he's just making it
does
up.
he really drive those cars? You
metaphorically speaking. Metaphorically speaking.
Open an agitation page.
Let me ask you. You are saying that many people doesn't buy into what Ekpa is saying or calling for. So are you the call for Biafra nation? Many people don't buy into it. Is that what you are telling me?
See, I've told you what the government needs to do to get it.
No,
issue we
answer
have.
the question now. Don't dribble.
Yes, now I'm not talking about even right from Nnamdi Kanu. Somebody like me, I don't even have anything to do with Biafra, because me as a person, I've sit around and see.
Talking about you, we know where you
generally. Okay, just like Iwuanyanwu'S that is okay, just like Iwuanyanwu'S that you made this, you played this video here. He told you that Igbos have investment and nobody can push us away. Just watch the statement. He said nobody can push us away. We are in this country together. Is it not what he said?
Does that sound like somebody that wants to live tomorrow?
There's not somebody that sound like somebody that said, I want to let me go there.
Uptown, Ekene.
Who is that?
Yeah.
When the government was taking that bold step against IPOP and all these people that time, why was the South, they were shouting, oh, they are bringing Python dance to Southeast? Is the security situation in Southeast worse than what you have in Northwest? They are just coming to intimidate us. And now you are now begging that government to go and do security again.
Let me answer that question. Can I? Can I answer
Carry on.
Yes.
All right. My friend, there's something called carrot and stick approach, and I'm glad, and that's why I wasn't. I'm not too bothered about these three candidates that are contesting for presidency, because what they answered in that IPOB and generally agitation space, I was comfortable with it. Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, they all said the carrot and stick approach, which is what Buhari knows absolutely nothing about. So if somebody that knows how to apply carrot and stick approach went into that Southeast space, this conversation we're having today will not even have a life of it, won't be in existence. Why? Because when Buhari started doing, you don't quench an ideological agitation by military intervention alone. You understand what I'm saying? What you are going to do is that even people that is supposed to be behind you will start being scared. Even people that you are coming to save will start being scared of you, the savior. First of all, you do the carrots first. You have to, for people to know this is what we're going to do, and this is what we're going to do at the end, and blah blah blah. When we are done with it, then the rebels remaining, we are going to wipe them out. Evidently, you are in consensus with the good guys. They know that there's just a few 1% rebel remaining, and then they know that, okay, these rebels remaining, we have to clear them out for you guys to enjoy peace.
Okay, what would be the
carrot and stick approach?
What would be the carrot for a group that is demanding to leave the country? What would be the carrot? Just tell them go or don't go.
No.
Let me say something. Let me say something. In the issue of agitation, I've expected
talk to people.
Buhari to. He haven't talked. He haven't sit down with anybody. He haven't have any conversation to say.
Just carry.
Let's do this. Let's do the country like this. Oh yeah, come Igbo leaders. Let's talk like this. How are we going to do? I've never seen it happen in this regime. So if Tinubu can do that, I'll be okay with him. What we need is a united and peaceful country. So, and that is why everybody is asking for change of leadership. Somebody that we can communicate to, somebody that can listen to people. Government is not about I have power, I'm the president. You must bring out your government is all about bringing down yourself to the people, being able to understand and they treat everybody. I said it in this platform. Nobody can change the narrative of every millions of Igbo man one day. But why you have a government is to to address that issue. That is why you have a president in the land. So that issue of presidency, Tinubu becoming the president or not, Tinubu is not the president of a Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. So and anybody seeing it in that perspective, that's the problem. He's coming to address the issue in the land, and that is what I'm expecting from him. Both the Igbos, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, wherever you are coming from, he should be able to address it. If not, what is happening today will still continue. So that is the task, and Nigeria is doing.
Don't you think that people like you that believe in Nigeria like this, or like the governors and many elders in Nigeria right now, maybe if they were making a more forceful case about reaching some of their goals within Nigeria, like the way the Scottish people got devolution or some form of, their interests met, like some of them fighting for national projects and stuff like that. If they were more robust and sidelining these elements that want to cause chaos in that region, maybe you will not need that much of the federal government intervention, because these governors, they have a lot of power. When they want to get their talks to do their bidding in the Southeast, they do that. But when it comes to stopping some of these people from burning polling stations and election materials and police stations, no, they somehow become powerless, and they leave everything for the federal government to do, and they allow their people, people like Ekpa and audit agitators to to claim the narrative. Like people like you now, you are there, but why don't we hear those sort of voices from the Southeast, coming out from the Southeast and combating the ideas of these separatists and nationalists that just want to, break away from
the issue start from leadership. Like most of our, if you come to the Southeast,
our Southeastern leadership is poor.
Yes, many leaders in the land, many of our leaders are not saying the truth. That's my opinion. Both governors, both senators. So that is why you see many of them, the country is boiling, they don't care. Their children are abroad. So once they grab power, they are okay with it. Then they're able to do like some kilometers of road, then advertise that one. The other ones go to their pocket. That will not move the country forward. It's in the Southeast. It's in our Southeastern governors. Many of them, they are not even able to call the meeting between the Southeastern governors and say, let us sit down and put a plan on how to do these things.
Exactly, because the Southwest, they did that Motekun, didn't they? They were able to keep their area relatively safe, but somehow, and I've been through the Southeast, I've seen a lot of improvement in the Southeast in terms of roads. You do see improvement, but this thing where you get this narrative constantly bleeding out from there in terms of Nigeria is damaging the region, and it's not helping them progress. And I wish they fought that a bit more. People like your voice are there fighting this fight and actually championing the development of the region, because that's what it needs, development.
Can I speak to that space?
Yeah, before you speak to that space, Uptown, let me just do a bit of administrative. I was going to acknowledge the super chats, not as though they've come in. Alexander Gomez came in at the start of the session when we were speaking to the Agbero politics that Tinubu seems to be innovating into the space. Solly came in. It says, please do vote. We're tired. No, it was popping at Rational Mind. And then Audi just super stickers to encourage the space. Pardon me, Solly comes back, still prodding at Rational Mind, so I won't read that out. And then Solly comes in again, still prodding at Rational Mind. So it looks as though everybody has left their wallets at home today. No super chats for the platform, but yeah, back to you. You were saying, carry on.
All right, so what you see that's going on in the Southeast, and anybody, let me tell you, anybody that tell you that secession is the best plan of the average Southeastern person is not telling you the truth. You know why? Because the average Southeastern person has property scattered around Nigeria, and any secession, they will lose more than any other person if they secede from Nigeria. But secession is only a plan, one of the worst plans, since other better ones are not available. So the thing is that Nigerians need to understand, the Nigerian government needs to understand, and Buhari is at the center of this. I believe any other person could have handled this better. Obasanjo could have handled this better. We saw how we all thought that militancy in Niger Delta, that was the amalgam of Nigeria. It's never going to, I mean, these guys have acquired so much harm. That space can never be healed again in this life. No. Yaradua came in. He understood that these guys are Nigerians. This is what we have to do. This, and this, and this. Now, Niger Delta, whoever thought that Niger Delta would now be as calm as cold water a few years down the line. So, what happened in that space was a failure of government, both at the federal and at the local level. The governors, those leaders in the Southeast, those people you see that Southeasterners are now agitating to remove all of them, to remove Hope Uzodinma, to remove the guy, the Abia guy, and all of that, which now they have removed the Abia guy. You saw this kind of celebration that happened in Abia when PDP was removed from Abia and Olesotsi was put there. For you to note how much Southeasterners are desperate to remove those their career politicians and replace them with people that can probably help that to fight those loopholes and all that. So what the likes of Nnamdi Kanu and now Simon Ekpa, who I don't value, let me just use Nnamdi Kanu. What the likes of Nnamdi Kanu explored really was the loopholes that both federal and local and the government within that space left unattended to. Now they left it for non-state actors like Nnamdi Kanu to hijack it. Now, when Fulani people were killing, now you talked about Amotekun, right? In the southwest. Why did they bring Amotekun? Because of the killings and what have you. Now, did he take care of it? Yes, he took care of it. Now, why didn't Southeastern leaders think like that? If
no, they use their
like
own.
That,
they use their own for political reasons. They use their own for political reasons.
So if they have thought like that, they have stood up to their responsibility as a constitutionally constituted government at the state levels, and then fix that space when Fulani people were killing people in Ebonyi and somewhere and what have you in the southeast. If they have fixed that loophole, there will be nothing like ESN, because what Nnamdi Kanu used to set up ESN was he said that they are killing my people and the government is not doing anything. So now I am the Superman. I'm the one to come and rescue my people. I'm setting up ESN. And ESN that you have no control over, you're going to give them
look at them now fighting for look at them now fighting for Senate president. They are fighting for Senate president and all that.
They're busy. You see what they're busy doing now? They're busy fighting for Senate president.
So all and you think we care that we the Southerners we care about that their Senate president of 18? I don't care.
Of course you care. No, hold on. No, don't say you don't care, because you do care. You know the Senate presidency is the only window now open to the Southeast to have a seat at the negotiation table.
You don't understand
how. That's why I say the way Yoruba play politics is not the way the Igbo play politics. The only thing is just to understand each other, and nobody care about that Senate president. I'm telling you that one for the fact.
Emeka, Igbo people just want justice and fairness directly to them.
Don't worry about justice and fairness. Whoever gets justice and fairness in life, so that's just naive, isn't it?
No. It's
not even justice. Nobody's
looking for preferential treatment here. Nobody's looking for preferential treatment. But the point I'm trying to make for you is that Igbos do not, all these things you think that Igbos, this Senate president that are fighting for now, that Igbos are worried about it. No, Igbos are saying that these guys are fooling themselves. These leaders,
they are fooling themselves.
They just want to get something for their pocket.
Let me tell you.
That's why I said that they should not waste They shouldn't waste it on him. Because Igbos will not feel like anything happened.
Hold on, Uptown. Let me tell you why you should care about the Senate presidency. If and when the Electoral Petition Tribunal phase erupts up, I'm very likely that Tinubu will hold on to his mandate. I think you have to consider that because he holds the mandate already. So very likely that he will hold on to his mandate. So that means the number one position in the country is a Southwesterner. The number two position in the country is a Northerner. If the number three position in the country is not a Southeasterner, that means you are permutated out for at least 4 years, more likely 8 years. So all the dividends of democracy, it will come to you in trickles rather than you being at the front seat to argue a case. So you have to be at the table in order to have a voice. So the Senate president is that one window left for the Southeast, and they should everybody should back Audio Zokalo, otherwise,
No,
if it goes to the South,
one more.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I don't know if
let me tell you
Ekene
something.
is explain better, but people.
Let me tell you something.
Southeasterners, I'm coming. Okay, let me just finish. Southeasterners attach great values to personalities, and Southeasterners, for them, it's better for you to keep your Senate president than to give it to an Orji Zokalo or to some other person in his profile in Southeast. So they don't really care. So if you're going to give it to somebody, they know that his presence there is going to materialize to their own betterment and development. Somebody that's less corrupt and all that, then they're good with it. But if it's part of your political class that you're giving it to, they don't care. They just want development. They just want not to be treated like whatever outcast or what have you. Nobody cares about appointments. So all these people, when people talk about this, Southeasterners will get House of Rep, and they think maybe when you go to Anambra, that's what's worrying the trader on the street, that Southeasterner, that somebody he knows is a criminal, got position in House of Rep or got in Senate presidency, and you think he's going to make him better. So that's why when people start sharing this position and they think, Southeasterners, you should now feel happy now. Your brother is and they don't feel happy.
Let me say something. If you see the kind of mocking, if you see the kind of mocking they mock that Orji Zokalo, the day he said Emilokon. So if you see the kind of mocking they mocked him. So nobody cares about that Senate president or whatever. If you see the kind who regard him as a Senate president, that he come from the Southeast. So even somebody like somebody like Ekpa now, if you finish serving his jail term in UK, you come back and say he wants to be a Senate, or you come and say that. No, we don't do such.
Or even Chimaruke, if Chimaruke was running for president today, nobody cares.
You stand the Senate for how many years? You couldn't do a hospital.
One voice.
You couldn't do any hospital. You're expecting us to come and support you too, because your daughter is now you went and kidnapped somebody to harvest his organs and do all sorts of things. Then tomorrow you come back into politics and expect us to be praising you because you are once a senator or something like that.
Yeah,
somebody
but hold
like
on. Yeah, come in, Adele Coco.
Look, I say to you guys, every time you come say nobody in Eastern, nobody in Igbo land care about Nnamdi Kanu, just talk for yourself. You guys cannot talk for generality of Igbo people. You guys are obedient anyway. We know the politics that you play. If you want to talk about the leaders, political leaders in Igbo land, if Kanu remain the only choice, if only Kanu is the one that meet all the requirements to be Senate president, all the political leaders in the Southeast will line up behind him and support him for that position. So you guys, when you speak, sometimes all of us you can't speak for generality of people he has people in Abia State that will support him for that position. People voted for him in his Ortom now.
Yeah.
People in the senatorial district voted for him.
For Orji Zokalo, you mean Orji Zokalo?
Yes, Orji Zokalo. People in his district voted for him. If it's not popular, if he doesn't have people behind him, he won't get re-elected. But you people, just because you just don't like his politics, just because his politics does not align with you, just because he's not in the same group with you, but you want to paint a picture as if the whole of Igbo people doesn't like him.
But is it the first time you're hearing it, Baba? That are you the first time you're hearing the resentment from the Southeast space about people like Orji Zokalo,
we Igbo don't care. We don't need that president. You don't need Senate president. Of course, you people don't know politics. That's why you're talking like this. You don't know the importance of. You don't know how powerful.
You see that even in the Southwest, they don't always appreciate Obasanjo too. So because of his politics, you see what I mean.
Exactly.
So sometimes people turn on their own if they don't like their politics. So I guess it happens
don't
everywhere.
know how powerful that Senate president is. That's why you are talking like this.
Baba, you don't understand. People, they're not saying that Igbos don't.
Okay, let me say. Okay, if they want to give Igbo man, if they want to give Igbo man president, let them come and give it to Victor, man.
They can't.
Sorry, what
party? Hold on, Ekene. What party is Victor, man?
It's Labour Party. Let them close eyes and give it to Victor.
How can they give? How can APC be in
that is the thing now. That is the thing. It's for their.
Do you know politics at all? Do you know
I know
politics?
that's what I say. But they cannot do it like that. They know who will benefit them. So they're giving it to their man. So forget it.
What do you mean they are? Hold on. Ajale Koko, do you want to explain? How can they give it to Labour Party, APC?
That is the thing. They cannot do that.
No, he's not saying they should give it to Labour Party. He's just
I'm not saying that they should give. I say if they know they really want to give Southeastern as their president, and it's from their heart, let them give it to Victor. That's what I mean.
Can I listen? Let me tell you. Which party is a majority in the Senate?
Now you cannot say that this party is majority in the Senate now.
APC, okay.
But APC is majority. Let me just put it like that.
Okay, APC is majority.
Yeah.
And it is the majority party that will appoint the Senate president or elect the Senate president among them. And the person, I think we have about 3 of them from the east. Now we have the governor of Ebonyi State,
Umahi.
Umahi. We have, who else do we have?
Ojo
Zakali. And who?
There is this guy I mentioned today.
I think that's the only 2.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's say those are the only 2. And Oji Zokalu is the only one, because that one is just coming in, and by the rule, it cannot be the Senate president because
he has been in the Senate though. Just that it didn't last.
Hold on, it's not a ranking member. So, but Oji Zokalu is the only person that met the.
Okay, what of any Belibe? Although it's Apuga.
Ajale Gogo, Abarebe, Abe. Are you talking about
minority party?
Yeah.
It's a minority party. It's an Africa.
It's a minority party.
He would have been
but you know that if they give it to him now, everybody may rejoice in the southeast.
It's not possible. They don't do it like that.
That's the thing.
They cannot do it like that. It's the ruling party. It's the party that constitutes the majority in the Senate that will have the leadership of the Senate. That is the way it is done all over the world. They just don't pick and choose. Say, somebody from the East. No, it doesn't happen like that. And this Ujo Kalu is the only one that met the requirement.
If Ujo Kalu doesn't get it, it goes to the south.
If we go to
it's better it's go to the south. We prefer let it go to maybe
people don't know.
And then
let me tell you.
You are finished.
Let me say something. It's better we get somebody that is truthful, that is sincere,
from another region.
That can be from another region. I'm telling you
this. You're not going to get that in the Senate now. You're not going to get that in the Senate. Who is truthful in the Senate?
That is the thing. If they can get even if it means having a Muslim, another Muslim, but that person can stand and defend the interest of the general people. No, that I don't play. It's not naive. I know what I want. I know what I want as a Nigerian.
Hold on.
I know what I want.
Like this, I don't know why people find it hard to believe this when we sound.
I know
like
what
this.
I want. Forget about that.
I will rather a Senate president from another region that will fight for the interest of everybody, including my region, than to give it to a criminal from my region. That's the point people don't understand. Okay, I think somebody.
You cannot tell me what I want.
No, hold on. Optimism, people understand perfectly what you're saying. They just find it naive.
It's just too naive. We are telling you, you want to steam yourself out of the power structure in Nigeria.
No, I can't cheat myself.
There is nothing like power structure. There is nothing like power structure.
You are looking for the
if I can find somebody from the north,
working, you find
a Muslim,
like power structure.
A Muslim that can, whenever he comes to the Senate, whenever he comes to the Senate and he wants to speak, he speaks in my own interest of my region, and my region is well represented.
How would the northerners speak in your interest? How would
that is what I'm telling you.
One voice. Yeah.
Why would the northerners speak on my interest? Why?
Why would him? If he don't speak, he will speak on my interest.
Gentlemen, one voice. The audience can't hear you otherwise.
Yeah. So let me finish.
Can you please, guys, Uptown, please. One man. Can I recommend somebody for that post, please?
Who?
Let's just give it to Peter Obi, so that everything will. Because I see Peter Obi is the only savior in the southeast. All their leaders are.
No, forget about Peter Obi. We're not talking about Peter Obi. The election has come and gone. The election has come and gone. So forget about Peter Obi.
So it's not like we started.
Ekene, I will recommend that you set aside whatever issues you have with Ojus or Kalu and support him. Because you have to. Otherwise, you'll be out of politics.
No, I'm not in their party. I'm not in their politics. I'm just telling you my interest. They can go out and appoint him tomorrow. What concerns me? I'm not in their interest. I'm not in their party. They know how to do it. So, but I'm telling you, for somebody like me, what I feel and what I know that every other person feel, most people feel. So it's
I don't think most people do. I was Ajale Koko, do you want to explain this to Ekene, because maybe I don't have the words. If you are not on the table, then you are not in the mill. You know.
Just like you said, am I not an Igbo man? I'm an Igbo man. I associate with my people very much. We are in the market. We know what is going on. So you cannot tell me what is going on between me and my brothers more than any other person. You may be seeing it in a different direction. But I'm telling you what most people. I can tell you that day that he said it's my turn. If you come to if you see how they're mocking him, it's my turn to be the Senate president. So I know I don't buy those ideas. I just need somebody that will be sincere. That can defend the interest of every
Can you name one sincere politician anywhere in the world?
No, one man, I think when he says sincere, he means somebody that if he comes to say I'm serving Nigeria, he's going to serve Nigeria across regions. As a serviceman, I am Senate President of Nigeria. So you act like a Senate President of Nigeria, not Senate President of North Central or North East or Southwest.
Let me ask you a question. So we have Tinubu as the president-elect now. In May 29, he will be sworn in. Do you see Tinubu as a sincere person, a person that is ready to serve Nigerian people?
See, let me tell you something about Tinubu.
No. It's a question.
No, answer the question first.
I will answer your question, but you have to allow me land.
It's building up to something.
Let me expatiate. Let me tell you what I want to say.
When I say hold on. Ajale Koko is building up to something. So when he lands where he's building up to, then you can take the totality of everything he's saying.
I can answer that.
I think he wants a Kenneth to answer it. But Ajale Koko, put the question again.
Do you see Tinubu as a sincere person that is ready to serve Nigeria?
Tinubu can be sincere if he wants to be sincere. And I don't have anything against him if he chooses to be sincere to serve Nigeria.
Okay. So
you understand I don't have anything against him if he chooses.
Let him take you. Oh God, man. Let him take you to where he's going. Then you can take all of it together. Yeah.
The vice is number 2 citizen. He's been elected as well. Do you see him as a sincere person that will serve Nigerian well?
I don't regard the vice. I don't regard the president.
Okay.
I don't know any. Yes, because the vice will always take order from the president.
So
that
the
is the
number
thing.
third person who is likely to be Orjius or Kalu. So if all leaders of the party in the Senate and all leaders from the East back him for that position, and he assumed that position as the Senate, do you believe that he can serve Nigeria with sincerity?
Orjius or Kalu?
Yes.
Is it Orjius or Kalu?
Yeah.
Orjius or Kalu will not serve Nigeria with all sincerity. I'm
Did he
telling you
serve
that for a
Abia with
fact.
sincerity?
Okay,
We
why?
have served Abia with all sincerity.
Hold on now. Hold on. Why? Why do you think he cannot serve Nigeria with sincerity?
Because he's from my region. I know him. I know the state he governs. More than just like when you're talking about Lagos now, you know the state that Tinubu governs. You can explain Lagos more than me. You can explain your region, just the whole southwest now. You know all the governors in the southwest,
Okay,
their
I've heard
performance
you.
and
Let me ask
everything.
you another question. So why does he get re-elected or at every election cycle? Why?
The people that
We know
elected him
how
are
they
the
elect
minority.
themselves now.
We know how they elect themselves. We know how they elect themselves. We know how they elect themselves.
What do you mean by how they elect themselves? In this just concluded,
Okay, let me say that half of Abia State elected him.
Hold on.
Okay.
How can you say the way in this last election, technology was used? The same technology used for his election, the same technology used for Peter Obi. Peter Obi won Abia State. This guy won in his own district. Why? What is different in his own re-election that you don't want to accept?
Let me say something.
Compared to that, will be that you.
Let me say something. When you're talking about the election of Orjius or Kalu,
yes.
Okay, let's say the whole Abia, which I know that the whole Abia State did not elect him. I know that for sure.
Own district.
So,
we have the senatorial district, one of the districts.
Yes, but when you are talking about him now being elected, and for the Southeast to accept him as the Senate president is quite different. We are talking about Southeast, not even Abia State. Do you understand?
I have just told
we are talking about his acceptance throughout the whole Southeast.
Hold on. People that are going to back him for this position, or Hanese, will come out to make statement to back him. All your political leaders, even Peter Obi, will support him when it gets to a critical stage. This one you guys are talking, Peter Obi will come out to support him. If
it will never happen.
Clear. That
Go and write it down. Whether even if Obi support him, which I know it will not happen, even if Obi support him,
hold on.
Even it doesn't change the narrative of every.
It might not come out openly.
Every woman.
But I want to promise you this: Obi might not come out openly to reject to support him, but at the same time, he will not come out openly to reject him. And what does that tell you?
Will Obi come out and say APC don't give Orjius or Kalu Senate president?
What I'm saying, you guys,
he cannot say that now. It's not. He can never say that.
Hold on. You guys that are obedient are opposed to this guy nomination as the president of the Senate, right? Because I've had several obedient, they don't want him. But your leader, Peter Obi, will never make any statement to say he doesn't want it. And as long as it doesn't come out openly to reject that means he's supporting him.
But I don't
expect him to come and say that he rejects him. It's not possible now. How can you come out and say I reject him? It is we the citizen, the common citizen, that will be speaking our mind. We, the common citizen, will be speaking our mind. I don't expect Peter Obi to come and be saying that. Yes, we don't expect Peter Obi to come and be saying I reject his Senate presence. So it's not possible. It's not possible now. It is we, the common citizens. We know what we want. You understand?
Citizen,
Just like what happened in
Hold on,
Ebonyi State.
Ekene. Hold on, Ekene.
Yeah.
Position of Senate President, he don't pass common citizen. You now no get mouth. You now no get mouth. Hold on.
They can do anything they want to do now.
Hold on. Una home be na to vote. Una don't vote fast. This one, the leadership position of the Senate is among the senators and the leadership from each region that want to influence whoever they are pushing to be that. That is it. So you citizen that you are talking, you citizen, you now not get mouth at all. Now no fit do anything. Now go just the holler behind this.
Baba, we didn't say we can stop him. We are only sharing our view. We didn't say we can stop Orji's Okalo. We don't have the powers to. We're only saying this is our position. Doesn't mean that we will stop him tomorrow if the APC choose to put him there. It's the two different cases.
All your
Do I have the power to? Do I have the power to stop him? I don't have the power.
All your
I'm saying my view.
All your leaders from the East will support this guy to be Senate president, and
he's their colleague now. He's their colleague. They will support him now.
Ohane will support him. Peter Obi will keep quiet, and silence means acceptance. So he will support him behind the door too. Everybody will support him because Igbo cannot lose the presidency and lose every other top number 1 to 4th position, most powerful position in the country.
Let me say, if an Igbo man business, if an Igbo man his business is moving fine, if an Igbo man business is moving fine, I don't think he will have much time talking about politics.
All right.
People don't understand.
All right. No,
if an Igbo man business is moving fine, he don't have time for politics. So just
all right,
round
up that space uptown, and then we move on. Round up that space.
Okay, one more.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just like my brother say, I'm happy that somebody else is, because if I was the only one talking here, maybe somebody would say just uptown's view and all that. I'm lucky that someone.
They don't use to be very useless, including their Oba.
I don't think I and Emeka had a caucus meeting before we came to the platform. So
you know, we believe you have caucus meetings. This in your, whatever it is that you made, we believe that.
The last time, okay. Do people actually have?
No, we don't believe that. I'm only joking.
I mean, but the last time I heard Emeka was I think when he came, I think the first time.
I don't know what happened to Emeka. What happened to Emeka?
He told us about the situation in Alaba market and all that.
Ekene.
I think that was last time I heard him. Ekene, right?
Ekene, yes.
Yeah, that was the last time I heard him, and I was. I think we were all puzzled at his level of articulation, honesty, and all that. So
no, when he first came, he told us it was non-aligned, and very quickly it turned into an obedience. So
and remember, I remember that day I warned him that if he wants to stop getting the chairs, he should declare obedience, and that's the end of it.
All right. So uptown, I have there's a message.
Let me just say something. I really participate in this politics like never before. I've never done that before in my life. I did a lot.
A lot of people do. So.
I campaigned. I work as an agent voluntarily. I did all that, but that doesn't mean I will kill myself. I can't kill myself. It's the choice I choose to. That's what I think I can contribute, which I did. So,
Tinubu is in Mecca at the moment doing Hajj, but he has sent. Sorry, there's somebody with a heavy reverb. Is that you, Uptown? So Tinubu is in Mecca at the moment observing Hajj, but he has sent in a message to the obedient space, specially recorded, just to cool down the temperature of that space. So we've been able to get a copy of that message. So for the benefit of Ekene and Uptown, this is Tinubu sending in a message from Mecca to the obedient space.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
So that's it.
You know why I like this one, man. Like I told you before, I know your tactics and everything, so I'm not moved with your tactics whatever you bring up. So
Actually,
if that is, so I will not comment on that.
one man,
So this is your message. I like it.
This is basically what one man like Kulata has been telling everybody for the last 3 weeks.
Just avoid the chest pain and accept it. But is royalty still there? Royalty. Oh, I hope she is.
What? Am I done?
No, you are not done. I want to take you to the space of the moral maze. I know you are probably not the right person, or probably you are the right person to speak on this. Your husband's mother has more rights in your house than your mother. So this is a woman advising married women that forget your mom or that she's your mom. When you get into that matrimonial home, your mother's husband, she presides over both you and your mother. Is this something that that you chime with? Do you agree with the logic?
Yes, one man. Yes, I agree with it. I think when you're married to a man, the home of the man, there is this adage in Igbo land. But let me not speak it. So because I might not
speak it now. Speak it. You know we love. But anyway, you can speak Igbo anyway. You're a Jabota. But carry on.
But the adage is that when a woman gets married into a man's house, that place becomes your home. You get what I'm saying? So the man's mother is almost now like your mother. So you find out that when you turn it the other way and you expect your own mother to come from her husband's house to another person's ancestral home and start playing mother there, that's more far-fetched. But the woman, like even back in the days when they still had to do extended family, extended families used to live together in the same compound. So it's most likely that when you come into that compound as a new married wife, it's most likely that your husband's parents are living in the same compound. So that means that is your immediate family. So the immediate mother you get there is your husband's mother. The immediate father is your husband's father. So the other side becomes, in Igbo land, it's almost like an extended version of you, or almost like your past. So it's your maternal side, Iwuanyanwu'S. So when you go there, usually in Igbo tradition, they say now also Chubanwoke or so it's almost like in the times of extreme, that's when you have to go there. Maybe when there's a big problem in your immediate family now, which is your husband's family, and there is nothing again, there's no option, you have exhausted every option, then you go to your maternal home. Yeah. So for me, with that calculation, I feel that your immediate mother, being a married woman, with all due respect, all your mom's respect still entered for her. Anytime she comes around, she's welcomed and everything. The same respect you give to the mother of your husband, equal respect should be given to your mother by your husband when need be. So, but then you, as the new occupant of that house, you are only mother two in that house. Mother one is the general mother of everybody, which is traditionally your husband's mother. So I think in the case of a marriage scenario, the husband's mother takes the higher ground over the, because most times even your husband
look at this guy. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, never mind a wife, and he's giving
most times
okay, can I help you?
Yeah, he needs help, doesn't he? See, he's usually confident. Look at how his voice is shaking. He doesn't know anything about that.
You need help in that aspect.
Yeah, communicate.
Okay, so in that aspect, you know, there is one thing that comes to my mind when the issue of mother-in-law and father-in-law and all those stuff. The only thing I know is that a man have to have the mind of his own. When a man have the mind of his own, then he can control every situation around him. So that's my take. So my mother-in-law is my mother. My own mother is my mother. And both of them demand respect from me as a mother-in-law or my own personal mother. So my wife supposed to be seeing me at that point of view, that I can give her mother all respect. The same thing, she can give my mother all respect. After all, they are elders. So I believe respect is what we owe anybody elderly, especially our parents. So you cannot tell me that your mother will come to my place as my wife's mother will come to my place. I treat her with all respect, do all stuff with her, do her all good, buy her stuff. She's happy. Maybe she stay for 1 month, 2 months, she goes. Then my own mother will come. Then you expect me to keep her behind, not treat her equally, do the same thing to her. Then you giving her some respect, serving her as your own mother. No, it won't work. It won't work like that. After all, it's in the Bible. Honor your mother and your father so that your days will be long. So I believe, and you, even as my wife, I will always remind you that you already have kids.
All right. So sorry, can I? Sorry, gentlemen. The conversation still carries on, but let me ease myself off and hand over to Thomas as you guys continue. Carry on, Ekene.
So okay, thank you. So my mother deserves the certain respect that I give to my mother-in-law. So everything equal, the family moves on smoothly. So I believe my wife ought to understand me in that aspect and obey that aspect of my life. I can only be aggressive to my mom or question her when I know that she's come. I can sense when she said or when she doesn't want my family to move forward. But as far as she has the interest of my family progress at heart, why won't I respect her? I must. And my wife must also respect her as far as she's not there to destroy everything in the home or to come and be superior to my wife. But once she comes, she's the elderly woman in the home. I give her respect. My wife give her respect. The kids give her respect. They serve her. They make her happy. So how many months she wants to stay, then she can go back. Then you continue your normal daily activities as a married man and the woman. So I don't see any problem with that, except all these women we have these days only interpret marriage somehow. So that is why the problem we are seeing in the family today are still very rampant. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you for coming again. But I still don't agree with you with all this your rhetoric of what they call it, all the use of credit. But it's your choice and it's your people, so you can decide what to do.
Your voice is not loud, like one man on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. I said if you decide to throw your people under the bus, so well, that is your choice. But I think if all you use of Kali is being nominated, I think all you guys should ride around him. And let him be Senate president. But if you guys said no, who am I to question you guys? Yeah, that's all right. Thank you, Ekene. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Do you have Royalty? Oh, I don't think we have
I'm
royalty.
here. I'm
Are you
here.
there?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
here.
I'm sure you are not sleeping.
I don't know so much about politics. That's what brought me to the platform anyway. So I watch you guys
Oh,
learn so much about politics. Yeah.
oh yeah. But yeah, you've been listening to us for a while, so I think we should incorporate you to politics properly because I think we talk of more politics
Sorry,
than
Thomas. Sorry, Thomas. I beg your pardon. I did say I was leaving. But I'm glad you're still there. I tried to come to you, Royalty. There's this clip that I wanted you to respond to. Although I can hear sleep in your voice, but hopefully this will awaken you. I'm not going to preempt it, but listen to this lady. This is the story of the modern day Nigerian woman and the Japa culture. So that's the build up to it. This is the story of the modern day Nigerian woman and the Japa culture. Watch this.
I beg, I dey beg all of una. I need husband. I want marry, I beg, I dey beg all of una. I dey find husband. I get 2 hostel for Awada. I get house for Lagos. I get African shop for France for here. Any man wey want marry me, I go dey pay am a monthly salary. I beg, I need husband because I don't need to shame again. My age they go, I don't need to shame. I beg anybody will need me as wife, make them DM me, I beg. I need husband. I don't tire, I need husband.
So there it is, a royalty. So that's the story of a lady. She's just from her look, you estimate that she's around about her mid to late 30s thereabout. So if you look at just not her specific journey, but the traditional journey of that space, maybe she has gone through some form of education, although you couldn't hear that in her voice. But whatever it is, she's managed to get herself into Europe round about the age of 27, thereabout. So she's gone through all of those build-ups to be able to settle in that European space, which would have taken a good 7 years thereabout out of her life. So in the course of all of that, she suddenly found herself in a mid to late 30s, single, and auntie to every other person's children and nephews and whatnot. So she's now at that space where she has decided to park fine girl to one side and then gone on to do now this clip. You said, you saw, she's, I need a husband, just DM me. So is that the story then that is going to be the story of the future, especially around that Japa space, royalty?
Not necessarily. I don't really know her story, but I feel like everyone has different stories. Somebody mentioned something earlier saying that Gen Zs is going to be hard for Gen Zs to settle down, which is true. It's going to be hard for the newer generation to settle down because the newer generation, we are not like our parents. There is a whole lot that our parents took that the new generation we don't want to take. I would say that back then, with the older generation, marriage for a lot of women was more of survival. That's how they survived. A lot of women were not working. It was only men that were working. So you need a man to like survive, for a man to put food on the table. That was really what women needed, except from the cultural side where you're supposed to get married and all of that. That was really the purpose of men in women's life. So for the women of the new age women, we can work, we can do virtually everything. So the mindset of a lot of people is, why would I subject myself to all of that when I do not need them? Men have really lost their value to the new, like they've really lost their value in all senses now, because what a man can do, a woman can do too. Back in the days, there a lot of aspects in life that was just left to women, to men. Women didn't have access to do a lot of things, but now women are becoming presidents in countries. They are doing virtually everything men can do. So yeah, that has really affected marriages. It has really affected women, both the good in both in the positive and the negative ways. There are women that actually they take it to the extreme. They take the advantage that women have now. They take it to extreme. So I guess that's why it would be hard for women to settle down now.
For me, what I see there is the issue we talked about yesterday, where there is this misalignment between women and their normal traditional role now. She, like you said, she says she's got a shop here, she's done this, she's got a house, but she hasn't got the family that she's looking for. So this is why even there was the conversation we were having before where we discussed that some of the solutions to this is that other women should start family earlier. And because now the life expectancy is a lot higher. It's not like before where they live up to 60 and 50 and they die off. But they can go up to 80 years, especially in Europe. So if you have your family earlier, then later on you can go and start doing other things. But because many of them are chasing their career 30 something years, 40 years, it become a desperate situation. You don't procreate. One of the primary duties of a human being in this life is to procreate. It's one of the most fundamental. What is there in this life anymore? Other than these things. And sometimes when we are busy chasing what we term as the kind of stuff men do, we forget the fundamentals of why we are here. So and this is what is manifesting from what you are seeing. And I must say men too are also subject to this type of problem. You see that some of them, they don't get settled down, they don't have a family, and they don't even want to anymore. Even in their 40s, and they just come die off, and that's the end of it. And Africans are coming, this is why the Africans are allowed into Europe now. They want them to come and help service the economy, replenish bring in new blood. And Africa is going to be the engine of this century, because the populations are very, very young. I think in Nigeria we have under 15s about 80 something million alone. That is a lot of people in one country alone in Africa. So you can see that the consequence of this misalignment in the West is feeding through. However, for me, because my concern is Africa, Nigeria, and our people, we have to learn from what they're going through and not make the same mistakes. And this is why some of the arguments, you look at the Ugandan president passing an anti-gay law. It's not about because we hate gays or we don't want women to be kings. Women used to be kings in Africa. It's because they understand now. They've seen it, how it happens in the West. They misalign the families, and women and men don't get chance to meet, to procreate anymore. And even the ones that do, they end up in broken homes. So it's a serious issue that we on the continent or the diaspora need to be aware of when we advise people on the continent. Because I hear a lot of women in the West, they advise women on the continent, oh, don't follow the traditional way, you don't need men, you don't need this, you don't do that. You do still need men.
No, I'm not sure that woman was essentially a feminist. She looks as though she's I think she's somewhat of an economic migrant into the European space. And then I'm not sure, but if you listen to people who migrate to Europe, the stories are often instances similar. So they come from a completely different culture into a new culture, and then they start at the base level of this new environment, and then either through education or dint of hard work, they evolve themselves up the hierarchy of that new environment. But that evolution into a better life in Europe is not something that happens instantaneously because of the cultural adaptation, one, and then the education and your qualifications not carrying over. So all of the gremlins, and even in instances not having the legal documentation to settle in. So all of those processes, it takes an approximate 5 to 7 to 10 years. So that whole process takes quite a chunk of time. And if you take that chunk of time, the average woman that comes out of Nigeria haven't tried to make it in Nigeria, not succeeding. So that's a good 25 years of her life already captured within the Nigerian space. If you add that additional 10 years of the settling in into the European experience, then it manifests in that woman now who finds herself 35, 37, or 40, and then suddenly seeing that the life that she has no meaning, on her knees begging for a husband.
That is, very interesting and quite insightful that she may not even be a feminist. So it means that the environment she came into, because you can flip it the other way and say, okay, if she had come to Nigeria from the West, there is going to be a pressure from the context, the way Nigeria behaves, that, okay, you need to settle down with somebody, even if you're working anyway. But even if she's not a feminist, she went to the West just to navigate the environment. The consequences still flow through again, that she doesn't settle down, she doesn't have a family. But that said, though, it could just be her too,
I really think she's just a nuisance, in my own opinion. Even if you're like, that's desperation. That's desperation. I feel like for every woman, for the way I look at life, I believe so much in destiny. Some of us, we are not like, there are people that they are destined to have money. Some people are destined to live long. Some people are destined for greatness. I just believe that the same way you look at it you look at life in, like, some people would not get married. So same way for men, same way for, there are women that will never get married, there are women that will never have children, there are women that will, same way for men. Some men will never get married, some men would never have children. Those things, I feel like for every human being, you should make peace with it.
Sorry, royalty.
Mm-hmm.
In the African society, you're saying some people are destined to, and you're saying some women are destined to never get married. And there are women who may never get married. But if you're talking about procreation and you're saying that a woman might be destined not to procreate, within the African setting, she becomes a pariah. She will have to live outside the society, and she'll be subjected to all manners of what should not be a portion. So I'm not sure that the African culture is casually accepting, as you are just so glibly describing.
Yeah, remember I said yesterday that we as Africans, we need to unlearn a lot of the things that we learned. I believe if you have that mindset and look at life like, oh, this thing is 50-50. Is that I get married or I don't get married? Is it that I have children, I don't have children? So wherever you find yourself, you can make peace with it. There are a lot of people that don't get married, and even just looking at the population, if you look at the population, there are more men than women. So how is it going to happen? How is it going to happen? Like, the other way around. There are more women than men. So how is it going to happen? We have more women than men. So how is every woman going to get married?
That's
But,
easy now. Polygamy.
There is an adage in our place that said that the beauty of a woman is the head, or the beauty of the woman is the husband. As
not necessarily anymore. Not necessarily anymore.
Not necessarily anymore, but
there's so many things that you can achieve now as a woman that would just like, okay, let me use Hillary Clinton as an example. I don't really know so much as politics, but I'm not celebrating her because she's somebody's wife. I got to know her because she was because of her political career. So there are so many things that you can celebrate as a woman now. Marriage is not top 3 anymore.
But do you
You
know?
know,
But do you know that in many Nigerian politics now that some politicians don't regard you if you don't have a husband to come and run for
Nigeria, you
office.
can't even use Nigeria to, you can't use Africans to
That's to tell you. That's to tell you the
as
pride
the
of a man
yardstick,
in the
because
pride of
we are
a
still
man
very
in the life of a
backward in
woman.
Africa. We are still very backward in Africa. So we have to
But
open
royalty,
our minds.
you said top three. What are the top other three? When you said
You have
marriage
to
is
be
not,
you have to be happy with yourself as an individual before you carry your baggage to somebody else. You have to be able to accept yourself as who you are. So you have that self-fulfillment first before you now go and fulfill family obligation. So in my own opinion, I would rather be a happy person within myself before I'll take myself and want to go and put myself happiness. I would say happiness first, career second, then maybe the maternal part of you third before you would stay married. Because
But
right now, I would say if we want to look at it in the logical sense, if you can't get married, you can at least have children. You don't have to get married to have children anymore.
yeah, but there are consequences now. Children of
There are
single parent homes
consequences. There are
have negative
consequences.
outcomes.
Yeah, there are consequences. But which do you think is worse? A woman that is not married or a woman that don't have children? Which do you think women will? Which one of it do you think women will? If you give women two options, is either you get married or you have kids. Like if you are supposed to choose one of the other, which do you think women would rather choose? Women would rather choose to have kids.
There is something I want to explain to you to show you the
Mhm.
importance of a man in the life of a woman. Just like some families today, you know, if you have a if you are a child, your parents are still alive, your mom are still alive, and your kids. Do you know the kind, whether money or no money? Do you know the kind of benefit you enjoy seeing your father in the house and your mother in the house healthy?
I
Then when
understand
the
what
man
you're saying.
then when that man is not there, it's not left for your mom and the kids. When other family members are coming into the family, the man is not there to protect the family. Do you know how the family suffers it until maybe somebody in that family is able to grow up above those uncles and those
See, I'm not
families that
disputing
will come
that.
in. So it's just to tell you no matter how you see a man, no matter how small the man is, there is there is a very important role that a man plays in the family that a woman can never play. Whether no
Yeah.
matter how you want to turn it, no matter how you want to turn it, you understand? Like there are things. There are let's say now in your family now, you have like you have sisters like they want to get married. There are some things that will bring to your father and say, this is the community list that my daughter wants to get married. Then this is the community list. Your father can stood up and say, this thing, I don't want it because I want my daughter to get married. So I want to remove these things to enable my in-law to come and pay my daughter's bride price, which the in-law will be happy to accept from his father-in-law. You understand? But when the man is not there, it will be very difficult for the woman to do those things because those things, even the guy that will be coming to marry either of your sister, any one of you, will be seeing it as this your uncles are wicked. Your people are wicked, this and that. They don't want you to get married. But I can tell you that if your father is there, that thing cannot be like that. Even
See,
if
I'm
they
not
say that
saying that men. I'm not saying.
even if they say that to marry or to pay bride price in your father house is 2 million naira or 5 million or so, your father can come up and say, this is my daughter, I can give her for 100,000. Is okay. After all, they are going there to make their own family.
You've
It's my
kind of
daughter, I
lost
can make
me,
my
though.
choice.
You
So
kind of lost me.
no woman should play down the importance of a man in the
Okay.
family. It's very, 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 very important. Unless the culture we are adopting today in our society is not going to help our future generation. You understand? So with our culture is very nice that if we can play according to the culture, we'll be more better society. So all these things I'm telling you all this out of experience. There is no family that you come and they find like my father is alive today, even though whether he's not doing something. But you can't enter into my family compound anyhow. It's not possible. You cannot enter there.
So what I'm saying is not necessarily.
Even though the man is not making money again, the man is not doing anything, but you dare not enter into that compound to say
So
you
we're
want to do
talking
it.
about women, though. Let me get back to women. So what I was just saying is, marriage don't define women anymore. That's the part that I'm really, really happy about. The fact that women now are opening their eyes to the fact that marriage don't define me. If I get married, if I don't get married, it doesn't make me less of a person. If I don't have kids, it doesn't make me less of a person. What makes me less of a person is who I am. You know, we women we've come such a long way. There was a time where women could not speak. There was a time when it was we could not voice our opinions. There are countries that I used to allow women drive. Now women are driving. So what I believe is, women should first of all look into yourself, be happy within yourself, be okay within yourself as a person. If you're not okay within yourself as a person, how do you now go into a relationship and expect that relationship to work?
I think that sounds like some of the stuff we see on all these magazines that try to tell people that it's how you feel. And I think we are overthinking these things. See, if if men have done their job so well to the point whereby women feel like they don't need them, then the women should be careful what they wish for, because sometimes consequences can start flowing from that, and we can start seeing it from experience. Look at there's this thing going around now with Andrew Tate, basically parenting most boys now, because boys now are beginning to turn on the system that felt like they feel like they are kind of diminishing their role and what they mean, what life means to them. They are feminizing them and they are turning from it. Because of it, this guy comes online and is basically parenting people's boys now. And now there is a big problem for so many people. Now they've jailed him, they put him in jail, investigating him for offenses. Then they have to be talking to students at school. They put it on BBC. They're talking about how they are going to talk to boys about how to relate to Andrew Tate, so that, because people now have felt, the men in society have felt so alienated by society that they are telling women that I've seen women that have been convinced that they can do exactly the same thing as men do, which is crazy.
A quick question before you, so that we don't. Why will empowering women make men feel some type of way? Why?
Because, yes, let me answer. That's a very good question. Because it's misalignment again. This is the thing.
No.
Women have specific. Your mistake is that let me finish my point now. Let me finish the point I'm making. Sorry, because it's a very cogent point. Mandela's wife said a woman that aspires to be like a man doesn't have ambition. The reason why she said that is because women are biologically, they are actually more valuable than men. And then in terms of this thing, what they call it, the way they are also meant to be protected in terms of, because of that value. So men are meant to take the risk. They are equally, let's put it this way, they are equally important but different. And you see, because we're all performing different roles to ensure the survival of the human species. So if a man is meant to do certain jobs, to take those risks, you can afford to lose the men. The men can die. A few of them can die here and there. But if a woman dies, there's a consequence to that community. And the truth is, when the women that do these things, that say, okay, you know what, let me worry about my feelings. Let me worry about this. I don't need children. I don't need a man. Guess what will happen over time? Over time, the people that are going to inherit all your hard work is the children of the ones that actually did those things you rejected.
And what's wrong in that?
What is wrong with that is that you have to ask yourself, well, then why do you work? Why do you do anything if your children are not going to inherit it?
So you are seeing it from a very, very wrong view. It's more of individual. It's more of do you know a lot of let me give example of women in Nigeria. Women in Nigeria, they are so beaten down by their men that they don't even have an identity outside of their men. They don't a lot of women they can't do anything outside of their men because that is how their brains have been. That is what we've been told. Oh, this is for a man. Women don't even try. A lot of
See,
Nigerian women
let me help you, my sister. Let me help you, my sister. Yeah. So nobody is downgrading the women, but the only thing I'm saying is that women can do anything they want to do, as far as that respect for the man is still there. You understand? But a woman should always remember, whatever you are doing, you have a man that is your head. So if you are not able to acknowledge that fact, then that's the problem. You
We're not saying
understand?
that women are not the head. See, okay, I just got an idea. When a woman is standing alone, when a woman is by herself, she's her own head. When she's with a man, the man is the head. Do you understand that analogy? But don't take away opportunities from women that when she doesn't have a man by herself, then she doesn't have an identity.
But you know that some women can take some opportunity as some opportunity they get. Some of them take it against their man. So, but that is not my point. Is the generation these days are getting somehow tired, and that is why you see some young boys telling you, "I don't want to get married anymore," because women are not ready to acknowledge the fact that I'm a man in a home. And no woman, no matter how you want to pull it, no matter the money a woman may have, you don't expect a man to come and be bowing down because you have money as a woman. Then
No
you
woman
expect that
wants a
man
man
to.
to bow down to
So
her.
so that is the body is the issue in the society today. That is the issue, and you know
I feel
that
like
as a
the
woman.
issue in the
So
society
you
today
can
is
have there are different that your woman is successful, maybe more than the man, but the woman still acknowledge that this is my man. I have to give her my respect. I think a man that has understanding needs to acknowledge that. No, after all, everyone wants his family. As far as both of you are one, the family can progress from any angle.
Can I ask royalty
Do you
something?
understand?
Do you do you find okay? I'm trying to put the question properly. Don't you value the idea of passing on your hard work to your children, family, or at least within your own group versus
Building your
other
home.
people inheriting it? Yes.
I do. And you know why I'm able to think like that is because I'm able to I can think that way because I'm able to have kids. You know, there are women that they don't have that option. So you know what, when we generalize things, I just want us to be very liberal when we see women. I don't want a situation where, okay, this woman doesn't have about 3 days ago, the panel, they were talking about some women they are one lane, meaning that if you don't marry at a certain age, your time has passed. Like that's not fair.
But they do have a point, though.
They do. That's
It
it.
may not be
There's no
fair,
point
but
in it.
that is the point I
Let's
made
go
earlier
back to the
on.
fact that let's go back to the fact that not every woman is going to get married. Not every woman is going to have kids. So now, if you're now
Of
saying
course
that,
not. Yeah,
if
we're
we
talking about the larger majority.
so let me ask you a question. Let me throw a question to you. Do you think that 100% of women are going to get married?
No, but you don't make
Exactly.
a rule
So
for
let's
the
be
minority. You
sympathetic
make a room
towards
for the
those that are
majority.
not going to get married. Let's be sympathetic towards those because, like I said, I believe in destiny. If it is not written in your destiny, no matter how you try.
Most of the
Mhm.
situation of not getting married today, I can blame it on the character on our societies today,
Oh
especially
please,
on our young ones.
don't open that. Don't open that book. You don't want to go there. Don't open that book. You don't want to go
Yeah,
there.
But
If you are talking about women have better
I'm
character
not saying
than
I'm
men.
not saying only women. No, I'm not saying only women. I'm
No,
saying both men and women.
let's not go see the area I wanted to touch on is where she said that they
Because
said it's good to get married early. Let me just finish
is
one
what it
point
used to
first.
be before.
Let's finish one chain of thought. That's whether they should get married earlier. I actually think is something that we should become more aware of, conscious about. That like in the West now, I think women should be getting okay. Let's say they don't get married, but when people say marriage, they are talking about procreation too. They should procreate earlier so that later on in their life they can go and do
So
whatever they want
let
to
me
do.
ask you a question. If you have two women, they have the same characteristics, they look the same way, they look exactly the same way, they are going. One is a medical doctor and one is a secretary. They both look the same way, they both have the same attitude. Which one are you going to pick?
Whichever one, because they are just the same.
So you have to make a choice. Same people, same person, same. One is just a secretary and one is a medical doctor. Which one are you going to pick?
Okay, it depends on the one that suits me best.
There's
I
no
guess.
it depends. Don't do that. Which one are you going
Because
to pick?
you are trying to say I should pick the doctor because the doctor is more qualified, but that's not only the case. The doctor might be a total douchebag.
Hold on. We as human beings, we tend to go towards the shinier object. We tend to go towards what is going to make our lives better. If you pick the medical doctor, do you know how many years it takes to create a medical doctor?
Yeah, but
as opposed to how
the
many
other one
years
might be
it takes
prettier.
to create a. I'm saying they look the same. So there are some quality of women that you just don't find randomly. The ones that you can find randomly are there are some quality women that you just can't find them randomly. You don't expect to find a 25-year-old doctor. You understand what I mean? You don't expect to find you can easily get maybe a 25-year-old nurse. You don't expect to find a 25-year-old doctor. So that is why I said let's be sympathetic towards
But
women.
one can do a medicine later on now. There's no reason
why
why
do I have to do it later on because I want to get married to you? Why do I have to put mine
okay.
behind
How about
because
procreating?
I want to
How
get
about
married
having
to you?
children?
That's why I said that women now we can now have the choice of I don't have to get married, I can have kids.
Yeah, okay.
This empowerment of women, to be honest with you, empowering women takes away from men. Because
it doesn't.
No, it doesn't take away. It doesn't take away from men. No, it doesn't. It only
frees men
are not as valuable as they used to be anymore because now women are woken up.
The issue is this.
It frees men up. Men don't have obligations to do anything for anybody anymore.
This topic.
They don't have to cater to families anymore. They don't have to take care of anyone anymore.
No, it's because
it frees
women
men
have
up.
now decided to take destiny in their own hands. They've now decided that, you know what, I can be something outside of being somebody's wife.
But royalty.
But they didn't decide it. It's men that gave them the opportunity to do all these
Why
things.
would a man? Why will you say a man gave you opportunity?
Because the men are the ones that
give women no opportunity. We go and
it's
work for
Western
it.
men that crafted these things. This thing you are talking about.
Since the inception of
see how I say my own. See what I say my own. The issue is this: if you are a woman and you have come up of age, then you look yourself and you know you cannot obey a man. You don't go into marriage. That is a fact.
We're not talking about obeying men now. You don't have to obey a man. It's not that you don't have to obey a man. You just have to respect a man. It's not about obeying. I'm saying the same. I don't have to obey my man. I just have to respect my man.
He's also your lord. He's also your lord.
No,
I'm not exactly I'm not even sure our traditional people believe it the way you are making it, like the man is your lord. I don't think the way, even when I was in Nigeria, I didn't see men lording it over women all over the place. And this is the thing. So women caricature our communities as if men are just lording it over them all over the place. That is not what I see on the ground in Nigeria.
That is the thing, but the issue is this: nobody is stopping any woman from becoming anything she wants to be in life. But if you know that your ambition cannot help you or cannot make you to
everybody, hold on, please. Loyalty. Are you somehow westernized?
I'm not westernized. I love my traditional background. I believe in
About your
50-50
rhetoric sound like westernized,
See,
western world.
why is it that anything that will liberate us African we target as westernized? There are a lot of things that we are in Africa, we are no more in chains. We're not in physical chain anymore. We are in mental chain. A lot of the things
This
that
is not liberal. What you consider freedom is not. That's the thing.
a lot
I'm
of
trying to
things
wake you up
that
to that
there are
truth.
a lot of things that we call tradition. We call it our tradition, our cultures. It's just us being. It's not the way it's supposed to be. We just hide under the tradition. Is the tradition? Is the culture? No, that's not the way we're supposed to be. We are not adults. I believe everybody this panel now, we are having kids. Imagine now that you have a daughter that, okay, imagine a man that has all 3 children are girls. Then somebody is going to tell you that your girls are supposed. That's where you now start seeing men are now fighting for women's equality. When it's now affecting them. But when it's not affecting them, when they are doing it to somebody else's child, they don't see it as wrong until it starts affecting their own immediate family. Let's be general with this thing.
Okay, let me say this. I have daughters. Then when I'm training them now, I'm telling them that when you finish school, you become that and that, then you can know anything that a man can do. No, it's not like that. I equally tell you that even as you can acquire good education, have a good job, you still have to respect a man in his house. That's the proper way to train a girl child. So if you are telling me that I will train her, she becomes somebody, she start doing something, then I will not want her to get a good husband and also build a home. Then I'm not being fair to my daughter. You understand? Even as I'm applying that knowledge in you, wanting you to, maybe I might even like my daughters to finish university, everything about the academic in my, so that I'm sure that they have acquired everything that they want. Then a man comes to marry them. I now begin to tell them that if you go there, you have get everything, you have acquired education. Then now, if and the man does anyhow, you do anyhow. No, you must have to impart that moral in her to know how to obey a man. That she has all those things
Using the
doesn't
word
mean that
obey. Stop using the word obey. Women are not
no.
made
You
to
must
obey men.
be loyal to your man. You must be loyal to your man.
Loyalty is different from
Forget loyalty.
obeying. You are using the language you are using seems to come across as condescending. Loyalty is different from obeying.
Women are supposed to respect, and
That's
the respect
all
has
of them
to
are
be
the same thing.
reciprocated.
All of them are the
You
same thing.
obey.
All of
Nobody is
them.
going to obey any man. You are not. Why will I
Okay,
obey you?
let me use the word. Okay, let me use the word. Which word do you want me to use?
Respect.
Which one do you want? Respect.
Yeah, you
So
can
what
be
of
submissive
submission?
to your man. Submission is
Uh-huh.
even a better word.
Okay. Let me say it that way. Let me say it that way. If that one is offending you, okay, let me say that I have to. You have all the education, you have everything. Then you go to your man's house. You have to submit. But that submission, do you know how you identify it? You submit to the will of the man. Yeah. So it's not enough to get a good education without having a good morals.
Submission is
So
not something that you go and demand. Submission comes naturally when a man does his part. You can't just
that's the thing.
expect somebody.
And what are the fundamentals that the man provides?
That's
What do you see
the
that
thing.
let me ask her, what do you see that the man provides that is essential for a marriage?
Somebody says something that a man is the head of the house, the woman is the neck. Generally, you expect a man that can lead. Nobody will. I'm not afraid to allow you to lead me, but I'm not going to leave my leadership to a blind person. I want to be able to see that you're making decisions from the right side of your head. You're not just going to use my life to boost your ego.
Okay, so the reason why I said that, sometimes this thing that we call you like to describe as freedom. Remember, it is men that crafted it in the West and said that, okay, these are the things that we're going to do. Like if Saudi Arabia men say the women are going to wear burqa, that's what's going to happen. Afghanistan, they say they are not going to go to school. They're not going to go to school. The reason why that is because women generally are like you know, when they because they are involved in procreation, nurturing the community and all that, while the men go out and take all the risk out there. And when we say we don't need women, you have to be careful when you say that, because if men pull away their protection, then you meet the real nature. And let's see how we all
When you
survive
say
as a species.
protection, can you expatiate? What protection is a
Men
man?
offer protection in societies. That is the role of a man. They take the risk. And when we say
Please,
women are
can I
suffering,
interject?
when we say, yeah, not worry, you come in very, very soon. When we say women, this thing, women are suffering, what we don't realize is that men are even suffering more. 40% of men historically go on to reproduce, procreate. Maybe now a bit more, but women, 80% go on. So it means 60% of men die off without even making it to even procreating, because they take a lot of risk and they don't even get a chance to a woman to look their
The
way at
only
all.
reason men are not procreating is because they don't have wombs. If men could do it on their own, they will procreate
But
too. The
no,
only
because they are
reason
doing
women
everything
are
to
the ones
protect
doing it,
women.
see, don't mix biology with it. The only reason women are the ones that seem that they are procreating is because biologically they are the only ones that can procreate.
So all those wars you see,
In
what do you think they're
America
happening
right
for?
now, okay,
All those wars, men dying and killing each other for, what do you think they are
Please,
dying for?
everybody, hold on, please. Yeah, let's invite Rosie. Rosie, come in, please.
Yeah.
Then we'll
Sorry.
get back to royalty. Yeah, Rosie, come in.
Yeah, good evening or good morning, everyone. I'm
yeah.
kind of
Yeah, good
I
morning.
slept off
Salam alaikum.
up to the topic. To me, a different point of view. Of most women that most of them they must have experienced they must have some bad experiences along the way, and that will make them make up their mind and take decisions such as, oh, marriage is not important, no, I don't need a man or stuff. Because right from, it's innate in a woman to grow up to want to marry a man that loves her and cherishes her and take care of her. And a man also, it's innate in a man to want to marry a woman that would respect him and they would live in peace and be able to raise a family. So in a home, the role of a man is very important. Also, the role of a woman is very important. Each one have their various roles. But sometimes there might be a situation whereby maybe the woman is earning more, and then they can decide, okay, you know what, I'm going to be staying home while you go out and provide. But still, because I know, like in my husband's company, my husband works in oil and gas. There are some women up there in the top, the top ladder, that their men don't work. They just decided, okay, she's earning so much. And the man decided, okay, we don't want both of us to be out there making money and leave the kids to be raised by the daycare centers or other people.
Rosie, 1 second, please. I'm not cutting you off, but I just want to say that, please, can everybody just give me the floor? When you're done talking, I have something that I really want to say to what you just said.
Okay. So this way, the man still, the woman, when she comes home, they say there is still roles that she plays. She's not going to lord over her husband and say, oh, because I'm the breadwinner now, you have to, you have to be under me or something. So, and then the Bible also recognizes a man as the head of the family. The woman is supposed to be loved by the man, and the woman is supposed to respect her husband. When you respect, it doesn't mean you are a fool or you are losing yourself as a human being. It just means that, you regard your man, and then if there are certain things you don't agree, you sit down, you talk about it, and a reasonable man would listen to you. It's not going to be like, oh no, I'm the head of the house. If he loves you, most of the time, the thing is that one thing about marriage is this: if a man really loves a woman, the man is the head of the house. But I'm telling you the truth, that woman is controlling the man. The man still thinks, oh, I'm the head of the house. But there is a way the woman would handle the man with love and respect that the man wouldn't even know that he has lost control, that the woman is in control. So at times, it's just good to be diplomatic in everything we do, just to recognize that, like, if a woman is there, I mean, in most societies, an unmarried woman is looked down upon. The society has not yet come up to, to advance to that level that, oh no, that, because even at your place of work, once somebody knows, oh, are you married? Oh yeah, okay, you have an extra respect than when they say, oh, she's not married. Okay, other men even will look down on you. They would think, you are like a loser, or you are not, that, I don't know how to say it. But if a man is not married, the
But
society don't look down. Yeah.
Rosie, should we send royalty back to Nigeria? Maybe you should go and live there for 10 years so that the
No.
westernized.
Even in Nigeria, no. Even in
I'm just
Nigeria, there are
joking, yeah.
people. I told you my niece right now. She and her friends, because they are financially buoyant, they are doing fine. They feel they don't need a man. What do they? If they want to ready, they just have a kid or two, because most marriages don't work. So what's the point of going into marriage when they know at the end of the day the man is going to be running around with little girls after some time and will leave them at home? So most of them just decide, okay, they're just going to have kids and just live their life. But at the end of the day, some of them that make that decisions, they get lonely, because it's innate in a woman to have to be in a family that there is a man and their children and a whole complete family. A woman alone with children.
And those end up being promiscuous, isn't it?
Oh
What?
Lord. Oh
The
Lord.
children.
Please,
And
They end
come
up
on.
being
one thing.
promiscuous.
No,
Come on.
not
There
be
are
no,
married
not
women that are promiscuous
they are,
too. What are you talking about?
yeah. Look, in the home, there is something in psychology. Male children look up to their father as their role model. Female children look up to their mom as their role model. Are growing up. That's the base. That's the basic. And that is why you see in society today, like in America, the reason why you have a lot of issues is that this problem is starting from the home. Most often, single women are the one raising kids. The male children have no father, no good role model. The woman most often might not be able to handle him. But in a situation where you have a sensible man, a reasonable man that is in the house, is the head of the house, he knows his role to play. Most of the time, not that they don't have children that get wayward and get out of hand, but at times you see the children, they come out better. It's not that single women don't raise kids come out well, but most often there is that void in men that grow up in homes without a father. They have that
Yeah.
void. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah. Yeah.
it's also like in a home whereby there's a divorce, the mother has gone off and left the children for the dad. That there is a void in the female children too, because there is no mother. There is that void in them. So I think the way the Bible, I'm viewing this from a Christian point of view. So maybe that's why I'm different. The Bible has made it that the head of the house is the man. And when the Bible says the man is the head, they laid some examples that Sarah even called her husband my Lord, my Lord. It does not mean the man is the king, the woman is the servant. No, it means I'm taking you to be my head and I expect you to do the right things. And when sometimes things don't go the right way, we can sit together and talk about it. But for the fact that you are my Lord, if I take care of you and I do the right thing, I might even be controlling the house without you knowing. Like for me, for instance, my husband, when I came, I wasn't working, I was a stay-home mom. And he was the full provider. I find out that just because of our relationship, even when he's at work, if he wants to make a decision, he will call me. Oh, my wife, do you know there's a trip that is coming up? What do you think? Do you think uh, we talk about it. Even sometimes when he wants to take a position at his job, he will tell me, oh, this position is coming up. What do you think about it? We'll talk about it. So I find out that most of the decisions that we are
Hello,
making.
how are you? Hello,
Hello? Can you hear me?
hello.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear you.
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, go
Yeah.
on.
So
I
I
wanted to
find
ask you.
So
Sorry, I
find
wanted to ask you, can man and woman be equal? This inequality. Yeah.
okay, wait, let me just complete this and then I'll
Yeah.
answer that question. So I find out that even though my husband is the head of the house, most of the decisions he was making, I was the one I don't know how to say it, like he takes my advice and does it. And certain things I would say, no, I don't want this. He would listen to me. So I now find out that, oh, I'm even the one in control without him knowing. You understand? And then
Rosie,
yeah.
see, from everything that you said, I feel like you the things you said tonight. Yesterday I mentioned the fact that let couple do whatever works for them. I
Yeah.
remember when I said a man can stay at home and the woman would decide to go to work. They said Beudani men. That's the
No,
same thing
that situation.
let me go. Let me finish. That's
Yeah.
the same thing you've said tonight. If you just said it in a more calm manner. Because the same thing you said tonight, same thing I said last night, is that let's generalize. Don't let's say that because this is how we want to see it, because this is what the society has taught us, this is what it's supposed to be. Different strokes for different folks. Let people do whatever works for you. You see that pattern that you say you're using in your household. It's because that is what your household needs. That is why it is working. There are households that they will do the same thing and everything will go into shambles.
That's why I'm saying if the man is reasonable, sometimes in life, you have a reasonable woman, you have an unreasonable man. You have a reasonable man, you have an unreasonable woman. But if the both are reasonable, they will want to make it work. But you don't want to have the situation whereby, the man is working and working and working, and the woman is like, yes, this is, I don't know how to explain. It's like she's not reasonable.
I want to answer the question that someone asked if men and women are equal. I think we kind of dabbled into this a little bit.
Yeah, let me answer
men
that.
And women, we
wait,
cannot say men and women are equal.
Look,
even biologically, men and women are not equal. Men are stronger than women. Men are stronger than women physically.
Yeah.
And there are things that men can do that women cannot do.
Good.
But when we say equality, equality is take out gender, see us as human beings.
Of course.
The only thing that differentiates a man from a woman is our gender. When you take out the gender, we are all equal.
Okay, if
women,
you want to say this,
women are meant to be smart.
Wait. If
when we take out
equality,
gender.
No, you see, when we take out, when we talk about equality, before God, we are all equal. You understand? Nobody, a man, a woman, rich or poor, we are all equal before God. But in relationship, when we talk about biologically, to me, that's my opinion. Maybe because I'm viewing it from a Christian background, so I might be biased. For me, a man is. A man and a woman is not equal. A woman, where was a woman taken from? It was taken from a man.
Please.
A man.
Please, let's not.
No, that's why. Listen, did you get what I said?
On that pillar.
Listen, I am saying I am viewing
women.
this. No,
in my own opinion.
No, let me finish.
Women are the
Royalty,
dominant gender.
Royalty, let me finish. I said, in my opinion, I might be I'm saying that's maybe because of my background. From the spiritual level, I'm looking at it from the Bible level. You understand what I'm saying? That's my opinion, that a woman is taken from a man. Adam was the original creation. A woman was taken from him. That is why they said woman. A woman is a byproduct of a man. The woman came out of a man.
To be frank, let me just make my own point.
I'm saying this from the Bible point of view.
No, I get what you are saying.
In the Bible, that's what I'm saying.
Can I just
from
add
the
something
Bible
quickly?
point of view, that's my way of reasoning. You understand?
Yeah,
it doesn't mean it's right, but that's what I'm saying.
No, I know royalty feels strongly about that. I think for me, I believe that both are. You have to be careful when we say equality, because we have to specify what we are
That's why I said Before
Le-
God,
yeah, that's
everybody is
before God.
equal.
But I
Yeah.
believe that both genders are equally important, but different. I don't think you can. It's not realistic to say they are equal. You can't be equal in strength, but they might be this in equal in other characteristics or different. And women are more powerful in some. Men cannot procreate. Men cannot, reason the way women
But
reason in
even though,
some
to
ways.
me, even though they are not equal, they both complement each other.
That
No,
is my
that's not
point.
the
They
question. The
complement. It
question, no,
doesn't
we're not
mean.
even talking about complementary,
It
complementing
doesn't
now.
mean that the woman is.
We're putting
Yeah.
both genders.
But let me
in
say, but a woman, I think a woman is meant to complete the life of a man to an extent.
We are
So,
meant to
but
complete each other. Okay, let me add this one. Biologically, if you look at
let
it
me
biologically, let me just add this. If you look at it biologically, you can actually argue that men are basically appendages of women. Genetically, too, the woman's this in genetic information actually contains more data than that of the men. So if you look at like they say the lions and the way the lions operate, the women are the ones that maintain the community. The men come in, go away, come in, go away. Their job is to protect, procreate, and then they defend the community and die. And then the women carry on this in the bloodline. So we have to be careful because you have to look at nature. The nature is telling you what is actually happening. And for me, women, okay, let's say women
From
can
the
only have
beginning
about.
of time,
Let me
from the
just
beginning of time
explain
till
Do you
this
know
now,
now.
that
biologically, women are stronger
Let
biologically.
me explain biologically what is going
Oh,
on.
wait,
Women
Women
are
can
stronger
have 10
biologically than
children.
men.
Oh, everybody, hold on, please. If you are talking on each other, nobody is listening to us. So let's to Nigeria then. Our
So,
two
like I'm
amiable ladies.
saying, biologically, when you want to
Yes.
talk about biologically,
He
women
said, let
are.
me finish. He said,
Oh,
let me
I'm
finish.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Then you guys answer him. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So women generally, if you look at it, they generally can have maybe 9, 10, 15 children at most, one woman, but the man can have up to 50 if they want to. So biologically, you can see that individual woman is more valuable for the survival of the species because they can procreate less amount of people. While a man, you can keep, if you have 10, you can risk 8 of them. 2 can remain and still procreate. So you can see that biologically women are more precious. And besides, when they have they're about to have children, 6 months they are basically disabled. They can't function in an aggressive world. So hence, men have to form a kind of ring around them to protect them. In other words, to so that their own children, the man's children, will survive into the future. So if you look at it, the way society and we operate as a living entity, it's almost as if men are like appendages of the women. We go out, protect them, do everything, bring food back home, and they procreate. So both sides are serving each other. It's not this thing where we just say, oh, one is superior to the other. The reason why most men say men should be in charge is just the reason why you give your driver the key to go and drive it to somewhere. Somebody needs to be in charge because the men are the ones that are going out there to go and take the risk, chart the paths, fight the wars, all those type of things to expand.
Men are
This
in
is why
charge.
men create nations.
Nigeria, men are in charge because even the Bible suppresses women. In the Bible, it's all about men. From the
But remember, the same Bible said the first man,
But
the
you cannot
wisest
you
man,
cannot say the Bible is suppressing
all came
women now.
the
fell
Bible
because of women.
suppresses women. The Bible suppresses women.
But if
Yeah,
you
there's some
see,
truth there. I have
look,
to say, I
if
have to
you
admit,
see
there's
the
some
role
truth
of
there.
the
The
women in
Bible
the Bible,
suppresses
no,
women.
it doesn't. It
I
doesn't.
I
Look
was
at
born
Sarah.
in
Look
I
at
was born
Sarah.
in a Muslim.
No, the
Why
Bible doesn't suppress.
the
Can I say
Bible
something?
suppresses women?
Look at Sarah.
Let me.
Even though Sarah was calling Abraham my Lord, when Abraham couldn't have kids, what did she do? She said,
It
"Go
was
in
not
with my
Abraham that
maid."
couldn't have kids. It wasn't
Okay,
Sarah that
but
couldn't have
after
kids.
she was done, she told Abraham, "You need to kick her out," and Abraham did. It doesn't suppress a woman. It depends on how she plays her role.
Rosie, I think
Abraham still listen.
you are from the generation of men pleasers, so I can understand why you think like that. The Bible
But you have to
suppresses
please your
women.
man now. As a woman, it's your obligation to please your man. Is
If you,
anything bad in
yeah,
pleasing
you
your
both,
man?
you both
No, there's
please
a
each other.
difference
You
when
both please each
there's
other. You understand?
You both
It's
please
not.
each
but
other now.
you
And
are from the generation of men pleasers.
Look, if a man,
let me say this. I
please let me say
I
this. If a
thank
man,
Rosie for
if a
everything he has
man
said.
wants to be happy, he has to make a woman happy. Then you will be happy.
That's the thing.
If you want to be happy in your home, you make your woman happy. You'll be happy. You have a peaceful home. But if you don't make her happy, that home will be hell for you. You'll be
From the
running out all the time.
inception,
But
Rosie,
see
women
me,
have been
like I
suppressed.
said, it's not
Women
being
have been made
suppressed.
to
Look,
believe that they need
it's
a
every
man.
woman's
Women
dream.
have been made to believe that they are not physically strong enough. Women have been made to believe that it is just, they've been made to believe that a man is the head of the family, a man is this, a man is that, a man is that.
But the issue is this: every
Because
woman wants to have a happy home, right?
Rosie, let me
But it's obvious
ask
that
this.
women are more valuable, though.
It's not even
So I
about
don't know why we're
valuable.
disputing.
Me
Every
as a
woman
person,
wants to
I'm going
have a
to say
happy
this.
home.
I'm going to say this to everybody. Me as a person, I feel like the women we are the more dominant gender. We just there's something in Yoruba language where if you have twins, they will say that the Kehinde allowed the Taye coming first. That's how I see how women are. Like we just give it to men. We just
What
allow
does
the
dominant
men.
mean? What do you mean by dominant?
Royalty, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You are a single mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
In your heart of heart, don't you want to be happily married?
In my heart of heart, I wish to be happily married.
Okay.
But
If you
let me now
okay.
tell you something let me tell you something.
Okay.
I used to be
Let
this.
her land now. Or wait, if she's trying to point you to one direction, let her land. Then you can push back. Rosie,
Yeah,
go
I'm
on,
not.
Rosie.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in your heart of heart, you want to be happily married. So if you come across a man now that comes, woos you, comes along, loves you, cherishes you, treats you like you want to be treated, a man treats you like a queen, makes you happy, won't you settle down and get married?
I will.
Yeah. Won't you want to raise your children where there is a man, the two of you come live together in peace and harmony?
If that is an option, I'll take it.
That's what I'm saying. But along the line, most often what happens is some women get disillusioned in marriage because of a bitter experience. One thing or the other would have happened in their life one way, and they decide, you know what? I don't want to deal with this anymore. I would rather be on my own. But if a woman meets a man that really loves her and takes care of her and makes her happy, of course you want to remain married, right?
Back to the whole basis of this conversation was a video about a woman that was begging to get married. She wants a man. So the whole basis of this
that one has mental issues. I don't think
so the whole basis of this whole conversation is marriage doesn't define us as women.
No,
Having
it
children
doesn't.
define us as women.
No, it doesn't.
I would like a situation where in my own situation, let me just say it out there, marriage was more like, for me, was like handcuffs in my hands. I
That's what
needed
I'm
to get out.
saying. That's why I'm
That
saying
was
that you had a bitter experience. But if
not
you
a
had
bitter experience. I just realized that I was raised by typical Yoruba Muslim family where they will tell you that women are supposed to be this. So I went into that relationship thinking that I have a Messiah that is in front of me, and he has to lead me. And getting into the whole relationship, I'm looking like, no, you can't lead me. You're not even close to. If we're supposed to put an hierarchy to this, if I'm number 1, you probably be number 17.
But wait, so please don't be mad, royalty. What if this person that came into your life was somebody that was more reasonable, did make the right decisions?
I'm not anti-men. I'm not saying I've never said that women don't need men. No. I'm not anti-men. If anything, I believe in relationships. I believe in love and all of that.
Okay,
I'm not
wonderful.
anti-men.
Wonderful.
I don't want a situation where you having a man would define you, or you having children would define you.
Actually, you
of
like it
us
or not, it might
women
actually
would not
define you.
get married.
But the thing is
Some
that,
of
look,
us
it shouldn't.
women would not have children.
Of course,
Some
not
of us
everybody will
women will
marry.
not get married. So
Yes.
let's be sympathetic to those people that would not get married and not now generalize that the value of a woman is if you have a man, if you are under a man's shoes. No.
No, what I'm just saying, it's not the value.
Has society
It's not
ever
the
said
value
that? I
of a
don't know
woman. It's not
why
the value
she's
of a woman.
making it
I'm
sound as if
just.
society said that. I
I'm
don't
not
know
saying
whether
it's the
society ever
value.
said women need to marry to a man to have an identity.
Society say that
No.
yesterday on this panel. No, not yesterday, 2 or 3 nights ago on this panel. You guys said that. You guys said that some women are they give them one name because they are
Okay,
not
they
married.
said they want Ilele.
Well, not everybody will get married.
Yeah, but they call men all
There are
kinds
a
of
lot
names.
of good
When they call
women
Yoruba
that
demons and all kinds of stuff,
there are a lot of
they
good
call men all
women that
kinds
are
of
just
names too.
unfortunate
Yes,
to
yes.
they are just unfortunate because that's what their destiny, that's what their that's their
It
destiny.
didn't work.
They are
Yeah,
not
you
going
are
to get
right.
married.
You are right.
There are a lot of women that
But
you
it's
look at them
unfortunate.
that, oh, this person can actually be a good
A
wife.
good wife, yeah,
But
but she didn't meet the right
there's
man.
just no opportunities to there's
Yeah,
just no opportunity
you are
to get
right.
married.
But
So
the sad thing is that,
don't let
but
us
royalty, the sad
yeah.
thing is that in society, most often, even here in this society, they still look down on unmarried women. That
Because
stigma
the
is there.
society suppresses women.
It
You
doesn't
whether you
now
want to
because
believe
you
it
have
or
the
not,
I
equal
think
opportunities.
you are coming
society
across as a gender
suppresses women.
supremacist. You always
I'm
keep
not a
acting as
gender
if because
supremacist.
you are not seeing the sacrifices the men make. You need to pay attention closely
We're not
because you
talking
only
That is
see what women go through. You don't see what men go through.
that is what I told her at the
when you talk
initial
like
stage.
that,
That is what I told her at the
You are
initial
seeing
stage.
only one
Naija,
side of the
when
picture.
you talk like,
And
see,
there is what I told her. There is
why
what I
we're not
told her.
making. Let me tell
Hey,
you why we're not making
please,
heads.
hold on.
You never talk about the
Everybody, hold
troubles
on,
men go
please.
through. You only talk about the troubles
Everybody,
women
We're
go
hold
not
through.
talking
including
about
you.
men right now. Don't deviate from.
Everybody, hold on, please. Please. If you are talking on each other, nobody is hearing us. So if somebody wants to interject and you see they are not giving you space, let them land, then you can come in. So let's start from your reality. Yeah, thank you.
So to Naija, we're not talking about men. Don't make it a woman versus women, because if you're saying that, what
When
about
you say
what?
women are being oppressed, are you
Let
not
me get that
referring to
across my
men?
friend. When you are now saying that, what about the sacrifices men make? We are now leaving the main focus of our conversation to now go and start talking about men. Well, let's put men at the back end this time around. Let's talk about women, how women are being suppressed. That's
But by
what
whom? By dogs? Is it not
society
men?
suppresses women.
Who is society?
Society in general.
Men.
Rosie just made a
That's
point
what you are
now that
referring to.
if you're not married, some men will not respect you because they'll look at you, they'll look down on you. Why? Do they look down on men that are not married?
You can't eat your cake and have it. You can't criticize men and say you should not. Somebody should not say that. You should also look at the men. If you say society, I know
we
you are
are not
referring to men.
society. We're not even. It's not. Rosie is a woman. She's been talking for men all along. Society in general, women will make fun
No,
of
it's
women
not
that are
that
not
I'm
married.
talking for
No,
men.
those don't come in yet. Women make fun of women that are not married. Men make fun of women that are not married because
But do you
the
know why? Have you
society
ever
has
bothered
been
to ask yourself
conditioned to
why?
see women, because that is what. Okay, if you're asking yourself why, now let's ask the question: why do we consider men the head?
I just gave you a reason
No.
that when you give your driver to drive
Who
a
gave
car,
that law that men are the head and women cannot be the head? It's because of how we are conditioned. The Bible suppresses women. The Bible lets us believe that women are the head of the family and women are supposed to every religion.
I don't
in general,
subscribe
not even just
entirely
the
to
Bible.
how the Bible describes.
Royalties, please. Please let me ask this question. I want you to be truthful. Can there be two captains in the ship?
Please.
Can there be
Thomas.
two captains in the ship?
The ship is gonna crash.
Well,
Can you hear me?
they can't be two
Hello?
captains in the ship. We have already
Yeah.
accepted that. I was the first one to say that.
Are you sure? You
Yeah,
accepted
I
it?
was the first one to say that. When we're talking about feminism, I was the first person
You
to
seem
say
to be
that.
paying lip service to it, actually, but in reality, you are against it.
I'm not against it.
Please, can I interject?
Let me finish. I'm not against it. Me as a person, I don't want to be with a man that I can't be submissive to. It's going to be very boring for me.
Fair point.
It's not. It's going to
Nobody
be
is
very
asking to do
boring
that.
for me. I need to be with a man that can tame me. That's the only way my relationship can
They
work.
don't need to tame you. They just need
No,
to
When you
make
say
themselves
I
warm
use
you.
the word tame.
you
I
sound
use
like
the
you are
word
wild
tame.
and you want a
Yeah.
man to tame you. Why should a man tame you?
Men see women like me
Why
as
would a
wild.
man tame
Oh,
you?
come on. No. I
Men
see, that is
see
not
women
it.
as me as wild. The total the traditional African men, they frown upon women like me. They think like eléyìí ò lè jókòó síbì kan, eléyìí ò lè gbọ́ràn. That if we want to be honest with ourselves, men see women like me as wild. So me is just my own personal preference. If I want to be with a man, I have to a little bit of that fear factor. That's the only way you can tame me. That's where I can only look at it like, okay, daddy, let's get this going. I cannot be with I consider myself an alpha female. The only person that can take me is an alpha male. Case closed.
See, that's a fair point, isn't it? And there are a lot of alpha males out there.
Please,
So
yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, for me, like royalty, you are saying I'm a man pleaser. I'm standing up for men. I am telling you that's not true. You get what I'm saying? For me, I think there are certain things as a woman, for marriages to work, it takes both parties.
Of course.
If you go into marriage with the mindset that, oh my God, no way, I'm gonna rule this home, I'm gonna be the head of this home, and if you come to meet a stubborn man, that marriage is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. But you see, there are some relationships that the man,
And men are mostly stubborn.
yeah, it's not going to work. But there's a way you can control a man. The man doesn't even know you are the one controlling him. Royalty, I'm
Why do you
telling you
want to
the truth.
control your see?
Listen,
I
look,
understand all you see all these things you say.
That's the
All these
power of
things
a
you say.
woman.
All these
The
things you
man would
say
not
is
know. The man would not know that you are the one calling the show, but you won't rub it in his nose. You will not
see.
rub it. You
I
will be
understand
subtle.
every part of
Royalty,
what you're
believe me,
saying.
you'll be subtle with it. But you are the one in control. The man doesn't know. But when you come gra in the front of his friends and you come and show your chest, yes, Emire, Kilode,
So okay, now let me now ask you a question,
Okay,
Rosie.
let me tell you let me tell you how they say it in my side. Let me tell you how they say it in my side. They say that a woman that knows the heart of the husband is just like he's using juju on the man.
That is what I am telling you.
That is an adage in Igbo land. He said that
true.
A woman that knows the heart of the husband is just like, so people will be seeing that man, that this woman is using juju on the man, and that
You
is
are
how
very
you see
right.
it.
You are very right. Look at my husband. My husband is a very tough man. Very tough. Look, when the mom came, the mom was telling me, Rose, báwo ló ṣe ṣe? Pé nítorí, Ṣọlá, ẹran líle ni. But wo bó ṣe wá rọ̀ náà. You understand? Because once you know your man and you know his likes, you know what to make him happy. Ló bá tán. You would be in control without you in a very subtle manner. You don't show it to him. Most of the time he will come to you. This is what I want to do. What do you think? Okay, I want to send to some amount money home. How much do you think I should do? This. You see, you are the one calling the show, but he doesn't know. But you won't let him know.
In other words, just service a man's ego. That's how you keep
and then you are controlling
service
him.
a man's ego.
But you are then at the end of the day, you are the one in control.
That's
but
why
he
he's the
doesn't
man
know.
now.
But if royalty, I'm telling you, that's one of the secrets. But if you show to him that I'm in power, Ortom, but just do as if
See, I'm not against everything you're saying.
So I'm telling
There are
you,
some
that
men.
way it
See, there are
works.
men that are worth what you're saying.
That's why I'm saying if
there are
it is
men
a
that they
reasonable
are
man,
worth
no.
this effort that you're
That's what I'm
talking
saying. If
about.
it's a reasonable man,
There are men
If
that
it's
are
not,
worth this effort that you're talking about. If you find the one that is worth it, nobody will teach you what to do. You will figure it out how to
that's what I'm saying. If it's a
if you
reasonable man,
find the one that is worth it. We're not
okay.
even
Many
talking about
people,
picking a
many
man
women
right
still,
now.
many women still see the man, but they feel maybe to take advice from their friends and they treat their home the way they like.
Because
So
you
it's
see,
also applicable to women. Many women get the type of man that I have to treat that way, but due to the influence in the society, the type of thing going in the society, they choose to take advice from their colleagues, their fellow women, instead of
and you see,
that's the thing.
sometimes these colleagues, reality, sometimes some women don't say the truth. What their husband is not doing, they'll be lying. Hey, my husband did this for me. Whereas the other woman that doesn't know, she will go home and be fighting the man, not knowing that it's a lie. You get what I'm saying? But once you understand your man and he understands you, the two of you can live. It's not that you won't have misunderstanding, no. Misunderstandings will come, but you'll be able to sort it within yourselves. You'll be able to handle situations. You don't need to be running and calling Taye and Kende to come and intervene when you have matters arising. You get what I'm saying? But there is a way. You will let the man seem like he's in control, but indirectly you are the one. Because once you pet him, you let him, you make him happy. Lobaton, he will make you happy too. That's a reasonable man. No? If he wants to make major decisions, he would get you involved. Even if the family is coming against you, he will stand by you. He will
Yeah,
keep his
this
ground.
conversation has turned around from where we started. You know, it has really turned around from where we started. Me, to each is their own. Whatever rocks anybody's boat when it comes to how to keep their men, that works. But what we're really talking about was what I really wanted to point out was the part where we say what's his name? True Nigeria was asking me a question about how like the question I asked was where did we get this? The man is the head and the woman is supposed to follow from. A lot of us, we take that from the Bible. So when I say that society has really suppressed women from everything around us has made women to look like the lesser gender.
But
From
for
the
me,
Bible,
I don't feel suppressed though. I don't feel suppressed in any way. I'm telling you. It depends on the way
That's
you
how
look at
it
it.
is.
I don't feel
That's how
suppressed.
it is.
I
so
don't.
this rule that a man is supposed to be the head, where did it come from?
Like I told you, it's in the Bible. That's why I'm saying
Exactly.
I'm saying I'm basing my belief
Is the woman supposed to
in
be
the
the head
Bible.
before?
The Bible
Is
says
the woman supposed to be the
the
head
Bible
before?
says the head of the man is the head of the woman. Christ is the head of the church, the man is the head of the woman. The Bible says the man to love your wife and then the woman to be
As you love
submissive.
yourself.
Yeah, the woman, because if you love a woman, you don't want to hurt her. You don't want to turn around and be carrying girls from the center to left and she's hearing stories. You don't want to hurt her feelings. When she's sick, you are there with her. When if she has issues, you are there. And then the woman will turn around and respect you. And my husband loves me. It's like it takes both hands to wash the hands, to make it clean. And like the Yoruba says that, Oko Lade Obìnrin, you understand? Your husband is like a crown on your head. He gives you honor. And then the
That's the
husband
thing.
too. But when
Yeah.
the society has
So
made
the
it in a
women
way that,
that don't have husbands, they don't have honor.
no, I'm not saying they don't, but that
No,
is
no, no, no. It's not their fault. It's not their fault that they
royalty.
don't have. But
It's
So
not
that
that
you
was
have
the
it's
to
not
whole
put.
their
basis
You
of
fault.
the
have to. You
conversation.
have
That
to. You
was the
have
whole
to
basis
put.
of the
But
conversation. Don't say that.
even as a woman, you have to position yourself in a way that a man will see you to maybe thinking of settling down with you. You don't, even though it's not your fault that you are single, but
Yeah,
there are
it's not
some
your fault
character
at
you
all.
exhibit.
Please don't talk
You
about
pose yourself
character.
in a
Let's
way.
don't. You've been
You
trying to
pose
take
your
us
way.
to that character place. Don't talk about character. Women are better people than men. We are better people
No,
than men.
no,
Women
nobody's
are more
arguing that.
loyal than men. We treat people better than men do.
Look,
Don't
men
Let's
or
talk about
women,
character.
Everybody hold
character
on.
has
Let me
nothing to do
hold
with
on.
gender. I think it depends on the individual. character.
If
Men,
you look at the
when they say
statistics of
character,
it, men are the ones that are really, women are better than men.
but
When
you
it comes
see,
to
say, but
behavior
why?
part, we are
Okay,
better than men. The
but
only
listen,
reason
why
that
did
a
the
man
Yoruba?
will,
You
a
know the
man will,
Yoruba. You
One
know the Yoruba.
after the other, please.
Wait,
One
royalty. You
after
know
the
the
other.
Yoruba. The Yoruba adage. There is one Yoruba adage that says, "Obìnrin only kò really ọkọ gbé ó ní òun ò lórí ọkọ."
Obìnrin sọ̀wà nù, ó lóun ò rí
Ó ní òun ò lórí ọkọ.
all those things are suppressing women. Those are all those adages, all those things, all those traditions.
Sometimes it
It's
does
all to
happen.
suppress women.
Sometimes you
Women
get
are
a
supposed
good
to
man.
take men's
Royalty.
bullshit
Wait
because
now.
we want to remain in men's house.
Royalty.
One after the other, please. One after the
Royalty.
other, please.
Royalty
Rosie land.
sometimes. Royalty sometimes. You see there are some good men, but the women are crazy. They misbehave, they run around. Also, there are some good women, but the men they come across are crazy. You get what I'm saying? But if a woman
coming on, please send her the link. She just asked for the link.
But if a woman
The
keeps
link.
marrying,
The house is, I will, yeah. The house is full, but I will send it. Moreover. Yeah, that's
so
all. Go on.
what I'm saying is that just like you have bad characters in men, you have bad characters in women. But for a woman, most of the time, this ego thing, we have to kind of reduce our ego. I mean, I don't know how to say it, but when you are saying that
Is
a
there
woman
anything we
that
ask
you
men
prefer
to
a man
reduce in
when
order
you
to be able to stay with women? That is suppressing women. Is there anything
that's
you
what I'm
tell
telling
a
you.
man that go and
It
reduce
depends.
this so that we can be stay? You have to reduce your character. You have to do this. A woman
No,
cannot
it's
be
not
successful.
that now.
Everything.
It depends
Just
on how you
suppressing women
feel.
down, all in the name of you
I
want to
don't
get
feel
married.
suppressed. Look, I've been married for like what?
It's
I got married
suppressing.
1996.
It's suppressing.
Up to now,
You
I'm
have
still
to
married.
reduce your
I'm
character.
happy in my marriage. I don't feel
You
suppressed.
you might be happy about your marriage. We're not using you as a case study.
No, I'm just saying that I don't feel
We're
suppressed
talking
when you are
about in
saying women
general
are
terms.
suppressed.
We're talking about in general terms.
Royalty.
There are so many
I
things
love your voice.
I love
Royalty.
you too. Don't worry. I came here because of you.
I love your voice.
I love you too. I love you too. Don't worry. I came here because of you.
I don't feel suppressed.
I am here to give you the confidence that you need.
We are supposed to suppress our behavior.
Royalty.
We're not supposed to
Can
be
you hear me, Royalty? Royalty,
what
I'm
you
here
say?
to give you that confidence. Don't let anybody suppress you with the Bible. They
You know,
use the Bible to suppress. So don't let them use the Bible to suppress
It depends on your point of view. That's my point of view.
I'm here to support you.
Women
So don't let them put you down.
Everybody, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Duxie, are you two against one now? You put Rosie
No, I don't like when Christian women start talking as if they're on top of the world because they are married successfully. Then somebody said she's single, you're still talking about marriage? Marriage is not important. Marriage is a beautiful thing. Yes, it is a beautiful thing when you see a man that is reasonable, that loves you.
You know what I said?
So, yes,
you know
I
what
am
I
married.
said?
I've been married
I
for the
said
past
every
23
woman
years
wants a man
the
that will love
the
and
man I'm
cherish
married
her.
to is reasonable.
No
one
woman
after the
will
other.
maltreated.
He's a matured man.
No
Everybody,
If somebody is saying she's single,
no woman
don't
wants
put
to
her
be
down.
maltreated.
Please, don't do that. Don't put her down.
Everybody
wants
She's
to be
single for a
maltreated.
reason.
I said something before. I
Once
said,
a woman meets
if you're
a
not
man that
ready,
loves her,
if you're not ready to respect a man or to be submit to his autonomy,
Okay, respect.
then it's better you stay single. It's better you stay single. Nobody is going to fight that position with any woman. When you look yourself and you know this man I cannot be, it's better you stay single.
Kenneth, I said everybody hold on, including you. Please. We are talking on each other, please. Guys, stay out of this conversation. Let's leave the three ladies to handle this. Yes, Duxie just came in. Let's hear from Duxie.
How can you just leave it to only some people to start fighting each
For
other?
now, I said
How
for
can you take the
now.
men out now? How can you take the men out?
Let them stay.
Well.
Thomas, let them stay. Let them stay. They can.
I know, but let's hear from you.
The only thing you need just to give them their time. We can only interject.
Rosie,
We will not
you've been talking for the past 10 hours.
Can I play this with
Rosie, you've been talking. Let me talk, please.
No,
You've been talking for the past 10 hours. Let me talk.
You. Yeah, you're gonna talk. You just can. But please, can I clear this with you? I am
Yes,
saying
go on,
every
Rosie.
woman.
Then we have Duty.
I'm saying every woman wants to be loved, wants to be cherished, wants to be appreciated, wants to be treated right. I'm not saying that any woman wants to be walked all over, wants to be abused, or wants to be mistreated. Once a man treats you right and respects you and honors you, of course, you will remain with him. But once you are being abused and you are being maltreated, of course, you don't want to stay in that relationship. So I'm not looking down on single women at all. I'm not. I'm just saying my point of view is from the Bible. That's why I believe that way. And in my marriage, I don't feel suppressed in any way whatsoever. Thank you.
Lucy, you have the floor.
Okay, now, so you see, Christian women, they are so proud. I can't even stand them. I'm sorry if anybody is a Christian over there. I can't stand them. You guys are too proud. People go through a lot in this life. That's one thing we should understand. So if something that works for you doesn't work for another woman, I think you should be there to support her. Don't come and tell me bullshit that you have to, obey your kinika. I don't know the Bible. I don't care about the Bible. So don't just come and start talking about the Bible to me. Let's just go about we being human first. Human being. You guys were talking about, I listened to your program today, the one you did yesterday. You talked about the gun violence in America. You guys didn't even talk about what really happened to those people that carries gun and shoot their fellow human beings. It comes from the family value. When a child is growing in a home, there is no peace. And the Christians are telling the woman, stay there, is your husband. For it, my law, then you start damaging the child, the children.
For the rise in gun violence.
No, that's not what she's saying. She's saying that
the children I'm telling you, so that if you listen to me, you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about.
Marriages that are based on religion.
No,
can you just listen? If you listen, you grab what I'm talking about. So I'm saying, all these people that carry guns around, you are not even asking why are they doing that. You don't even know why they're doing that. Because these are traumatized people from childhood. What happened to them? Because in their homes, various homes, they were not taken care of properly. Probably because their dad and their mom fights and shout on each other every day. So that's why these children grew up to be mean children, to be psychologically affected and mentally disabled. That is why they are like that. So now you're telling me if a woman is not so happy, comfortable in a marriage, she should stay and destroy the children she has in that relationship? Because of all these Christians, and I'm not exempting Muslims as well, because of all this religion, you guys, you just tell the woman to stay in that relationship as long as you're married to the man. You are the one in control. Bullshit. Why should you be in control? I'm not a narcissistic individual. I don't want to be in control of any other human being. Let the person be in control of his life. Let me be in control of my life. We work things together. I've been married for the past 23 years. It's working well because we respect each other. Nobody's controlling anybody. We are both human beings that we respect each other. We come from our points of view. We put it together and it's working well. I've got 3 boys. Yeah, I've got 3 boys and they're grown-up boys. They're growing well. They don't have any psychological issues because I don't control my man. My man doesn't control me. If I talk like this, doesn't mean I control my man. Because I can see in the comment section, some people are saying they don't like gra-gra. Me, that's the way I am. I'm a new girl. But it doesn't mean I'm doing gra-gra to my husband. And I can hear you, Rosie. Don't be too confrontational. I'm not confrontational. This is the way I am. I'm very respectful to my husband. My husband is very respectful to me. And this Bible that you guys carry around, you don't even know what's written there. Okay, let me tell you about the Bible if you want to go that way. The side, wife, love your husband. That's the first thing. Let's go there. If Thomas has the Bible, you can open it. So the love automatically begets respect. So you respect that man automatically because he loves you. So that's the way it is written in that holy Bible that they quote all the time. They don't even know what's inside the Bible. So the man shows you love. That's the automatic rule to the Christians. The guy shows you love, then you respect the man. It is automatic, but then you share with it. If the man can sacrifice, they said the man is going to love you as Christ loved the church. What did Christ do to the church? He died for the church, right? So if a man can die for you, are you listening very well, royalty? If a man can die for you, then you are not a mad woman. You will respect and lick that man's feet. Oh, garage.
But is that not what I'm saying all along?
That's what she said.
You understand what you are saying?
Because he loves you first, not respect. You're saying respect first. No, Rosie, that's not the order. Let's read that Bible verse. You love a husband, love your wife.
We are saying the same thing, but the way you are saying
we're not saying the same thing.
like
We're not saying the same thing. You've been talking about respect all along. No.
No, I'm not being saying. I said the Bible says the man should love the wife. I said the Bible says that Christ is the head of the church. The man is the head of the woman. The man should love his wife, and the wife would respect her husband. That's what I said. And once a man treats you right, a man honors you, a man respects you, a man does everything for you. Why are you not going to respect him? Why are you not going to love him back?
It is not possible for a man to love you.
If a man treats you like the way, of course you are going to rebel.
Love the church. It's not possible. I'm not talking about small love here. I'm talking about a man lay in his life down.
That's what I'm saying too. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about Peter kind of love or Nigerian kind of love.
That's what
I'm talking about the real love.
There is no way. Of course, you would stay. You'll be happy in that
woman will reciprocate. So if a woman is saying she's single, then there's a problem. There's something that didn't work in that marriage.
That is the same thing I said. That most of women become disillusioned.
And use your confidence to rule this world. Nothing do you, my sister. I want to see your picture.
I am not saying, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying.
Why are you acting as if you are championing single parent homes? I don't understand it.
That's not right.
You're trying to encourage them to stay together because it leads to better outcome. Because you're sounding like you're champion. You don't hear yourself. You are sounding like you're championing single parent homes.
Because she tried marriage and it didn't work for her.
Royalty, did I talk down at you when I was talking?
There's a difference between saying you settle for something and saying that's what you should be championing.
Can you just keep quiet for a while? Can you help me remove him so that I can have a conversation
if you meet a man that loves you and treats you right, would you not go into marriage? Did I not ask you? Did I look down on you when I was talking to you?
No, I think we're getting.
So why is Dupsy coming up like talking like I was looking down at you and was disrespecting you? No. I said in the heart of every woman, she wants to be loved, she wants to be cherished, she wants to be treated like a queen.
Nobody can see me.
A man. So what are you talking about?
Let me say, Dupsy, see.
Yes, I'm listening to you, darling.
Nobody can. When I got married really young, I decided to pick myself up, and I'm like, this is not for me. I'm not a domesticated woman. It's just not for me.
Doesn't matter.
I'm a gangster in boardrooms. That's where I would rather spend my time. I'm a gangster in boardrooms. I'm best at making deals, building empires. Being a domesticated woman, being under a man, or not necessarily, I won't say being under a man, conforming to society is really not who I am. It wasn't. I just looked at myself one day. I'm like, you know what? This is. I wasn't created for this. I was created for bigger things. So I don't think there is anybody that can make me feel bad about my decision. Or if anybody's going to feel bad, I will be the one to feel bad about my decision. Nobody can make me feel bad about my decision. No, and she wasn't doing that. So the whole basis of this conversation was there was a video that a woman was begging that she wanted to get married. So what I was trying to say was, a whole lot of us, a smaller percentage of the population of women are not going to get married. And now with the Gen Z or with the whole woke movement, maybe 60-40 of us, 40% of us might not get married. With the whole population thing, there are more women than men. Women are, there's a large number of women that are not going to get married, and a large number of women that are not going to have kids too. But what I was fighting for was, we don't have to make women that are not married or have
Don't
kids.
let them deceive you that a man is the crown.
That is an interesting question. Let me ask this now. Let me ask this. Let me ask this question. I'm asking a question. You can't just start shutting everybody down. I'm trying to ask a question. There's no need to be shouting.
Everybody, hold on. Duxie, please calm it down. Please. I beg of you, please. I put both of you in the comment, the backstage. Just cool off. I'll bring you back. Yes, royalty. Yeah, just random.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a woman. Thomas, can I address royalty?
Okay.
Yes, of course. Rational mind. Before you address I mistakenly block you on.
It's okay. I understand. No problem.
Networking me. I was trying to do something else. This thing just goes. I can't unblock you, so I will tell one man to do that. Please, I'm very sorry. Yes. Go on.
You mean me or royalty?
No, you can.
Yes. Let's rational mind come in. Let's rational mind come in.
You see, royalty. I don't know how old you are, but then the way you sound young. I can understand your perspective on how you view things, and it's your view. I don't think anybody should. We can only try to help you see things the other way.
Hold on, please. I'm bringing Duxie and Tunaja back. Please, guys, let's calm it down, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're trying to see. I think the princess is Roxy is trying to help you see things differently. But I think you have a preconceived idea of what you know and what maybe you've experienced. But one thing you need to understand is, aside of Bible, one thing you understand is in the marriage dynamics. I know some people come here and champion feminism, which has really brought a lot of issues in many relationships. Many relationships has been torn apart by these feminist ideologies that has not really helped. And even today, there are so many people who were once feminists. They come to that realization that feminist is a cancer to relationship. But then if your idea of feminism is equal partnership, as some people will come on here and try to sell to some other people that it's partnership. No, if you say partnership in relationship, then feminism or feminist or whatever you describe it, the idea will be defeated. Because you quite agree with me that if you say feminism or feminist, as they say it, is that everybody should be equal partnership. Then you as a woman, you have no right to be telling the man to go pick up the trash and throw it away. You don't tell the man what to do in his own house. That's partnership, right? So, but then what we're seeing, hold on. What has been observed with feminism is, or feminists as a case call is, that they try to override the man. They are militant, like Dupe here sometimes talks, and that is not what. If you say you're a feminist and you say you want to equal partnership, you don't have to talk to a man like as if it's beneath you, and that is what the whole idea of feminism. So it's not compatible with relationship any way you look at it, because somebody has to lead. You have to follow the leading of a man. But then you said, I'm not talking about from Bible this time around. Let's put Bible aside, because I know some of you have issues with the Bible. But you need to understand that in relationship, it is just how nature designed it. Somebody has to take the lead. You have to follow the lead. That the man follows the lead of a woman, or the woman follows the lead of a man. But the way it's designed, it's been saying that if a man follows the lead of a man, it's always problematic. That is, if a man follows the lead of a woman, there's always problem in that relationship, because the way men are wired, no matter how simpleton that person is, no matter how simping the man might simp to a woman, it's just how nature designed it. At some point, if you try to emasculate him, he would fight back. The man will not want, because that's what feminism is all about. It's all about emasculation of a man.
No,
I don't know if you understand the meaning of the word emasculation.
I know the meaning of the word
Because
emasculation.
that's what feminism, because if the whole idea of feminism is, oh, equal partnership. No, in the real sense of it, if you look at it, it is emasculating a man. And a
Not
man will fight
necessarily.
back. Is that what?
Not necessarily. So let me give you this.
That's one thing you don't seem to understand the
Yeah.
ramification of, you don't seem to understand the ramification of this whole idea of feminism. That's what I'm saying to you. Let's forget the BS they sell to people. I mean, I took a course in college, communication. I did a lot of research and everything on that. I can tell you if you want us to go into that. I'm just holding back from saying certain things in a way I would say that would sound offensive.
Rational mind, you know your problem.
Let me hear what you have to say.
You are too egocentric. That's your problem.
You don't just attack people. Let's just discuss the issue. I'm not attacking anybody here. I'm just talking about.
So rational mind. Let me say this. When we talked about feminism the other day, I said that the rules apply to every man but yours. I love a submissive relationship. I feel like I enjoy my relationships better when I'm submissive to my man. I just like being feminine. I like that feminine thing. I like to cater to my man and stuff like that. I like it. But with that being said, I still want to be treated as equals with my colleagues at work that are men. I still want to have the same right as other men. I can decide to be submissive to my own man. Not because,
you are confusing it.
You are not confusing it. See, that is it.
Let me ask you this.
See, hold on.
Can men
You men
and
cannot
women
explain what feminism is. You can only
equal?
listen and learn what we want. You can't tell us what feminism is. It's just like me coming to a man and say, okay, let me tell you how to be a man. I can't tell you how to be a man. You can't tell us.
Nobody's trying to tell you. Hold on. I think you're like I said. I think you're confusing being feminine and being a feminist.
So feminist, I'm talking about.
You know the difference between being a feminine and being a feminist.
So a feminist. So even see, the rules don't apply to your husband. That's just what I want to say. It doesn't apply to your husband. If you expect your husband to pay the bills, do everything, like do what he's supposed to do as a man, then we'll not start talking about there are roles that are meant for men and there are roles that are meant for women. Inside of your house is a whole different ball game. People, a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. You're confusing it.
Let me land the point.
Okay.
A lot of people they've used the word feminism to they've used it to, in a way, they've used more of the cons than the pros. The feminism came from stemmed from equality. It stems from women are being paid less than their male counterparts. That was where feminism started from. It started from women are not allowed to do some things in society, but men are allowed. That's what feminism started from. Some women now took it as far as taking it into their homes. There are some homes that you need to bring in feminism to, and there are some homes that you can take it. When a man is doing what he's supposed to do, what are you explaining feminism to him? He's doing what a man is supposed to do. You don't have to now go and there are some men that they suppress women to the point that women now have to start to find their voices with them. Men that they will do what they are supposed to do and they're still not suppressing you. They are treating you like the baby girl you are supposed to be. They are respecting you like the woman. They are making you feel like the woman you are supposed to be. So in my own opinion, feminism is for the ones that you're not having intimate relationship with. We're talking about the men. We're talking about equality in society. There are different rules for your homes. In the homes, there is no generalization of anything. Different strokes for different folks in their houses. We can't generalize and say this is what people should do in their homes. Your home is a personal space. But when it comes to the public space where other people come into play, I feel like women and men should be
should be seen as equals.
Okay,
Then
okay,
in
okay.
your house, you can now decide what works for you.
Okay, now here you go now. So you see, that's why I said you are confusing it, but I think I understand what you're saying. The feminist or feminism you're talking about should be displayed at workplace, in the society, aside from your home. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So in your home, like you said, a woman should be submissive. Is that what you're saying?
If that's what works for your family, you can.
Okay, it
If
works
that's
for the
what
family.
for your family.
But then,
There's some women there's some men that they like their women.
Hello, royalty. Let me just interject there.
Yeah.
So for you to be submissive is the simplest thing a normal woman can do. It's no big deal. But because of this men are egocentric, because they don't know how to take care of the women, because most of them are traumatized, they don't even know. You see, that is why I said a man shouldn't get married until. Please, I didn't interject you, rational man. Thomas, show me my boy.
Go on now.
So, most of them are traumatized royalty. They don't even know how to treat a woman. Don't forget, the relationship our parents had wasn't healthy, wasn't a good example for most of those boys. So they don't even have an idea how to treat a woman. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I agree with you totally.
You understand? So that is why they will tell you are not submissive. They are not doing what they're Please, excuse me, let me talk, please. So they are always talking about submission when they don't even know how to love.
So
do you understand what I'm saying?
I feel like you cannot even demand submission. It's supposed to be given to you.
It is automatic. Even for women.
There you go. There you go. That's where the problem lies. You see.
Come on, a normal human being. I came here because of royalty. I'm not here because of you, bro. Just mind your own business.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on, please. Dupsy, please. Tone down the tone. It's a conversation now. It's a conversation. Rational man can push back at you. Don't let the confrontation or take it personal. No. It's a conversation. So rational man can put back at you guys. So let's just make it work. Let's moderate our please.
Okay, Thomas. So can I continue?
Yeah, continue, please.
Okay, Thomas. I don't want rational but mind to. We are not friends, Thomas. That's why I don't want him to push back at me.
But why now? Why can't you be friends? Why now?
Thomas, why didn't you put them in timeout? They are arguing now because you were very quick to put me in timeout when I wasn't even arguing.
Thomas, please. Thomas,
just trying to ask a question and you put me in timeout.
Please, hold on, Thomas.
Okay. You understand? You are a man now. We can't fight with ladies. We should respect ladies. Hold on, Bartholomew. Hold on.
I just want to say good night, my brother. I know. I don't want to just
wait. Power, start manipulating it. It's not nice.
I'm not manipulating now. So like that, calm down now. Bartholomew, Dupsy, hold on, please. Bartholomew, you've been quiet. You should have come into the conversation. Yeah. Are you there, Bartholomew?
I want to come to the conversation, but too much of quarrel, too much fight. We're not gonna learn anything. I think we are here to learn.
I know. That's why I said everybody should calm down. Yes, you can come in now. Come in.
No, the only I would have liked to interject one or two things, but
yes, you can say it, sir. You are here. I'm giving you the floor. Just interject before you go.
Okay. Let me say one or two things so I can say good night to everybody, please.
Yeah, go on.
So my brothers and sisters, please, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. So I think we are here to learn, and we are here to here to listen to each other. I mean, we all are human beings, despite our religions, our tribes, and our countries where we're from. I believe that every man come from woman, and every woman should have brothers and sisters, and we all will have children and raise our children, and what we're gonna teach our children
to learn tomorrow. At the end of the day, I don't believe that anyone bigger than anyone. But shouting and fighting and screaming and yelling is not gonna help anyone, because at the end of the day, after we shout finish, you are still on the ground, and I'm still on the ground. So let us accommodate our discussion, and let us learn from each other. And I hope we will understand and let the spirit of understanding invest in us. So, thank you everybody, and have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bartholomew. Thank you for that interjection. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, thank you, Thomas.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a bit calmer now.
You're
Because,
welcome.
no, you see, I heard Reality Voice yesterday. Today, I think you had that program today. Yesterday, and I just listened to it this morning. And as I listened to Reality Voice, yeah, I heard it in the video. As I listened to her voice, I know your story already, because that is just the way I am. I know your story without you saying anything, without you talking to me at all, Reality. So you see, I feel, I don't know, I just felt so bad when I was listening to that conversation. When somebody tells you something, we have to be I think we have to be human first. Let me say this to you guys. Before picking Christianity, Islamic, Buddhist, or anything, human. We have to be human. How do you become a human being? You become a human being by empathizing. What is empathy? Empathy is you putting yourself in that person's position immediately. When you hear about somebody's predicament, you put yourself immediately in that person's position. That is the way to empathize. Then you feel the pain immediately in your body. That is what this person is going through. But because people have adopted Christianity, Islamic, Buddhist, or whatever, it makes them to feel big, They feel big. As long as I'm serving God.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I interject?
You people have you see now, Thomas, they didn't even allow me to talk for 1 second.
No, I just want to ask a question. I just want to interject. Please, can I interject this thing?
That's okay.
Okay. Like I was saying earlier, when I was speaking about the issue, I was speaking with Reality. I never looked down on her. Reality, did I look down on you? Did I spoke to you in a condescending manner?
I don't want this forum to be like it's about my personal life.
No, because I just want to clear some points here now.
No. I just want to make it. I just want to make it clear that I'm very perfect.
Yeah, we were just discussing
I don't have any
generally.
issues, so I don't want it to look like maybe the
No,
story
it's
is
not.
about.
It's not your personal life, but
okay,
I just want to clear. It's not your personal life at all. I'm just like I wanted to clear some points because, I like to respect people. I don't want to look down on anyone. And when I was speaking with you, when we was discussing these issues, I did not speak like I was not empathetic or I was looking down on anyone. I was just airing my point of view. And then I was asking you some questions, right? I was like, every woman wants to be loved, wants to be cherished, wants to be treated right. And then when she meets a man that does that to her, of course, she want to stay in a relationship. But if she's not finding the peace, the love, the respect she has, of course, she's not going to want to stay. And I was like, most times, most women that sometimes some bitter experience would disillusion a woman concerning marriage, concerning other things. So we're just talking general. So that's the point I want to clear. Thank you.
Okay, so Royalty, I have a lot of things to say to you, but because I'm not that calm tonight, I don't know if I can get across to you easily for you to be able to understand me perfectly where I'm coming from. You see?
Can I say something to you?
Now, rational mind, now.
You see, you say something here. I think I might have to challenge you on that. You are kind of like championing some kind of things, and then you yourself, one lioko, and then you are telling people to be single. I don't even get that.
I'm not telling anybody to be single, but circumstances, man,
that's what everybody's getting from your
circumstances, man, you're single. Don't put that person down. That's my point.
So I think what she's
circumstances, man, you're single.
You need to express it in a way that it seems like you're not being.
That's what I'm trying to express. I was annoyed when I was coming in, and I'm trying to be calmer so that you guys can understand me perfectly. I'm not championing single, but I support them totally. Because me, if I call anybody Daru, the society is not sane because a lot of people have gone through trauma.
So why is the society not sane?
Because a lot of people are going through a lot.
Well, you see, you can hang it on that. You can hinge it. You can hinge it on that. But it's not totally that the case. It's true that people are traumatized. People have issues going on. But the point we're trying to make is that the issue of a feminism or feminist is in itself a cancer. Don't get me wrong. I believe that women should be treated fairly, should be given pay that is due to them. I won't say equal pay, because I must say to you that even in a job that a man and a woman does together, a man that is hardworking and a woman that is.
Please let him land that point, please.
They do not.
I'm coming. I'm not getting it. Hold on, please.
Say what?
Is there any discrimination? Is there any discrimination in ladies and men? Is there any discrimination?
Well, you see, I think like he said, like our royalty said, he said the issue of feminism is about the right of women, especially in the workplace. That's how it all began. But now we're seeing it even not even being brought already inside even marriage, even relationship. So a lot of them, see, that's another thing I want to discuss if I have the time to discuss. But let me just go to your question. You see, what's it called? Feminism is, like I said, it's a cancer of its own. Because if you try to bring it into relationship, into a marriage, you always make a nonsense of that marriage with feminism. Like I said, I totally agree that women should be treated fairly. They should be given the pay or promotion that is due them. Always understand this point. My point is this: that I don't believe in some jobs. I don't believe that women put in the same work as a man. Let me give you an example.
Please don't say that.
Rational, you said you wanted to interject. They think for one lecture. Let me talk. I want to go and sleep. I'm tired already.
I just wanted to ask a question, but yeah, the people can interject and go on and on and on.
Okay, if you want to ask a question,
everybody hold on. Yes. Soon Naija, put your question. Who do you want to put your question to? Yeah.
Yeah, the question I wanted to put was more of a general question. Yeah, because they have been attacking her all over the place, and see. The thing is, when I think your royalty said something about societies, not valuing women that are not in marriages or stuff like that. I think it occurred to me now that, let's say somebody is childless, and for whatever reason they choose not to have a child, they don't care about having a child. You have to forgive the other people that have children that are going to live into the future for wanting to prioritize their own decision making to their own for the welfare of their own children into the future. So you see, it just the same thing applies to somebody that is a single parent versus people that have families. Those ones want to prioritize their own way of doing things, and that's what human beings do. And when we start criticizing and say, "Oh, how dare you look at us look down on us," and all. But especially if they are the majority, they should have the right to decide that, okay, we are following our Christian faith, or we are following our own traditional traditions, and preferring marriage to go forward. So do you agree that those people should be given a hearing too? Because for Dopsy was saying that she's talking about empathy, but has she tried to empathize with people on the other side too?
What are you empathizing with them on? What are you empathizing
with their position to understand why they believe what they believe? Because this is the thing.
to Nigeria. You see, I don't Rosie, I said Rosie, royalty. I didn't want to come into this conversation because of all this men. You understand the where they're coming from, they can never see what I'm talking about. These are egocentric men. So they can never understand where we are coming from, royalty. There's nothing we can say here today. Rational man, feminism, meanwhile, is ego could bring it down so that rule over a woman. Could bring ego here down. But then sort of feminism every minute. So like that, you see? Let me just talk so that I can leave you guys to this thing.
No, you cannot start a conversation. You cannot start a conversation and expect somebody not to push back.
Just let me talk. Talk. Yes. So you see what you guys are fighting about, that women want to be equal. I'm not equal to my husband. He's the head. There is no way. He tempted me down. He calmed me down.
Are you sure you are safe? Are you sure you are safe?
Remember when I used that word? Do you understand it now?
Come on, for me taking the silence in my belly.
I'm joking.
I am telling you that is the way I respect him. I respect him so much because he showed me love, for crying out loud. He showed me love. So look at it, tell me. They will use that calmness and that their loving kindness to tame you to the right woman they want you to be.
But can we reverse role? Doopsy, can we reverse role now? Can we reverse role?
That the woman should tame the man? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, can we reverse role now? I mean, like,
yeah.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Okay.
In a situation whereby there is violence, somebody is trying to harm your husband, would you stay?
Okay.
Would you so that your husband?
Like somebody wants to shoot him or something.
Yeah, he wants to harm your husband. Would you stand up for him?
I swear to you, rational mind. I can do it for that man.
Exactly. You would even do without knowing.
I swear to Almighty Father. I am telling you today. We've been together 23 years. I'm not that simple, rational mind. Platform. Oh yes, I am a very tough girl. But for that man, I'll do it. I swear to Almighty Father today.
In every relationship, let me ask royalty. I mean, I think anybody can answer that question too. Royalty, as a woman, if harm is coming your way and you have a man, your husband, who do you think should protect you first? Who should protect you first?
Do you know what's going to protect? Who's going to protect? Reflex. The person with the best reflex is who's going to protect.
No. Cut out, knock off that. I mean, talking about two of you are together. Hold on. Two of you are together in the house. Somebody's trying to break into your home. So who should go and confront the intruder?
Of course, the man is the more physical.
Why can't you do it yourself? Why can't you do it yourself?
Because I'm not physically as strong as he is.
So if you understand that concept, then you should allow the man take the lead. That's what I'm saying.
Nobody said the man is not taking the lead.
But there's nobody that's arguing that with you now, rational mind.
But my co-worker is not going to go and even if he can break me into two, he's not going to put himself on the line for me. He's going to take care of himself.
I get you. In the workplace,
you understand? That's why I said it's not the same thing. You don't. The rules are different for your man.
It's not.
It applies to the other men.
Royalty. That's what I'm saying. It's not. Because I know the whole concept of feminism.
So are you going to? Let me ask you a question. Are you going to take a bullet for me?
Are you asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question. Are you going to take a bullet for me?
Hold on. If I'm your husband, listen.
If I'm in a relationship and we have children, I'm not going to take a bullet for the woman, but for the child. It depends. You see what I mean?
That's good.
Yeah, here. If you're my wife,
before you go on, please. I'm shutting down 8 hours.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going past that. That's what my boss told me.
Real quick, you see.
So hold on, please. Hold on. So starting from you now, I'll give everybody 2 minutes without interjection, so that we can round it up at 8 hours, please. I'm counting that I have my time here, 2 minutes. When it's 2 minutes, I'll say thank you, I'll kick you out. I'm just joking. Yeah. Go on. 2 minutes, please. I'm very sorry, ladies. Before you go on, I will speak to one man. If he can give me a section or a slot, then we can really totally deal with this feminism, this equality. I will speak to one man. So maybe we can have it as a topic one day that we dealt with it, maybe for 4 hours or 3 hours.
Thomas, please count me out. Please count me out. I won't be coming for that. Please count, because of all these men. They don't understand. They don't understand it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's your choice. Yeah, that's what I mean. Please, 2 minutes, please.
So you see, royalty. You see, women need to know where to draw that line. I heard you said a lot, and I wish you the best in your endeavors or whatever you decide, your heart desire. I hope you find it. But one thing you need to understand is that do not subscribe to this. I'm for you if you say you want equal pay, but I just want to understand that there might not be a such thing as equal pay. If you have men who do more job than you, who do the same job as you do, but they do more than you, you can't expect them to give you equal pay. So, but then that women should be treated fairly. Yes, I'm for that. Women should not be maltreated by men or whatever. But the thing I'm trying to say is this: you need to learn to draw that line between your feminism or feminist you want to display at workplace, around outside your home, your marriage. You need to know where to draw that line. And that is where the problem is for most women. They do not know where to draw that line. That, okay, when I'm at home, yeah, I'm a feminine, not a feminist. Every man, let me give you three concepts. There's these three concepts I learned sometime recently.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So now, they call it.
I'm not joking. 2 minutes. I have to carry it under 8 hours.
There's these three concepts. Maybe I'm going to round up with that. The 3 S's. Now, these 3 S's, if you understand it very well, I want you to put it in the back of your mind or put it anywhere. The 3 S's is sex, sandwich, and silence. These 3 concepts. So if a man should get sex, get sandwich, which is you give him his food, make his food for him, and you give him silence, which is peace, you will enjoy that man. Always remember that. Those are the 3 things. Men are very simple creatures. If you understand that through those 3 concepts, you have peace of mind with a man, and you will last long with that man. And I rest at that.
May God give you the slave you are looking for. May God grant you that slave you are looking for. The man is looking for a slave. May God let him find the slave he's looking for. God will answer your prayer. Okay, my dear brother. Royalty, I'm so pleased to meet you. I love you. I love your voice. You have a silky voice. A man that does not appreciate you should just go, hang himself. Sis, if you're still looking for, you find. You're a pretty girl. And if you don't want, don't bother. For compulsory. Yeah, I'm saying that.
That's the wrong advice now. That's the wrong advice.
That's it.
It's the wrong advice.
If you find somebody,
it's not compulsory. If you don't want it, why do you want to do it?
It is not compulsory.
It's not compulsory.
It is not compulsory. If you find
it is mandatory.
Go for it. It is not. Don't mind them.
It is mandatory.
You don't have to.
The Bible that was written by the oppressors. Don't mind them.
There's life outside of a man.
What of promiscuity?
Oh, how can she? That is your own behavior. It's your personal thing. If you're promiscuous, that is bad. So you should go for a good behavior.
That are promiscuous too,
So I will look at
something. You open something now. Please, Duke, I'm very sorry. Loyalty, I'm sorry, this is personal. I'm very sorry for asking this. In the other room, you have to find somebody, you understand what I mean? So why don't you go
if somebody is not mean you are married to them?
Yes, a partner.
You don't mean you are married to them. You can have a partner. You don't have to.
Yes.
You don't have to be. You don't have to say,
Partner that
"Oh,
will cherish
you don't
you.
have to." If you don't
That
want
will
to,
love
you
you and
don't have
respect
to.
you.
If you don't want to, you
Marriage
don't
is not
have to.
compulsory.
Exactly,
No
it's
paper, no
not.
peace. It is a beautiful
If
thing.
it's
But
what
And
you
you know
want,
my
you have your
boundary.
own marriage. You have your own
Yes, because
marriage.
my husband loves me and respects me, bro. And then the affection, yeah, I'm shouting on top of my voice. He loves and respects me. I can do anything for him too, because we respect each other. We love each other. That is why it's been working for the past 23 years. And I wish
I'm
we're going to
happy,
live
I'm
like
happy
that
for
till
you.
we die.
I'm
Because
happy for
this
you.
is a good man. But if my sister somewhere doesn't have somebody like my husband, don't bother. Don't bother. A man that can respect you and love you, don't bother. But if you're still looking for things, God will surely give you the desire of your heart. But don't be under any
I
pressure.
have a very, very strong relationship.
Yeah. Don't be under any pressure.
Relationship. I have a very
It's
serious
a religion.
relationship.
Call me a bello. Religion. You know, to call me a top the song. Go on there. Yes, so my dear brother, my royalty. I wish to talk to you again soon. Yes, Thomas. I'm sure like that. I'm not fighting you because I know you have. I'm not fighting you. I like Optimism.
Lucy, Oda.
My dear brother. Love you, royalty. Love you, baby.
I love you. Respect. I love you. Royalty, 2 minutes, please.
So, ladies, it's 2023. Don't let anybody suppress you. The power is in your hand. You can do beautiful things as long as you put your mind to it. The power is in your hands. You decide. Don't live your life for anybody else. At the end of the day, whether you do, they will talk. If you do left, they will talk. If you do right, they will talk. Just do whatever goes with your mind. Live your life for yourself. Be happy within yourself. When they gave birth to you, they did not tie you to any man. They did not tie your destiny to any man. Your parents didn't say, "Oh, I'm giving birth to this girl so that she can be this person's wife, or she can." Whatever you choose to do with your life is what you should do. Don't let society put you in the box. The world is yours. Roam around. Do whatever you like. Make yourself happy. Happiness within yourself comes first. Be happy with yourself before you now take yourself to another person. Just do what makes you happy. At the end of the day, by the time you go and meet your Lord in front of God, God is not going to ask you that how did you live your life, how somebody wanted you to live it, or you lived it. Nobody's going to answer your questions for you at the end of the day. Just be happy within yourself. Remember that you come first in everything. Good night. Bye.
Oh, thank you so much. God bless you, royalty. Yes, I love you, sister. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much. Yeah, see you. Yeah. Patoski, do you have Patoski? I don't sure. We have Patoski. It's been quiet. Do we have Rosie? We have Rosie in the house. Yeah, 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Okay. As for me, like I was saying, marriage is a good thing if the both parties are happy in it. And I know in every woman wants to have a good home. She wants to have a happy marriage. It's innate in a woman to meet a man that will love, cherish her, and treat her right. And what I've observed in society is that most people that have had bitter experience, bad relationships, they end up becoming very hardened, and then they come out to condemn marriage. And I know in society, although it's bad, but that's what happens. Society looks down on single girls. Look at them like they are not that if they were well behaved and well mannered, they would have come across a man that would have swept them off their feet and made them a wife. So to me, in a relationship, is give and take. If a man loves you, treats you right, cherishes you, I think it's right for a woman to respect the man. For the fact that you respect the man does not mean you are a slave to the man. It just means you are both. It's like it's like the both are playing their roles. The man knows his role, the woman knows her roles, and they love each other, they respect each other, and they are loyal to each other. So that's what I feel. And I think the society these days, the problem we are having most of the time starts from the family. Single women raising kids. Sometimes the boys don't have a good role model. They come out. I'm not saying all times, but sometimes they don't have a good role model. Nobody to discipline them. Nobody, no man to put them straight. And then a single man raising female children, there might not be a woman to make a good model because the man might like be moving girls in and out, one woman today, another woman today, might not be laying a good example. But in a home whereby the husband and the wife are living peacefully without beating up each other, they will most often bring up kids that would be sane, not traumatized, not bitter. That's the way I see. And my point of view, people might say I'm biased. I'm seeing it from the Bible point of view. The Bible says the man is the head of the woman. A man should love his wife and honor the wife. You should be able to like die for his wife, just like Christ died for us. And then a woman in return should respect her husband.
The
Once this
reciprocal.
Yeah. So once this is done, the home, it's not that they're not going to have issues. They will have some issues, but it's not going to be a chaotic relationship. Thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity
Oh,
given me.
thank,
Thank you.
thank you
Good
so
night.
much, Rosie. Thank you so much. Yeah, God bless. Thank you so much. Tunaija, you don't
Yeah.
face fire today.
Yeah.
You cannot win the ladies.
I
They
will
are
not
my
win that.
baby. They are my ladies. You can't win them. They
There's
win
no,
you over.
there's no winning. I see. I think both of them, in short, three of them are on the same side. It's just that some others, the other two, appears to be a little bit. There's a disconnect because of the way
Pushing
they perceive the Dopsy and royalty.
society.
Yeah, they are on the side of princess too because they believe in relationships. You just believe that the man needs to be worthy. And in a way, that's what she just read. That the man should be ready to die for the woman, and the woman should be able to do all those things, which is similar to my own analysis. Men are meant to protect, cherish, and this thing, their women at the same
And
time,
love.
willing to lay their
Yes.
life down for their families. Men that a man that start attacking his family has completely lost sight of his primary purpose. But in terms of the this in why the women are stigmatized because they don't have children, I think it's partly because the ones that have children, they feel like they should be the ones determining outcomes in society than the ones that don't have children, because the ones that don't have children don't understand the this in the not like they don't, but they just feel like they don't necessarily have insight into the fears and the ambitions for the ones that have children. It's like if somebody's not they're like your child, you know what you want for your child. Some other person shouldn't tell you what you want for your child. So it's that the society reacts that way, in a way, to single women because they see them as people that don't conform to their own way. And I don't think it's general society, it's just the marriage, the in terms of the marriage part, just like they frown on the LGBT and all that stuff, because there are certain things society prefer to see because of the ones that partake in it. If my own family prefers to wear white and some other person is wearing different color, I'm not going to want to support that one. It's just how human beings behave. And this thing that we do, where some women start coming across as like women are dominant, and no, nobody is dominant. Both sides are equally important. We are important to each other for our survival. And for me, I look at it societally, what the effects of some of these things are. And some of the problem, and I wish many women are doing this too when they say these things. Look at how it's going to affect society down the line. Don't make it all the way up by yourself. And this idea where we make everything individualistic. Society is an entity. It's not only about your personal happiness. There's always going to be suffering in this life. That is what you have signed up to in life. You choose which one is of the greater good, for the greater good. If you say the greater good is for you to be happy, do your own thing, and that do your own thing is a very, very serious this is an illusion, because you are still going to be unhappy at times. Nobody's happy all the time. You just have to pick your this thing. And this is what those women that are in marriages that often say, okay, let's go through this, let's have children, let's do those struggle that they do. That is what they do, so that their children can end up in the future, and they are the ones that are going to inherit the earth, we like it or not. You can work and work and work and work and work and single. You are going to disappear. Once you finish working and you don't have children, you are gone. The ones that have children are the ones that are going to inherit the future, and you have to allow them to have their say. And eventually, even if you don't want to allow them, they were going to have their say, because their children will remain. And I really think that we have to start thinking from the point of view of the society. We as Africans, we are very individualistic. As a matter of fact, there's a video of a Chinese man or a Hispanic the other day was talking to an African American. He said he was showing him the cows. The African American told him, the Chinese man said, I know you people would like to act individualistic all the time. That's why you people don't get anywhere. We in UK, a prime minister is Indian. Mayor of London is Indian. Scotland now, just yesterday, they made the head of Scotland a Pakistani. Because these people, the reason why they are doing so well is because they work together.
Please, this round up in one sentence. Then
I don't want to pass I think I've gone past my time. Thank you. I know you are just making up for kicking me out of the state, out of this. So it's all right. I'm just. No.
Tonight, I kick both of you out. I kick Dupsy out as well.
Yeah, but I was just trying to ask. Trying to ask question politely. I wasn't even raising my voice. And you kicked me out.
No. You Dupsy is somehow pushy. Now. If you have been listening to us, don't Dupsy now. Yeah. So I didn't discriminate you. I put both of you at the back end so that you guys can cool off a bit. Then I brought you back. So that's what I'm supposed to do. I can't let the section go up in flames. You know what I mean?
You remove the one that is being disruptive. I was asking. I was talking just like this.
I don't even want to know who is destructive. I just put both of you in the back. Now just to cool off a bit. And you guys, when you guys came back, everything went good. That's why we roll here. Now, my brother.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your wisdom and everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Everybody, thank you so much. It has been a nice session with the three ladies. Kudos to Rosie, kudos to Dupsy, and kudos to my sister, my new voice, Royalty. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are amazing. And the ladies that came on today, you guys are phenomenal, man. Thank you, everyone. It has come to the end of the section. We want to carve it 8 hours this time, so that people that watch after the online, that can be able to watch it. We don't want to go over the ball. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. See you. Catch here later. Thank you. God bless you. Peace. I'll leave you with
when it offends them, it switch off. When it switch off, it
They never say something.
As in the sweet us, we go to pay them. As in the pay them, we go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, we go to pay them. As in the pay them, we go to sweet us.
For